We are live at Colecco for Saturday night. Live Facebook record sale. I think I've seen everybody officially except Laura. She's probably in the back. I can't really see back there. John calls her the cat burglar. Folks, what a great week we've had, and let's make it even better tonight. Okay? So, looks like they've dug out some 8-tracks for me. What else is around here while I do some sharing? The shelf. Yeah, I'm excited to get in here and tear some of this stuff up tomorrow. Okay. Alrighty. Here we go. Let's get everything shared. Let's get a crate up here so it's not as... That's actually a Keith Whitley record that y'all see there on the table. Dig out some CDs. How late can you stay on? Mark, I just shared that information with him. Luckily I saw it. Luckily, Mark, I saw it before I went live, so I could relay that word to him. And we'll just see what happens. And we'll probably know by hopefully Monday when invoices are sent out. All righty. So, okay, dig some CDs. Yeah. So late last night we got into cassettes and we sold a lot. Sold a lot of cassettes. And we are officially live now for Saturday night to end the week. And I have a show again tomorrow. And here comes Paul. He didn't slow me down too much today. It was John. It was John, yeah. John talking about Lemmy. All right, so let's hit the like button, share, copy link. Jerry, I found the artwork for the pink elephant you're talking about. It looks like a candle. Jerry Stone. It looks like a candle, right? I found the one you're talking about. It's currently out of stock, but I hadn't checked with many other places. Right now, there's no Mars Volta in stock. But I can get them. Yeah. And then I probably got you the next 2, maybe 3. Yeah, I'm doing coin. Oh yeah, Jake, I need to hook up my phone at some point. I'm going to try to go walk around mobile tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to do coins or toys and collectibles, but we're going to... See the bundles over there? These are the friend bundles? All right. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be interesting. I'm going to try to literally walk around up front and sell stuff, and maybe walk around in the back here. You know. But Jerry, I'll back order that, and you know, if it comes in, if you want it, you'll get first option, or if you don't need it by the time it comes in, that's okay too. Because I probably can sell them, because it is a little bit cheaper. The reason I ordered that other one is it's an indie exclusive. The other one I ordered is an indie exclusive. It has something with it. There's some kind of thick thing inside of that jacket, and then it's a different cover, and I think a different color. So that's why the indie exclusive is different. All right, I'm working on getting all the links shared. All right, so let's hit like. I'm gonna go ahead and tag followers. Probably some of our first auctions will be these back here. I'm probably gonna reduce the start on them. Let's get this link shared. I'm almost done. There's my comment at followers. Hopefully that gets a few people on. Friday and Saturday night takes a little bit longer for everybody to get on. They're probably out doing stuff that they probably don't want to do. They'd rather be here, but you know, they got honeydews and husband do's, and they're like, man, I just got to get back home and get to Chad. Hurry up, finish your food, let's get out of here. I did not feel an earthquake today. No, I woke up, I think I woke up at noon, and it might have been when it happened, because I got on Facebook and I saw all these comments and I rolled back over. And that might have what woke me up, because something woke me up. Usually if I'm down, I'm down for at least 4 or 5 hours. And that might have woke me up now that I think about it. So it is. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's probably why I never did post the pre-order, Jerry. There's some new releases, and I just, you know, the way the algorithm works, I try to post the best pre-orders I can, and some I'm like, man, this is so expensive, I don't know, you know, so I usually pass on some, and then I still order them, but I just don't anticipate on selling, you know, hundreds or dozens. Like I knew Black Sabbath, we would sell a bunch. That's why it's up for pre-order. Gonna do balls. Yeah, all the big auctions are gonna start. All the big auctions tonight will be after 8 o'clock. So Kiss Japanese, Beatles box set, all the other big Japanese titles, they're probably gonna be after. They're gonna be after 7:30 or 8 o'clock, if that works for everybody. Some people's probably on right now, but they're probably not about to be on for the rest of the night until later. That happens too. I'm almost done sharing links, so I'm just not talking. I am sharing links. I'm posting them in the links, and you know, that way if people see, if this pops up in their feed, they're like, oh, Chad's live, and then they can go down here and just click on a direct link. Just lets everybody know where we're live and when we're live. That's what I do as soon as the show starts. I'm just not talking. Just FYI, not anybody's complaining or anything. I'm just saying that's what I'm doing. I think the George Harrisons actually shipped on Friday. So when they ship on Friday, they don't get here till Monday or Tuesday. Sometimes new releases are bizarre. They don't want us to get them till Friday. Sometimes they don't ship till Friday, which is not what's supposed to happen. It's supposed to be here so we can sell them on Friday, but that happens too. All right. Awesome. Pearl Jam. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't go see them, but I got too much going on. Metallica, taking 2 days off of Metallica feels like it set me back about a month. So that's why I said I'm going to do like 20 straight shows. I just told Paul I'll be doing the show Sunday. That's why I'm going to do like 20 straight shows, because the next day I'm going to have off is probably maybe for AC/DC. So that's, I had to skip Pearl Jam. I had to skip Pearl Jam. I'll probably regret it, because I regretted it the last time, but that's okay. Even flow. Thoughts arrive like butterflies. All right, let's get started. So the first thing we usually do is see what everybody's bought over here. And let's see what's going on, okay? So let me shuffle these around right quick. I'm going to move these up here. And Kiss Animalized cover. Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. The cutoff for shipping is tonight when I say good night. So if I say good night, that's it. That's it for $7 shipping. Yeah, I'll probably post one more video in the group, and that's pretty much it. So you have the next probably about 8 hours to buy stuff for $7 shipping. All right, so I've got the video pulled up. Let's go ahead and get our first auctions going. We got some Fred bundles over here. Let's see here. We got discographies of artists. Like, no joke. This is pretty amazing from the Fred Goodwin collection. They have done some sorting through Fred records. And when you have these in collections like Fred, I mean, it's like you hit entire discographies. Like, this is a lot of Oak Ridge Boys records. So these are all from the Oak Ridge Boys. Best of Oak Ridge Boys Deliver, Oak Ridge Boys American Made, Season, Self-Titled, Smoky Mountain Gospel, Room Service is Sealed, Fancy Free with Elvira, all our favorite songs, Oak Ridge Boys Have Arrived, Oak Ridge Boys Together, Oak Ridge Boys Step On Out, Oh Happy Day, Greatest Hits Volume 2, and Y'all Come Back Saloon. So that's going to be our first bundle lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 albums by the Oak Ridge Boys. And these are all really nice. This has Hype Sticker, Gold Stamp Promo, $25 start for the ORB. The Oak Ridge Boys, $25 start for that bundle. Those are now up for bid. Let's get this camera slightly back and there. I think that's pretty good right there. All right, there's auction number 1. Auction number 2. I think I got a few hardcore We're going to balance it out. We're going to get the Oak Ridge Boys, and we're probably going to put up something that's extremely hardcore here. What is this? Satan Tortilla. Perfect. $5 start. Here is this. The first song is called Jerry Garcia. $5 start on that. Next is Five Finger Death Punch. This is, or I should say first is Five Finger Death Punch. This is called Afterlife. It's a 2LP, 45 RPM on yellow vinyl. And this is sold to Brian Riley. Thank you, Brian Riley. That's sold to you. That is $36.99. That was my only copy left. I did have 3. If anybody else wants that, let me know. I have the Godzilla soundtrack. Godzilla is new and sealed. It's also $33.99. Godzilla, and that's sold to Cameron Lingafelt. Cameron, that is sold to you. And here we have Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. The 45 is called Satin Tortilla, or it could be Satan. We'll kind of call it Satin, Satin Tortilla. Satin Tortilla. Tortilla or Tortilla. And the Oak Ridge Boys is 12 albums back there. 12, no, what did I say? I've already forgot. That is, I forgot what it's called or how many there was. I'll count them again, but it's a bunch of Oak Ridge Boys. I'm talking about a bunch. You will have as much Oak Ridge Boys as you could possibly imagine, but it is up for bid for a $25 start. I think I said 16 of them. I've already forgot. Anyway, here's our first Japanese pressing of the night. Where is David Johnson? This is Eric Clapton. Live Cream. There's 15 of them. Okay. 15 Oak Ridge Boys albums for a $25 start. All from Fred Goodwin's collection. Live Cream is a Japanese pressing with Obi, gatefold, and that's a $35 start, okay? So we've already sold the first couple records out of here. Let me make sure no one got Iron Maiden. This does have a light seam split at the top. It is Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, and Iron Maiden is $33.99. $33.99 for Iron Maiden. Was there any Iron Maidens claimed? No Pray for the Dying was claimed. I'll come up to that in just a second. Never Say Die, Great Wide Open, London Jam, Ghost, Dolly. Okay, I think that's still available. It is. I've got one. Here's the Arcade Fire I was talking about. It says Arcade Fire presents Pink Elephant. It's a really bizarre cover. The other cover has like an elephant candle that looks like it's burning. This has the elephant candle here on it, and it looks like a candle that's been melted on the cover. Yeah, it looks like a candle that's been melted. But It's the indie, whatever comes in the indie exclusive, it feels like there's a book or something in here. I mean, it's a really thick, squishy package almost. $54.99 on Arcade Fire. I do have one left, but it has a seam split. And then here is the Black Sabbath All Analog. This is their self-titled debut album, cut by Kevin Gray. And I think most people are saying now this is about the best listening experience you can get for Black Sabbath. Probably this and then a UK original Vertigo. This is $44.99. It's a gatefold, and I have 2 left, and I still have 2 left. This is Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast. That is $33.99. That's a remaster, new and sealed, single LP, $33.99. And then Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. Looks like we're going to have one left because this one goes to Tim Holloway. Thank you, Tim Holloway. This is so to you. And he was okay because I did show in the video. They have a very light seam split. It's almost camouflage. That is $33.99. And I got one left if anybody wants it. Never Say Die. Never Say Die. Excuse me. $33.99. Sunday Morning Sessions says he'll take a Black Sabbath. Thank you, Sunday Morning Sessions. And now, man, before that, I'm going to drink some purple juice. The Number of the Beast is so to Jerry Ferguson. Jerry, this one just has a little bit of a crackle there. I'm going to say that one. And then Fred Cardinale, let me know if you want Never Say Die or if you want Black Sabbath self-titled. And then the last record with a light seam crackle I have here is Five Finger Death Punch, American Capitalist. Five Finger Death Punch is $33.99. Excuse me. Let me mute my mic for 1 second. All right. So in the back, let's update the bids. I hadn't called out a single bid yet. Fred, let me know. And we have a lot here. These are 15 Oak Ridge Boys albums, all from Fred Goodwin's collection. 15 different albums by Oak Ridge Boys. And Jeff Church just bid $30. 15 different albums, all nice. 15 high bids, $30. And then we have Satin Tortilla. Satin Tortillas at 7 with Robert Warner. Fred Cardinale, you just got a bid. Fred wants the last Black Sabbath self-titled. Let's make a note to order more of those, okay? Because that was my last copy. We sold out of that again this week. This is Eminem. It's called Curtain Call, which is essentially a hits compilation from Eminem. And Eminem is $39.99. Eminem, this is sold to Courtney Duncan. Thank you, Courtney Duncan. That is so to you. And then anybody else, because that was the only claim, and there's one left. There's one left if anybody else wants one. And then Linkin Park, Meteora. Linkin Park's on gold and red splatter vinyl. That is gatefold, new and sealed, $33.99. I have become so numb. And then Cream is a Japanese pressing. It's a no bid. I'm going to go ahead and make that a buy it now for $35. Live Cream. Beautiful vinyl, Obi, Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker, Jack Bruce, Epic, Live Cream, $35 buy it now. Fred's out on Satin Tortilla. So, Robert, it looks like that's going to be yours for $7. We will officially make it a final call. Never mind, there is a new bid with Rob Shaw for $8. We have 8 full crates of Fred Goodwin bundles tonight. And it's all kinds of different artists. Here's a prime example, Oak Ridge Boys. The next one I have over here is Mickey Newberry. I see Leroy Van Dyke. I see George Jones, which, man, some of those could probably be sold individually. And then Nat King Cole. We did a big lot of him last night. A lot of country artists, a lot of pop artists, et cetera, et cetera. Just saying. Oak Ridge Boys is at 40, now 45. This is new for this week, Counting Crows Butter Miracle. I think it's a reissue of something that's been out before, but it is on blue marble vinyl, $34.99 for Counting Crows. We've got Live Cream. That is sold to Fred Cardinale. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. That's sold to you for $35. Rob Shaw, you're going to get Satin Tortilla for $8. Rob, thank you. Robert went out. That goes to Rob Shaw. Robert Warner says he's out. Our next single is going to be from the Rolling Stones. And this is interesting here. By the way, these are from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is the Rolling Stones Saint of Me. It's a picture disc. It's essentially sealed. It's in that UK type surround wrap top shrink wrap. That's going to go up for a $5 star. Jeff Church, you're out on Oak Ridge Boys. I've got two copies of No Prayer for the Dying, and that's Iron Maiden. And one of these did sell. And this was sold to Tim Floyd. Thank you, Tim Floyd. That's sold to you. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. We got one copy of that left. The Oak Ridge Boys is at $50 now. And then Megadeth, Rust in Peace. We did sell one of these. There's one left. Laura just did an auction delivery, and that is great because now we have all the auctions up here. Some of the featured stuff is going to start around 8 o'clock tonight. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. I know somebody did claim it, and we sold a couple last night, so this is gone. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. We can get more of these ordered. This goes to Daniel Strom, S-T-R-O-H-M. Thank you, Daniel Strom. That's so to you. And here we have Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. GNR, Welcome to the Jungle. Guns N' Roses is $36.99. If anybody wants that, let me know. Also, we have Violent Femmes. This is $34.99. $34.99 for Violent Femmes. That is still available. All right, so the high bid on the Oak Ridge Boys, Jeff Church has it for $50. Jorge Enrique put Stones, and then Tommy Call said Stones, and then Guy Shard Stones. Yes, this is an actual song, Saint of Me radio edit, in any way you look at it. This is a 7-inch single. It's not an interview or anything. It's actual music. It is sealed, and it's a $5 start. The Megadeth, Romelu, if you want on a waiting list, they are wrong record, that's Iron Maiden. If you want on a waiting list, they'll be in next week. They are $36.99. $36.99. $36.99 on that. Thank you. I'm going to need that for sure. I'm already choking to death over here. Just got a bottle of water delivery. That is very important. Okay, now, let's see here. Where did we leave off? The Oak Ridge Boys is at $50. Josie Sink Bell's out. We're about to sell those 15 Oak Ridge Boys for $50. Next is Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Rat is $33.99. Black, gray, and white colored vinyl. Rat is $33.99. And then Taiketo, we have 3 copy. Taiketo is $39.99. Teal with white swirl pressing, $39.99 on Taiketo. All right, let's grab another Japanese pressing. What is the Rolling Stone single? Give me 1 second, and I'll go back over it head to toe, front and back, and tell you everything I can physically tell you about it. But first, I'm going to put this auction up. Very cool compilation here. The Beatles 20 Greatest Hits, a Japanese pressing. A Japanese pressing. She Loves You, Love Me Do, I Want to Hold Your Hand. Let's jump ahead to We Can Work It Out and Paperback Writer, and then Penny Lane and Hello Goodbye and Come Together. That is a 20-track single LP Beatles Greatest Hits Japanese pressing, a $35 start. Fred Cardinale wants Taiketo. What is the round disc? Let's go over the Rolling Stones single. This is the Rolling Stones, Saint of Me. It's a 7-inch picture disc, original single from what? 1998. It's sealed, unopened, and the high bid is Guy Shard at $13. The Oak Ridge Boys is officially sold, all 15 albums, to Jeff Church for $50. Thank you, Jeff Church. Those are sold to you. Jeff Church, appreciate that. Those are done and sold to you. Awesome. Now, that was a great crate. Let's hit a few highlights in there one more time. Let's do another Fred Goodwin bundle lot here. Who was some of those other people I had named off a moment ago? Here is, let's see here. Let's do 1, 2, 3. How many total Nat King Coles are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's Bing Crosby there, actually. 7, 8, 9. We probably can split these in 2. There's a bunch of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right, so yeah, let's split the Nat King Coles in half here. So Nat King Cole, let's do, because the other lot, this is a collection of unreleased masters. Nat King Cole 10th anniversary. The Velvet Moods of Nat King Cole. Nat King Cole early 40s. 2 LP compilation. Nat King Cole Stay As Sweet As You Are. Nat King Cole Love Is a Many Splendid Thing. The Piano Soul of Nat King Cole. Nat King Cole Cat by Lou. And I Don't Want to Be Hurting More, Nat King Cole. That I believe is I counted 7 or 8. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 for a $20 start, Nat King Cole. NKC, $20 start on that. So let's read through these one more time. And just FYI, the first few records here in this crate all have light seam crackles. And we did sell several from the video. Everybody seemed to be okay with that. And the first two I have is Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. Those are $33.99. Arcade Fire new album came out yesterday, $54.99 indie exclusive. Iron Maiden Number of the Beast, last copy for $33. Black Sabbath Never Say Die, last copy for $33. Five Finger Death Punch, last copy for $33. And then Eminem Curtain Call, Greatest Hits 2 LP, that's $39.99. Linkin Park Meteor, that's on translucent gold and red splatter. And then the new Counting Crows Butter Miracle, this is on blue marble vinyl, $34.99. Iron Maiden's $36. Guns N' Roses is $36. Violent Femmes is $34. Rat is $33. Invasion for Privacy. And I have 2 Taketos left at $39.99. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? I've got one more crate like that to browse through here right quick. Which one do I want to do first? Let's do this one right here, because I know several things out of here have sold, and there's just a lot of really good selection, stuff I hadn't ordered in a while, and that's why we had so much new vinyl yesterday, and we've sold the heck out of it in the last 24 hours. Let's sell some more heck out of it, okay? But first, we're moving the Beatles to a final call. Just one bid for $35 with William Brown, who is DJ Not So Good, okay? And then he also put 38, but I think you're the only bidder right now for $35. And then the Rolling Stones picture disc has bids for 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. Beatles 35, Rolling Stones 14, Rolling Stones 20, Rolling Stones 21. Beatles does have a new bid for 36. And then Nat King Cole 20, Nat King Cole 20, Nat King Cole 30, Nat King Cole 32. Now the Beatles 37. Now earlier, DJ Not So Good bid 38, but I think he thought somebody had outbid him. But right now, the Beatles is at 37. If you want to bid again at 38, let me know. The last bid on the Rolling Stones picture disc is now with Guy Shard at $21, and the Nat King Cole bundles at $35. I had one copy left. We have one copy left of Ghost Pope Star, and Ghost was sold $29.99. It is on colored vinyl. This is sold to Cynthia Herdron. Thank you, Cynthia Herdron. That's sold to you. Now the Beatles is at $39 with William Brown. Chad, you give credit for future purchase if someone sends you good quality vinyl. Now, if you're asking, do we buy records? Yes. I think what you're asking is kind of, would we do trade credit? The best way for us to do that is we will buy records. I've never been one to do like in-store credit or anything like that. But if you send us some records you want to sell, we'll buy them, and then we can like give you a digital gift card where you can spend the money here or pay for an invoice. Yeah. But yeah, we buy records. So you just got to let us know what's on the way. Classy Lonnie Metal, if you want on a waiting list for Ghost, let me know. I'm definitely going to be ordering more for next week anyway. That was sold to Cynthia Herdron. I do have a new restock of Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here, $36.99. That was my only copy of Ghost. I can't believe we didn't sell them instantly last night, because I have more of those. I didn't know I had more of those last night, but just saying, if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Pink Floyd is Wish You Were Here, $36.99. Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. One of these did sell. Dean Tefford, he says Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. And Black Sabbath self-titled. Okay, so here's what I got to do. I'm just now seeing where his comments all ran together there. My bad. So he said Pink Floyd Wish You Here and Black Sabbath self-titled. So let me go back a few. And Fred Cardinale, if it's okay with you, somebody had actually claimed this last Black Sabbath self-titled. And I'm sure Fred Cardinale's okay with a waiting list. He usually is. And I know I can get these. So let's actually change this to Dean Tefford. And then let's start a waiting list, because they're going to be back in Monday, Tuesday anyway. This is Black Sabbath self-titled. So give this one to Dean Tefford. Fred Cardinale, please, on a waiting list. And the Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here goes to Dean Tefford as well. Classy Lonnie Metal. Classy Lonnie Metal wants on the waiting list for Ghost. And then same thing, Natasha, if you want on there. Now, the last bid on the Rolling Stones that came in, was Guy Shard at $21. And I'm assuming we're done. And this is sold to Guy Shard for $21. And Fred says, no problem on a waiting list. I'm sorry, I missed Dean Tefford's comment. And then the Beatles, the last bid that came in on the Beatles was Robert Barnett at $39.38. William Brown bid $39. So final call on that for $39. William Brown, you do have it. Rob Shaw. So here is the waiting list we're starting for Ghost. And the first person is Classy Lonnie Metal, and then for sure Rob Shaw. The Beatles at $40. The Nat King Coles are at $40 with Robert Barnett. Joe Salamo was at $38. Joe Salamo says he's done. I think the other person was Donna. Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits is $44.99. 2 LP, Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits. That is $44.99. That is available. And we have Rage Against the Machine. And Cameron says he wants all the Rage Against the Machines, as in one of each. So give Cameron the Battle of Los Angeles. That's sold to Cameron Lingafelt. And I have another copy here if anybody else wants a Battle of Los Angeles from Rage Against the Machine. Cameron got that one. I've got one copy left of The Cure, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. The Cure is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. I have another Stone single going up. This may be an unofficial. It probably is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Here is the Rolling Stones. Yeah, definitely some sort of unofficial. It's got a heck of a scuff right there on it. We'll have to call it like VG, but just because of that, maybe VG+. Have You Seen Your Mother, Baby? Blues Jam, circa 1963. And everybody pays their dues. The Rolling Stones is going to go up for a $5 start. Some sort of unofficial there. Snoop Dogg, Rhythm and Gangsta, R&G. I have 2 of these available for $39.99. 2 of those available for $39.99. By the way, Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast is sold to Tim Vergari. That was back here from this previous bin. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. This is sold to Tim Vergari. Thank you, Tim Vergari. That is sold to you. And then we have 2 copies of Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. Linkin Park is $33.99, new and sealed gatefold. And I have 1 Gorillaz left, Demon Days, $44.99. That's a 2 LP with their song Feel Good Inc. Gorillaz, and then the Smiths, Amid Concrete and Clay. The Smiths is $29.99. Amid Concrete and Clay. That's a live Smiths unofficial. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. This one was sold to Patrick Fu. Thank you, Patrick Fu. That's sold to you. That's $29.99. Appreciate that. And then here's another Rage Against the Machine, which is self-titled. This is also sold to Cameron Lingafelt, and there's one left if anybody wants it. Here's another Rage Against the Machine, Renegades of Funk. It's also sold to Cameron Lingafelt. If anybody wants one, let me know. Now we have 1 left of Renegades, 1 left of self-titled, and I'll go ahead and put the Battle of Los Angeles right here. So that's the 3 different ones so far. I had 2 copies of Tom Petty, Hypnotic Eye. And Tom Petty's Hypnotic Eye, both of these were sold to Glenn Kesey. He got Tom Petty and Tom Petty. He said he wants both of them. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll put you on a waiting list. Jeff Dedman wants Renegades of Funk. They are $33.99. So Renegades is sold out, but I can put you on a waiting list. I also got Battle of Los Angeles and self-titled. All right, the last bid on the Nat King Coles was $40 to Robert Barnett. Thank you, Robert. Those are sold to you. The last bid on the Rolling Stones unofficial, just 1 bid for $5. And now the Beatles is at $41 with William Brown. Alonzo, you're out, and the other bidder's out too. Somebody else is out. But William Brown has the Beatles at $41. Just saying. And then here's Elton John's Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. 2 LP. That is $44.99 for Sir Elton. Let's get another auction going right quick. And let's pull out another bundle. That was Nat King Cole. Let's change it up a little with Mickey Newberry here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 Mickey Newberry records, all from Fred Goodwin's collection. 13 Mickey Newberry records, all from Fred Goodwin's collection. Looks like rain after all these years. This one's called His Eyes on the Sparrow. Frisco Mabel Joy, I Came to Hear the Music. John's back. We have Sweet Memories, Rusty Tracks, Lovers, I thought I heard his voice, Heavy, Help the Child, Harlequin Melodies, Sings His Own, The Sailor, and Live at Montezuma Hall. Wow, so 13 Mickey Newberry albums, all from Fred Goodwin's collection. That's going to go up for a $20 start. Mickey Newberry. $20 start, 13 different albums there. Next is Dolly. This was my last copy of the Vinyl Me Please. This is sold to Jamie Diaz. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Dolly Parton, Just Because I'm a Woman. And now we have 3 copies available of John Prine, Sweet Revenge. This is the Vinyl Me Please exclusive. all analog lacquers cut by Ryan Smith on colored vinyl. And I have one copy of Waylon Jennings, The Taker Tulsa. Waylon Jennings is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason. That's sold to you. And we also have one Willie Nelson left, and that's Phases and Stages, another all analog Bloody Mary red colored vinyl, $34.99. All right, so the Beatles is sold to William Brown, aka DJ Not So Good. Thank you. That's sold to you for $41. Appreciate that. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook for me? Has everybody hit the share button? We got one more crate of new vinyl to go through. Basically, it's a recap where we're pulling some live claims. Great way to get the show started. We've almost filled up an entire crate, especially with these bundles. And wow, the Rolling Stones unofficial sold for $5 to Robert Warner. Sold for $5 to Robert Warner. John looks like he's on the hunt for something. And then we have another single going up right now. This is, I'm pretty sure, from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is Jumpin' Jack Flash. It's a Gas, Gas, Gas. It's an original London single. Child of the Moon's the B-side. It's VG Plus or better. The Rolling Stones is going to go up for a $5 start. And then we have Mickey Newberry. So all those Mickey Newberry albums, final call for $20. 13 different albums there. 13 different albums. Imagine if I would have do that for an artist like The Cure. 13 different Cure albums going up for auction at one time. That'd be crazy. I'm sure that would be a wild auction. Or 13 different Pink Floyd albums going up. I've thought about that before. I was like, what if we do like a complete Beatles discography? Because we have them here. We got like low-grade copies. We got high-grade copies too, but there's that. All right, let me read through these one more time, and I'm about to get another Japanese auction. I've been walking back and forth over here and pulling Japanese auctions. The next one I have, Clapton's done well so far tonight, so let's try another one. Here's Eric Clapton, the Rainbow Bridge concert. Eric Clapton is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. This is the Rainbow Bridge concert with insert, cover, and Obi. $35 start. Yeah, 13 Cure albums being sold at once. Elvis bundle. We've done a bunch of Elvis bundles. We did 135 45s the other night, all in one big bundle. All right, here's what's left. Elvis, or excuse me, Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, $36.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits, $44.99. The Cure's $44.99. Snoop Dogg's $39. Linkin Park $33. Gorillaz $44. Rage, we got Battle Raged, self-titled. Rage Against the Printer. We have Elton John $44. We have John Prine Sweet Revenge $34.99. And Willie Nelson, $34. So Mickey Newberry has bids for $20, now $25. Final call to get a bid on the Rolling Stones for a $5 star. And we're going to go ahead and condense those two crates of new vinyls. So we just sold about a whole crate right there because I'm moving those into this first crate. And now we are good to go, folks. So let's go through this last crate. I really need to convince somebody to get in on this Cat Stevens box. Really need somebody to get this Cat Stevens box. Is tonight's not the night. Tonight's not the night. I'm sorry. I forgot to tell Paul and Laura and John to ultrasonically clean it. Christopher, I need like a stick here. Here's what I'll do. Whoever watches this sale, please make me a sticky note reminder to prep and get ready the next RL. We need to do one every other week at least. And so I know we didn't do one this week, so we need to do one next week for sure. And how about a Monday night? I apologize, Christopher Dean. It's also like it's a tough decision as usual. Any more Pink Floyd Pompeii? Good question. Let me do some hunting here in a minute. If not, I need to order one. I never did. I think we sold the last copy, and I never did get to keep one myself. I hadn't got to listen to it yet. Or is this them right here? What are these? No, that's new stuff. They might be back here. This is a great crate back here in the back right. I want to go through that crate in the back right. It's got all kinds of good stuff in it. All right, so let's keep going here. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Classical. I actually might get into that tonight. We'd actually might get into classical. We got to get through all these Fred bundles first. They're going to do really well, it looks like. Here's Cat Stevens T for the Tillerman. Cat Stevens is $69.99. T for the Tillerman. Super Deluxe, just $69.99. If you need the details, let me know. More vinyl me, please. I'm surprised no one on the video claimed Thin Lizzy. We had 10 last night, and we're back down to 2 again. Probably one of our best-selling new albums that constantly keeps coming back in. Thin Lizzy's $34.99. And Muddy Waters, Fathers and Sons. Muddy Waters is $34.99. That is a music on vinyl, or excuse me, a Vinyl Me Please exclusive. This is sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. That is sold to you. Appreciate that. And we have one copy of Willie Nelson and Family left, and this is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason. That's sold to you. That was my last copy of that one. And here is Metallica. It's a live unofficial. This is In the City of Brotherly Love, 2 LP red vinyl, live Metallica here, $39.99. It's a concert. They're doing all covers, and that's $39.99 Metallica. Let me make sure there wasn't a claim for that. I feel like there was. Nope. Yes, there was. Jerry Ferguson. Thank you, Jerry Ferguson. Now we have one copy left. That's sold to Jerry Ferguson. And then Tesla. I think these Teslas did sell. I was shocked they didn't last night. And Tesla is $39.99. Tesla is $39.99. And this is called 5-Man London Jam. This is sold to Tim Holloway. Thank you, Tim Holloway. That's sold to you. And I think one more did sell too. I think possibly one more did sell as well. And it was... No. Yes, David Eberly. Thank you, David Eberly. So he got the Tesla, and now the Cat Stevens box is sold to Aaron Below. So thank you, Aaron Below. And here's the deal. I can also get Mona Bone Jacone for the same price, and I also can get a Teaser and the Fire Cat, but it's a little bit more expensive. But I think it comes with a lot more, and I think it's just a better selling album too, even though I think T for the Tillerman is just as good as an album. It's got so many great songs on it. Where Do the Children Pray, Hard-Headed Woman, Wild World's on here, Ooh Baby It's a Wild World, Sad Lisa, and then Father and Son, On the Road to Find Out. Those are great Cat Stevens songs. But I think Teaser and the Fire Cat does sell for a little bit more, even at a discount. So if anybody wants on the waiting list for that box I just sold or the others, let me know. And that just really filled up our next crate. So let me swap out crates right quick, because we're also about to sell this Mickey Newberry lot. And here's a new empty crate. Okay, so thank you, Aaron. Wow, nobody bid on Jumpin' Jack Flash, a VG Plus copy. $5 buy it now on the Stones, Jumpin' Jack Flash. You can pick that up for a $5 buy it now. And we only had one bid on Clapton, but I think it's going to a heavy Clapton fan, Jeremy Merck, M-E-R-C-K, a recent buyer, a recent new customer, and he gets this for $35. Now, the lot of 13 Mickey Newberry albums, all from Fred Goodwin's collection, that has a high bid of $40. And we are about to sell those to Jeff Church. We got 4 full crates of Fred Goodwin bundles tonight, and I'm not sleeping until they're all sold. So I hope everybody's ready. Plus everything else we have to sell tonight. So there's going to be a lot of sold records tonight. Next is Jason Thomas on the Stones. This is sold to Jason Thomas for $5. David Tate was second. And Freddie, we have 4 different Rage Against the Machine albums. 3 are in stock, and give me 1 second and I'll show you those. Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. That is $33.99. Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. And we do have 1 copy of The Offspring's Greatest Hits left, because this one sold to Cameron Lingefelt. Thank you, Cameron Lingefelt. Now there's 1 copy left of The Offspring's Greatest Hits. I still got the Dune soundtrack. It's $33.99. How about we grab another Japanese pressing? And the next Japanese pressing is going to be a Beatles. Now this one's interesting, and because I don't recall this obi here. What an interesting obi. It's a UK flag, not a flag series, just a UK flag, and it's kind of gold right here. I don't recall seeing that one too much, but I just know this. 2 things. It's a beautiful compilation. The condition of the vinyl is nice, of course, near mint minus, perfect. And I think what this is maybe like an early 80s pressing. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing here. It's absolutely beautiful. It's 6266. The first track is Love Me Do. Every time I've listened to one of these that are near mint, it is so quiet. And then when Love Me Do kicks in, it's like so crisp. I mean, any version I've ever listened to those Red albums, pretty good. All right, and then we go ahead and sell Mickey Newberry. So 13 Mickey Newberries sold to Jeff Church for $40. Thank you, Jeff. Those are sold to you. Is the Poison a reissue, new grade color. Poison is new and sealed, $33.99. It's either on black or red vinyl. Most of these are on red, but I think it's black or red. I don't really know. Ziggy Chaos gets an Offspring. The Offspring's going over the big pond to the UK. Thank you, Ziggy Chaos. And we have Tom Petty. Into the Gray Wide Open, $36.99. This is sold to Tim Holloway. That completes his comments. Thank you, Tim Holloway. And I have one Tom Petty left for $36.99. And I have two Black Sabbath 13s. I think one of them are sold, so I think I'm going to have one left. Levi Hilton gets a Black Sabbath 13. Thank you, Levi Hilton. Suzanne Drews gets a Poison. There's one Poison left. The Beatles has a bid for $35. Let's do another bundle. Let's do another bundle. How about the king of country here, George Jones? Wow. Some of these I think are pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 George Jones albums. I mean, I was going to split them up, but man, let's just do it. Let's just do them all together. 20 George Jones albums. This may be the best bundle of the crate so far. They're all really nice, and some of these look like they're promos from Fred Goodwin's collection. This is George Jones Country Singer. Let me give you an idea. I mean, this has been stored in a polyline bag. The vinyl's beautiful, orange RCA original. I mean, nice covers. They're Fred Goodwin's collection. I think y'all know what to expect here. So 20 George Jones albums from the best of my count. Let's do these. Let's do these for an $85 start. And I have a feeling they're going to bring well over 100 or more. 20 different George Jones albums, $85 start. We got Country Singer, Poor Man's Riches, both with promo stamps. This one is called George Jones Super Pack, which is a compilation. The Best of George Jones, George and Tammy, Golden Ring. The Great George Jones on Mercury, and it's sealed. It's never been opened. All-Time Greatest Hits Volume 1, a white label promo. Shine On, Jones Country, George Jones Encore, George and Melba Close Together, George Jones Sings Country Hits, If My Heart Had Windows, George and Tammy, Nothing Ever Hurt Me, The Very Best of George Jones, George Jones from the Heart, that's on Mercury, George Jones and Gene Pitney, George Jones and George Jones. And those are, let's count them one more time, $85 start. Let's count one more time. Now, Craig, I expect track listings for all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yep, there's 20 nice George Jones albums there. $85 start, okay? Let's go back up the top. First thing was Ziggy got The Offspring. Susan got Poison. Beatles 35. Jeff Dedman got Black Sabbath 13. Colleen Cook got a Tom Petty. Beatles 37. Beatles 38. George Jones 85. And we have Muddy Waters and the Rolling Stones. That's a red and white vinyl. $44.99. Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. Alanis Morissette is $33.99. Jagged Little Pill. And then Beastie Boys, Kawasaki, 1992. This is sold. Beastie Boys is $29.99. Kawasaki, and let's figure out who gets this right here. This gets to Jeff Helton. Thank you, Jeff Helton. Beastie Boys Live is sold to you. And we have Rage Against the Machine. Rage Against the Machine is sold to Cameron Lingefelt. So he got Godzilla, All the Rage, and then Offspring. That completes Cameron. So there's one Rage that's available. And then both of these Guns N' Roses are sold. This is called Ultra Rare Tracks, Rarities, Obscurities, and Oddities. The first person was Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny. That's sold to you. And then over here, this other GNR is sold to Ken Crooker. Now, we do have some waiting lists to do, okay? First thing is the George Jones albums are at $85. The Beatles is at $40. And I think I have another Stone single to put up for a $5 start. Let's see what I've got over here with the good old Rolling Stones. This is another picture disc here. What is this here? The Rolling Stones Some Boys. It's a bootleg from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, Some Boys. Save Me, an outtake from Exile on Main Street. Don't Look Back, live in Myrtle Beach. And I don't know what's on the other side. But that's a Stones bootleg unofficial picture disc, a $5 start. Wow, we almost sold everything in that crate. So let me figure out what I got left. So on the waiting list from the video is R.J. Myers for Ghost Pope Star. R.J. Myers for Ghost Pope Star. Okay. And that there were some other people on the Ghost waiting list as well. And then Jerry Ferguson. Jerry Ferguson, you're going to go on a waiting list for the Guns N' Roses rarities and Beastie Boys, because those just sold. Jerry Ferguson wait list for Guns N' Roses and Beastie Boys, because the Beastie Boys earlier was claimed already, and that was Jeff Helton. All right, so there was only 3 waiting lists from the videos. Everybody else got what they wanted. And the only thing left in here is Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire, Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill, $33.99 each. Muddy Waters, Rolling Stones, $44. The Dune soundtrack and Poison are $33.99 each. Metallica Live, red vinyl, $39.99. Muddy Waters, Fathers and Sons, and Thin Lizzy Jailbreak, Vinyl Me Please exclusives, $34.99. The last bit on the Beatles was Melanie Jennings at 40. Karen Robbins is out. Karen hadn't said out yet. Melanie Jennings has it for 40. The 20 George Jones albums was at 85, now 90. Rolling Stones 5. Rolling Stones 5. Did you have a wait list for the GNR? We had 2 last night. They got claimed in the video. So, Rick, if you want on a waiting list, yeah, I can put you on it for next week, no problem. They'll be in on Tuesday or Wednesday. Rolling Stones 5, another $5 bid, another $5 bid. George Jones 95, George Jones 95, George Jones 100. Rolling Stones 6, George Jones 110, George Jones 115. Beatles has a new bid for 45, and Tim Colino wants Muddy Waters, Fathers and Sons, Vinyl Me Please. All right, and it's that time of night to do our first discount bin of pre-owned vintage, and it is Saturday, so on Saturdays, we typically don't have any new deliveries from UPS or FedEx. Typically UPS, so that means we don't get any like new vinyl. But what I'm going to do is go through some stuff probably you hadn't seen this week, and I'm also going to show everything that's on sale. We still got about a whole crate left over of on sale new vinyl, and I'm going to add to it because I hadn't purged the stuff on the racks, the stuff on the what I call the racks here in the store. I hadn't pulled that stuff off. I'm going to go do that here in a minute, and we're going to have on sale new vinyl. But first, we're going to have on sale vintage, then new, and then we got all this new stuff. So last night, when I ended the show, there was 4 crates of new arrivals that I hadn't even gone through from John. 3 of them from Fred Goodwin. He's already delivered 4 more, and I'm pretty sure Paul and Laura are working on other stuff right now. Unbelievable. So Guns N' Roses, this is a Rick Hall on a waiting list along with Jerry Ferguson, and that's called Ultra Rare Tracks. All right, that was a great deal there, and that's all of the new vinyl left from this week right there. I'm actually going to move, or from that crate, and I have the new Sleep Token. I have 2 Sleep Tokens left for $38.99. And speaking of Metallica bootlegs, I'm surprised this is still lingering. Damage, live in Japan, 1986. And of course, we have that big waiting list for that other Injustice bootleg as well. All right, are these March? Yeah, I think there's actually some stuff in this crate that's going to be on sale. There is. Yeah, we're going to be pulling stuff from March. We're going to be pulling stuff from March that's on sale tonight. Okay? But we essentially just condensed 3 crates of new vinyl into 1. So we just sold quite a bit there. Let's do some either half off or buy it now best offer. Something here. Let me see what's in this crate. I see a box set here. Might be a great crate to do best offer. What is this box? Or I'll just see what this box set is. We'll just pull that out. Well, I'll leave it in there if I'm going to make the crate best offer. Yeah, let's make the crate best offer. I'll just put that box set back in there. It's not that expensive of a box set. And maybe somebody make an offer and we can sell it. So this crate is going to be discount. That is buy it now best offer here. Buy it now best offer. Here we go. Let's do this. Let me take a drink of purple juice right quick. Here we go. Already got 213 people on. All right, so let me figure out where I left off. I said these are 20 different nice George Jones albums, all from Fred's collection. 110, 115. Tim Colino got Muddy Waters. Christopher Dean bid 45 on the Beatles. Rick Hall went on the waiting list for Guns N' Roses. George Jones, 120. Rolling Stone, 7. The Beatles is near mint minus and pristine. Christopher, you have it for 45. George Jones, 125. Chuck Haley bid 90, but Tim's already at 125. Rolling Stones, 8. Melanie Jennings is out on the Stones. Rolling Stones, 10. George Jones, 130. George Jones, 111. Do you have sleeves that fit the new sleep token? Yes, that is the packs of sleeves we sell. Packs of 100. They're 3 mil, but they're loose. $29.99. Rolling Stones, 12. Rolling Stones, 13. The Justice bootleg. Give me 1 second, I'll show it. Stones, 14, 15, 16. All right, so the Beatles is a final call to Christopher Dean for 45. George Jones is at 130 with Jeff Church. It's up to Tim Colino if he wants back in. 20 different albums here. 20 different albums. This crate is buy it now or best offer. Very easy. You can go ahead and buy them or you can make offers. Either way, it's okay with me. Fat Mattress is VG Plus, $12.99. That's a yellow Atco label original. Robert Gordon with Link Ray, Fresh Fish Special, EX $14.99. And the Amazing Rhythm Aces, Burning the Ballroom Down. This is EX edition, $12.99. And Sonny Interviews, as in Sonny Bono from Sonny and Cher, his solo album, VG Plus $14.99, and Camel Breathless. Camel is VG Plus $9.99. The Stones bootleg picture disc is at $18. Final call on the George Jones lot for $130 is the Beatles of 1993. I honestly don't know. 4988006679658. It certainly looks like it. I mean, it's really nice. It's a TOJP 741515. And I'm actually about to sell it to you. You have the high bid. First thing in here is RG for $10. And that's Robert Gordon. That's sold to Fred Cardinale. Also, we have Hank Williams Jr., Rowdy. That's EX, $9.99. Looks like a great bin of check condition stuff. Now their best offer. The Band, music from Big Pink, a 69 US Winchester repress. EX on the vinyl, which isn't that bad at all. Excuse me. $32.99. How many George Jones are there? There's 20 different vintage and original George Jones albums in there. 20 vintage and original George Jones albums that's in there. David Tate on Hank Williams Jr. That's so to David Tate. Thank you, David Tate. We also have Deep Purple. This looks like their self-titled album. It's on purple vinyl. It's a 2006 reissue. Deep Purple on purple vinyl is $39.99. Michael Peevler said JR. He said JR. What just happened? JWJR. JWJR. He might have meant HW. That's already sold. And we have Ed Wynn, Shimmer into Nature. That's a space rock album, $19.99. And Bloomfield, Hammond, and Dr. John, Triumvirate. That is $19.99. All right, now, the reason I hadn't dropped the hammer on George Jones is because 2 more people have asked about them. But they are about to sell for $130 to Jeff Church. And then Christopher Dean, you do get the Beatles for $45. Seems like a great price on that, especially for such a top copy. Thank you. Sometimes those 90s Beatles like that, or sometimes, you know, demanding more money, those particular pressings possibly than the OG. And then Tim Colino says he's done on the George Jones. Okay, that was one of the last people I was waiting for. Let me introduce a new Japanese auction over here. They're still bidding on that Stones bootleg unofficial picture disc. Next thing I have over here is an Obi-less rat. Now, sometimes we have rats with obies. Sometimes we have rats with no obies. This is a Nobi rat, which is still very nice. This is a near mint minus. Oh, yeah. And pristine. Japanese pressing. OG of Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. With the insert book, Lay It Down. Nice. $35 start on that. This George Jones lot is sold. And 20 George Jones albums are all sold. Very nice. And those are sold to Jeff Church for $130. We sold George Jones's first album last night for what? $240 or something like that. The Rolling Stones picture disc is at $23. Rat's a $35 start. This is Bo Burnham's Inside Comedy Special, a 2002 U.S. reissue, 46 songs from Bo Burnham's Inside Comedy Special, over 3 LPs, $44.99. And this is Bill Bruford, the legendary drummer, Earthworks. Bill Bruford is $19.99. And Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love, a 2010 U.S. reissue, $24.99 on Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love. Let's do another Fred Goodwin bundle. We've almost emptied a whole crate. I don't think we'll have any problem emptying out 3. We did one Nat King Cole lot already. Let's do another Nat King Cole. This is Nat King Cole. This is another lot of his. We split up the other ones. Nat King Cole sings My Fair Lady. That's a UK edition. Nat King Cole Love. Nat King Cole, A Blossom Fell. Nat King Cole Encore. That appears to be UK as well. Walking My Baby Back Home. The Unforgettable Nat King Cole. That appears to be UK as well. And Nat King Cole sings Golden Hits. So that's a total of 2, 4, 6, 7 Nat King Cole albums. A $15 start. $15 start on that. The last bid on the Stones picture disc, Robert went out after Guy bid 23. Rat was a $35 start. Classy bid 35. David bid 35. Mark bid 35. Mark bid 36. Price on Fat Mattress for Tommy Call. VG Plus condition, $12.99. VG Plus $12.99. Rat 40. What kind of shape is Jimmy in? Jimmy has no condition notes. So he's a 2010 US reissue. And the vinyl is EX++ near mint minus. It's nice. Ziggy Chaos gets deep purple on purple vinyl. Thank you, Ziggy Chaos. That is so to you. Appreciate that. Let's sell that to Ziggy Chaos. Al Stewart, it's the Year of the Cat. There is some writing on the cover with Al Stewart. He's EX condition, $9.99. And Jim Croce, there is some writing on the cover. It's his greatest hits. Bad, Bad, Leroy Brown, EX edition, $14.99. And Bird, the original motion picture soundtrack. Bird is VG $19.99. Jimi Hendrix, Rick, I will do that for $20. I'll do that for $20. Deep Purple condition. Deep Purple's already sold. Let's sell the Rolling Stones picture disc of The Guy Shard. No else body bid on that. That's sold to Guy for $23. Thank you. And for those that's relatively new, Dale's Pittsburgh collection was a force to be reckoning with. Some of y'all that's probably relatively new, you maybe heard me mention it. If you maybe search our page at some point, Dale Pittsburgh collection, you'll see dozens, if not hundreds of posts. We went up to Pittsburgh now a couple years ago and probably bought the single greatest record collection we've ever acquired. This guy's, I don't even know how to start. I could talk about it for a half hour. We still got hundreds of autographs. We still got thousands of singles. I forget how many are over here between the Beatles, the Grateful Dead, Stones, and Bruce Springsteen. What else do we still have for him? We've still got bootlegs, Bruce Springsteen bootlegs. I think I'm looking at 4 crates full of them right now. We still got miscellaneous items. It is probably the single greatest collection we ever acquired, mostly because of what he collected. And this guy worked security for over 50 years, backstage, VIP, and he had most of his albums autographed, which is just incredible. So you can imagine 10, 15,000 albums, and a big chunk of them were all autographed, which is just insane. Already great albums, but then they were autographed. And he also specialized in bootlegs. He had thousands of bootlegs, hundreds of ones we'd never even seen before. Just one of the best collections ever. So if you ever hear me say that, that's who we're talking about. He's still alive. He's up in Pittsburgh, and he owned probably one of the greatest collections we've ever acquired. So you'll hear me talk about people's collections. You'll hear me talk about Dale a bunch. I got a box set of his tonight that I found I forgot we had. Tommy Call offered 8 on Fat Mattress. Thank you, Tommy. That's so to you. Jim Croce got an offer with Robin for 15. Let's sell that. And then where's Rat at? Dennis Daly, you're second on Jim Croce. Jeff Coppernall on Amazing Rhythm Aces for $8. Jeff Coppernall, you're going to get that for $8. We have a question, Metallica. Do we have Metallica? Yes. Nat King Cole, 22. Rat price. Rat, and then Nat King Cole, 25, 26. The last bid on Rat that came in, is Classy Lonnie Metal at $40. Classy Lonnie Metal has this for $40. Now, we had an offer on Jimmy. Did he want this? I had it marked for 25. He offered 15. I told Rick Hall 20. That's still available. Brian Adams, Reckless, has some writing on the cover. It's $14.99. Some of these we've already kind of marked a little cheaper than we normally would because there's writing. So now they're going to be even cheaper if you make an offer. By the way, I just saw where somebody posted the summer of 69. We're closer to the summer of 2069 than we were to the summer of 69. Think about that. $14.99. And then Nazareth, Raz Anama Naz. Raz Nazareth is $14.99. And then Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century. There is some writing on the cover. It is $12.99. And we have Asia Astra. There is some writing on the cover. This guy's collection here, Connery, beautiful vinyl. Just unfortunate he wrote his name on the jackets. But y'all will see when you get these, and people that have already got them, his vinyl is spectacular. Nat King Cole Lot 29, Nat King Cole Lot 30, Rat 41, Rat 45, Jeffrey DeLong first on Brian Adams for 10, then Lonnie Jolly, then Dennis Daly, then David Cordell. Jeffrey was first though at $10. Kinda Kinks. This is a Kinks 50th anniversary, 2015 US. That's $19.99. And we have a Robert Palmer Riptide. Robert Palmer does have a name written on the cover. That is $14.99. $14.99. Brian Adams 10, Brian Adams 10, Brian Adams 10, Brian Adams 10. Joe Delgado on Steve Miller for 10. That is sold to Joe Delgado. Steve Lakey, I'm going to sell you Nazareth for 10. And then Asia, Dennis Daly, Asia is $14.99. There is some writing on the cover. I must have not said the price because Michael Peveler also asked. Let's go ahead and put up another single. And I have over here, let's see what we have here. We have the Rolling Stones, Emotional Rescue and Down in the Hole from Dale's collection. Nice vinyl in that Stones custom sleeve. That's a $5 start on that. $5 start on that. Nazareth, I've already sold it. And then what about Rat and what about Nat King Cole? I have not heard back from Karen on Nat King Cole. She can bid or she can say out. Donna has it for 31. Rat's at 45. David Tate's out. And next is Alan Parsons Project. There is some writing on the cover. Vulture Culture. It's $12.99. Little Richard's Greatest Recordings. There is some writing on the cover. $19.99. And America's Greatest Hits. There is some writing on the cover. $14.99. Over here, we have what and when and who and where. Give me 1 second. I'm going to figure out what's going on here. First thing we have is this and this and this. 1 second. Okay. So Dennis passed on Asia. Lonnie Jolly on RS for $5. That's the Rolling Stones. Now 8. Michael Peveler was next on Asia, and he said 10. That's sold to Michael Peveler. Rolling Stones 10. Michael snared on Little Richard for 14. That's sold. And Rolling Stones 15. So unfortunately, I lost Karen on the Nat King Cole. She never did bid or say out, so those are sold to Donna for $30. And now Rat is sold for $45 to Classy Lonnie Metal. Classy Lonnie Metal, that is sold to you for $45. He went out and there was no other bids. Classy Lonnie Metal, $45. Where do I go to place a bid? As easy as you just asked, where do I go to place a bid? The exact same place where you asked that. The chat. That's how you bid. Everybody's commenting live on the video, both on Facebook and YouTube. Both on Facebook and YouTube. Just saying. Wherever you ask that, that's where you bid or ask questions or claim records. That is sold to Classy Lonnie Metal. Robin Glenn gets America for $10. And Debbie put RS for $10. Now, I'm assuming that's a bid on the Rolling Stones, but Chris Gardner already has it for $15. Chris already has that for $15. All right, let's see what the last couple bundle was over here in the Fred Goodwin. We got Classic Country here and more country. And here's the first one, Leroy Van Dyke. This is moving with Leroy Van Dyke. Also, we have the greatest hits of Leroy Van Dyke. We have Lonesome Is Leroy Van Dyke, Leroy Van Dyke's greatest hits, and Leroy Van Dyke Heading West. There's 5 Leroy Van Dyke albums there, a $10 start. $10 start. Also, we have Jeff Mallwitz on AP for $8. Alan Parsons, that is sold to Jeff Mallwitz for $8. And we have Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Nothing wrong with this one. Very nice. There is a little bit of a tear there on the cover, but very nice. $24.99. $24.99 on Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Aretha Franklin, take a look. Aretha's in shrink wrap. That's one we don't see as often, $34.99. The Rolling Stones is sold for $15 to Chris Gardner. That is done. The Seattle was called Market Square. We had it the other night. I think it's called Market Square. Market Square. It's a volume 1 and volume 2. There's a waiting list for. They're $44.99 each for each volume. Next is Phil Collins, No Jacket Required for $19.99. And Carpenters, Close to You. The Carpenters is $9.99. We're going through a great, I think we're done with the Connery stuff that has writing on it. There's only actually one left that didn't sell that has writing on it, Robert Palmer. And then now we're into some nicer high-grade stuff. Leroy Van Dyke, those 5 albums are a $10 start. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. We have not pulled one record yet from the kind of featured and advertised auctions tonight. Those that get started here in probably less than, maybe about 45 minutes or maybe even less than that. Here's another, though, no reason to when we got all these incredible Japanese pressings here. This is the band Last Waltz, triple LP Japanese pressing. 3 LP. All the discs are beautiful. It comes with this really cool Japanese book. Very cool pictures, information. That isn't in every, that's not in all of them that I get. It also has this actual book that came with like the U.S. pressings. That's the same book that came with the U.S. pressings there. Clapton, Muddy Waters, Neil Young, Van Morrison, The Band. Don't forget about Neil Diamond, Ringo Starr, the Staple Singers, Emmylou Harris, Joni Mitchell. What an incredible show. Bob Dylan, Ron Wood, Paul Butterfield. It also has the Japanese informational insert. It has all 3 original inner sleeves. This is a nice copy. About the only flaw is there's a tear in the obi right there. A $45 start. That is an OG, original Japanese pressing. Probably out of all the versions I know of, probably about the best you can get. That is probably the top of the line there. There are US, there are new pressings, but that is pretty dang cool right there. $45 start on that. Next is Delaney and Bonnie and Friends Motel Shot, $24.99. This is a white label promo. Delaney and Bonnie is a white label promo, $24.99 on that. We're doing a buy it now best offer bin. Next is JJ Cale, Oki. JJ Cale is $34.99. And Tom Jones, Praise and Blame. Tom Jones from 2010. That one's pretty scarce. $49.99. Leroy Van Dyke is a buy it now for $10. Those 5 albums, if anybody wants them. $10 on Leroy Van Dyke. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, which is their greatest hits. It's a gatefold. That's the original version with the textured cover. $29.99 on The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. And Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order. Lindsey Buckingham is $19.99. Law and Order. All right, and let's go ahead and pull another lot then. Let's go over here to Joni James, who's another Fred bundle we have over here. Joni James. Looks like we got several. Let's see here. All right, so we got a total of 2, 4, 6, 8 albums by Joni James. Some of these look pretty early. This is, yeah, let's say that yellow MGM there. That's like mid-50s for those. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 albums by Joni James. And we're going to put those up for a $15 start. Joni James. Very cool. That's up for bid. $15 start. Also, Robin Trower, Take What You Need. Robin Trower is $19.99. So the last waltz has bids for $45. And now $50 with Aaron Below. Going once, going twice. Natasha Pickett on The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. That's sold to Natasha for $25. That's sold to Natasha for $25. Give me 1 second over here. And then we have Blues Project. Blues Project is $14.99. Blues Project and Fleetwood Mac Heroes are hard to find. $24.99. This is a buy it now best offer bin. And the Golden Groups. This is a compilation. Jayhawks, Hornets, Arrows, Cubans, $19.99. And that is everything in this crate is buy it now best offer. Just saying. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Next single is going to go up, and it is the Rolling Stones, Little TNA, and Waiting on a Friend. Here is another one here. Here is another one here in the original Stone sleeve. That is a $5 start. There is the Golden Groups. We're about to sell the last waltz to Aaron Below for $50. Joni James, Mark Rendon is a $15 start. We have Brian Ferry, In Your Mind. Brian Ferry is $24.99. Current price on the band. Aaron Below has it for $50. It has the book, the U.S. book, the Japanese insert, all 3 original under sleeves, the Obi, and everything's near mint minus and pristine. James Brown, Cold Sweat. James Brown is $39.99. Cold Sweat, Mark Rendon, the Joni James are a $15 start. James Brown's on this Red King label. Very nice. It is $39.99. And Mark Rendon says Stone start. The starting bid is $5. And then also make sure you put Joni 15 and make sure you put Stones 5, okay? That way I know you're actually bidding and you're not asking a question, and everybody else knows where you're at as well. Aaron Below, Fred bid $52 on the band. Stevie Wonder, fulfilling his first finale, is a 2017 pressing. It's $34.99. And we have Little River Band, first under the wire. Little River Band is $9.99. And Uriah Heep, Wonder World. Uriah Heep is $14.99. And every great Motown hit of Marvin Gaye. This is a great compilation. $29.99, Marvin Gaye. All right, so now the Joni James albums have a bid for $15 with Mark Rendon. The Rolling Stones is now at $11. The band is now at $55. That's all of a sudden got lots of new bidders. One second. All right. First thing, Van Morrison, A Sense of Wonder. Van Morrison's $27.99. Does have some cover damage back here. This is a buy it now best offer band. A buy it now best offer bin, not band. Classy Lonnie Metal, Uriah Heep, $11. You got it. The band's now at $57. And I Tina Turner, Ooh Poo Padu. I Tina is $19.99. And Christine McVie, $26.99. The band is at $57 with Fred Cardinale. The Rolling Stone single is about to be sold to Chris Gardner for $11. He bid $11 first. Debbie just bid $12. And the band has a new bid for $60 with Jerry Ferguson. Santana Inner Secrets is $19.99. And Deep Purple, Burn. Deep Purple is $29.99. Burn, Deep Purple. Warner Brothers Records, very nice, $29.99 on that. And Top Percussion, Tito Puente, that is $9.99. Okay. And first thing I'll do is Rolling Stones 13. Lonnie Jolly, I'm going to sell you the Carpenters for $7. That was a few back, but I still have it, right? It's right here. Carpenters sold to Lonnie Jolly for $7. Now the Stones at $15. Now the band's at $62. I'm going to swap out crates because the Joni James auction's done. No more bids on it. I just don't have room in my crate, and it's already pretty full. So let me swap out crates. These bundles are going to greatly expedite filling up crates tonight. Goodness, we've already filled up 2 crates. And the next one here has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 potential bundles. Goodness, We're going to be selling a lot of Fred Goodwin stuff tonight. Complete discographies from some people. So the Joni James lot is sold to Mark Rendon for $15. Sorry, that was me sneezing, not chopping a piece of wood in half. We have the band now at $70. The next comment was Tito for $7, Tito for $6, and Tito for $5. So it looks like the first offer won $7, and that first offer was Gabe Baez, then Mark Rendon, the band 70, band out, and the Rolling Stones is Little TNA, and Waiting on a Friend. It's probably the A side there from Tattoo You, Waiting on a Friend. And the last bid that came in on that was Mark Rendon at $15. And then we have James Gang Miami for $39.99. And we have Charlie Daniels Band Saddle Tramp for $24.99. Charlie Daniels Band, $24.99. Okay? Now, the Rolling Stones is at $16 of Chris Gardner. Next auction, that's Japanese. Let's do another bundle. The only one that hadn't sold tonight is Leroy Van Dyke, a lot of 5 for $10. If anybody maybe wants to see those, let me know. Let's see what's next here. I think I see Petula Clark. Let's do Petula. I've never seen this one on top. Very psychedelic. I've never seen this one here on top. So we got Petula Clark. There's a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 Petula Clark albums, a $20 start. We got Petula Clark Sings for Everybody, I Couldn't Live Without Your Love, These Are My Songs, Petula Clark Now, Downtown, as featured in Seinfeld, the Petula Clark album, Color My World, Who Am I, Petula Clark Self-Titled, Petula Clark Color My World UK, and Petula Clark My Love. So 10 Petula Clark albums featuring Downtown. That is a $20 start. Let's take a look at Downtown. Let's take a look at it. It's in the original company sleeve. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful mono gold Warner Brothers label. Most of Fred's stuff is going to be really nice. So 10 Petula Clark albums are up for bid for a $20 start. All right, the Stones is now at $18. I think we're done on the band. The last bid was Jerry Ferguson at $70. We're about to sell it. This was a great buy it now best offer bin. If anybody else wants anything in here, now's your time to make an offer. I'm just going to read the titles. There's way too much to go through it again because we have lots of other stuff to go through. First thing, if you need a price, let me know. We had Sonny Bono, Campbell, the band, Ed Wynn, a space rock album, Bloomfield Hammond Dr. John. This was Bo Burnham's Inside Comedy Special 3 LP box. All international shipping is done at cost. Yeah. Anybody watching internationally, we ship to you at cost. We have Petula Clark at $20. The Rolling Stones at $17. We have Bill Bruford's Earthworks, Al Stewart, Year of the Cat, Charlie Bird, the Bird soundtrack, music by about Charlie Parker, Jimi Hendrix. Also, we have The Kinks, Kinda Kinks, Robert Palmer, Riptide, Heart, Dreamboat Annie, Magic Man, Aretha Franklin, Take a Look, Elton John, Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. We have Delaney and Bonnie, Motel Shot, J.J. Cale, Okie, Tom Jones, Paradise and Blame, Lindsey Buckingham from Fleetwood Mac, and then Robin Trower is 1999. Space Rock, so Tim Floyd, Robin Trower, 19. This is called Ed Wynn, Shimmer into Nature, 1999 on that. So the band is sold to Jerry Ferguson. Let's get that in a sleeve. Thank you, Jerry. That's sold to you for $70. Let me put that in a new sleeve for Jerry Ferguson. The band Last Waltz. And I'm sure lots of questions because probably there's a lot more new people watching when I went through this crate the first time. So that's completely understandable. There's going to be some people like, wait a minute, hold the phone, Chad. How much do you want for that? And I'll let you know. And then you can say, sure thing, I'll gladly take that. Please add it to my invoice. But right now, let me get all this packaged for Jerry Ferguson. And it's got books and inserts and sleeves, a lot of stuff that come with this one. We're going to leave it all outside of the jacket to help protect it during transit. And there it is. All right, that's going in the crate. Now, all right, so Petula Clark, the first bidder was Joe Salamo at 20. Chuck Haley bid 25. We answered Robin Trower. We answered Space Rock. Stewart for 5. Stewart for 5. Let me figure out what that is. Stewart, 5, Al Stewart. I'll do Al Stewart for 7. Let's do that for 7, Jeffrey. 7. Totally up to you. And then Stones out. How much was Bill Bruford? Bill Bruford's Earthworks was right here. Bill Bruford's Earthworks, 1999. Django Bates, Ian Bellamy, and Mick Hutton also playing on there. Next comment is how much was Phil Collins? No jacket required is 1999. No condition notes on it. Fred said he would do Space Rock for 12. Let's go ahead and sell that to Fred for 12. We have Tim Floyd on Robin Trauber for 14. That's sold to Tim Floyd. Bill Bruford for 8. Who was the first person who asked about this? I will do Bill Bruford for $15 here. And then Jeffrey DeLong says he'll take Al Stewart for 7. The last bid on the Rolling Stones is the winning bid, and that was Debbie Winstead for $17. And then the Petula Clark, did Joe Salamo go out? Final call to Chuck Haley on those 10 Petula Clark albums for $25. Final call on that. I am going to go ahead and grab something out of here, and that's going to be this Muddy Water. Oh, no, wait a minute. I got some lower some lower grade stuff here to run for auction. And it is a Muddy Waters record. This is actually a white label promo. It's a 1979 U.S. original white label promo of Muddy Mississippi Waters live. There is a sticker here. Looks like it was maybe at a radio station, WATE. Typically, I see this for radio stations. They would write when they played the record. Maybe this one never did get any airplay. It's VG condition. It's a $15 start. And then Petula Clark has a new bid for 28. Chuck Haley, you're out. Blues Project, Fleetwood Mac, The Golden Groups, Brian Ferry, James Brown, Stevie Wonder, Little River Band, Marvin Gaye compilation, Van Morrison, Ike and Tina, Christine McVie, Santana, Deep Purple, James Gang, and Charlie Daniels. Great titles. Let's grab another. I think I got another Stone single in one of these sleeves. Yeah. I've got, and it has a jukebox strip. Let's make sure it's not juked. No, it's nice. And it's mastered by Robert Ludwig, RL in the Dead Wax, because it's from Tattoo You. He did the mastering for that. Looks like he did the mastering for the singles, too. We got the Rolling Stones Hang Free and Neighbors from Tattoo You in the sleeve with a jukebox. $5 start on that. Muddy Waters has bids for $15.15. Petula Clarks are at $30. That's my second read-through on that. Does anybody else want to make an offer? Does anybody else want to make a counter offer? There was actually one more question. The Birds, the Hitchcock movie. Is that something maybe you heard in here? No birds in here, BIRDS. I'm sure at some point tonight we will have the BYRDS. We always have the BYRDS. They always pop up. BIRDS, that's a little bit different. That could be a little bit different. Okay. Let's see what I got here. Purple Juice, first of all. Purple Juice, Purple Juice. Okay. I think it's time for me to grab an empty crate. Let me go up front and pull March stuff. That'd be a great thing. On sale coming up. Let me walk through the front and pull some March stuff. It'll take me 5 seconds, please. but I think you're going to like this. Plus, there's a crate. I think the crate to the left, the blue one there. So we're going to do either 24 or percentage. And let me pull out the percentage stuff right quick, which is just going to be a handful. And then we'll do the 25% off stuff. Most of this is going to be $24.99. Wow, there's a MoFi. I think we're going to have 2 MoFi records. Because those one in the crate next to me, I think there's another. That's going to be percentage. Yeah, great top. And this is stuff I try to keep up front in the store. You know, that typically a lot of people come in and ask for. But, you know, if it hadn't sold in a couple months, I'm probably going to discount it and then probably reorder it again, you know. So here we go. Sorry for the delay. But from here, let's see. From here back is $24.99. And then I'm going to do 25% off on some stuff, okay? The first thing I have is the Petula Clark albums are sold to Chuck Haley for $30. Chuck, those are sold to you for $30. Thank you. Okay. The Rolling Stones, Carol got a bid for 8 in. And then Muddy Waters, 16. Muddy Waters, 16. Muddy Waters, 17. Muddy Waters, 18. And nobody else bid on the Stones. So, Carol, that's sold to you for $8. Stones is gone. And Muddy Waters is a white label promo, 79 US original. And the last bid on Muddy Waters was Lonnie Jolly at $18. $18 of Lonnie Jolly. Everybody else is out. Our next single is going to go up. It's time for another Japanese. Let's do that right now. The next Japanese pressing is Vandenberg. Let's do that right quick. Vandenberg is called Heading for a Storm. It is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. Vandenberg with insert, cover, and obi, a $35 start on Vandenberg. All right, on sale new vinyl. First thing, if it's not an instant seller, I'll be shocked. Slayer is now $12 off, $24.99. So what we do is I always keep new vinyl no more than 60 days recent. So when something starts getting more than 60 days old, we put it on sale. So our entire new vinyl inventory is all within about 2 months. And then we discount them. And some stuff, like there's a good chance here in the month of May, I'll order this record again and kind of just what I call resurface it, refluff it. And so I'll bring it back, even probably selling it now below cost. But that way we get it sold, and I'll probably order another one because obviously I can tell people definitely want it based on the claims for it. I know it's at a great price, but I'm thinking, well, if people still willing to buy it, probably I should order it again and see what happens. But right now they're on sale, and the first person that gets this is Jerry Ferguson for $24.99. No bid on Vandenberg. Final call to get a bid in. Muddy Waters is at $25 with Donna. And let's put up a Rolling Stone single. We're probably going to start bundling a couple here together. Let me check the grade on these. Oh, man, no, these are nice. This is why he had them marked $30 to $50, which is probably a little high. But these are very nice. Oh, my gosh. For Stone 60 singles here. So these are from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Let's do two. Let's do 2 at a time. This is Street Fighting Man. These are like EX Plus and Mother's Little Helper. They're very nice. 2 Rolling Stone singles. Mother's Little Helper, Street Fighting Man. The flip is Lady Jane and No Expectations. $10 start on those. We have XTC Drums and Wires. XTC Drums and Wires. 200 gram, $24.99. $24.99. XTC Drums and Wires, 200 gram remaster, $24.99. Rotate the stock and turnover is one of the 3 keys to profit. Y'all have hit the nail on the head. It's called cash flow. You got to get rid of stuff. I look around every night in this building. I'm like, how can I sell everything around me tonight? all these backstage passes, these cassettes, these Kiss cards, this Mandalorian statue, these paperback books I'm looking at. How do I get all this stuff sold tonight to everybody watching? It's a challenge. It's a fun challenge. Duran Duran is $24.99. Rio, Hungry Like the Wolf. Duran Duran, that's one of our best sellers. Nirvana, Bleach. I tell you what a lot of this stuff is. It's Hatchet Ed crate stuff. And so Hatchet Ed crate stuff is putbacks and non-payments. And then they get stuck in the back where people's not paying for them. They eventually don't ever pay. And then we go back to they come back out and they got old stickers on them. And probably since they've been stickered, I've probably already bought and sold more of these. But it's just an old sticker. So, same record, just an old sticker. Michael Jackson Bad. We've sold a blue million of those. $24.99. And AC/DC Highway to Hell. $24.99. $24.99. This is all new and sealed here. The last bit on Muddy Waters was Doctor's Ebo. Donna had $25 on Muddy Waters. $25. Rolling Stones 10, Rolling Stones 11. Stephen Riley does want Nirvana for $24.99. And we have Greg Herman on Bad. Greg Herman gets Bad for $24.99. Are you going to have any original print Metallica tonight? No. Those, if we have those, they're sold on Thursday nights. Vandenberg's a no bid, a $35 buy it now. Vandenberg is a buy it now for $35. OG Metallica albums, if we were to have those, would be sold here on a Thursday night. They will be featured auction items, and they will be sold here at auction. Last Thursday night, not this past Thursday, but the night before, the week before, I'm pretty sure we sold an OG Ride the Lightning, first pressing. First Matrix number. Vandenberg is a buy it now for $35. We do get Metallicas. They will be sold here at auction. And just be prepared. It's all out war. It's for whom the bell tolls. It is wild when we have OG Metallicas up for auction. Everybody on earth is looking for them right now. Robin Glenn gets AC/DC for $24.99. The Stones is at $12. Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith, $24.99. Judas Priest is $24.99. And we have Smashing Pumpkins. This is sealed. Gish, just $24.99. What in the world? Okay, weird. I lost a couple people on Muddy Waters, and we're going to have to go ahead and sell that to Donna for $25. Maybe they did say out. Donna, that's yours for $25. Thank you. And we have Kraftwerk Autobahn. Kraftwerk is $24.99. Metallica sold last week for $375. Yes. And that was a beautiful copy. I was at the Metallica concert when we sold Metallica. Yeah. And I know which record that is. I don't know if I would have actually let it go, but I'm sure it's going to a good home. I don't even really have... I think I have a really low-grade copy. I have a really low-grade copy of Master of Puppets. I have a Japanese Ride the Lightning, and I have I think a Japanese Injustice. But those couple of those albums, I don't have U.S. or Japanese pressings of because I'd rather sell them to y'all. Everybody's always wanting them. I mean, we get them, and I'm like, man, I need to keep these. Eventually, I will. I will eventually complete. I've got them all on new remasters, but I actually don't have the complete Metallica discography OG yet. Next couple that come through, I got to keep because every time I'm like, man, that's another beautiful copy gone. Jeffrey DeLong on Duran Duran for $24.99. Classy Lonnie Metal got Judas Priest for $24.99. And Robert Lee Bunch gets Smashing Pumpkins for $24.99. The Rolling Stones are sold for $12 to Brent Ribley. Let's put up all new auctions. Next new auction is going to go up right now. Don't forget, we're doing some Fred Goodwin bundles. We're doing some Fred Goodwin bundles. I like this one here. And this man, between being a producer and an artist, probably worked on no telling how many records. We have Chet Atkins here from the Fred Goodwin collection. 1 Chet Atkins, 2 Chet Atkins, 3 Chet Atkins, 4, 5 Chet Atkins, 7 Chet Atkins, 8 Chet Atkins, more, 9 Chet Atkins, 10 Chet Atkins, 11, and 12 Chet Atkins, and a great one to start with. This is a UK pressing. Chet Atkins Picks on the Beatles. That is 12 Chet Atkins albums from Fred Goodwin's collection, a $20 start. That's Chet Atkins covering the Beatles. $20 start on that. We're going through an on-sale crate of new vinyl. Next is Pearl Jam, just $24.99 for Backspacer. $24.99 for Backspacer. And Motorhead, unbelievable. But look, they've been here since March 3rd because we ordered so many copies. The Ace of Spades, blue and white, half-speed master, colored vinyl, $24.99. The 3LP Bo Burnham box set was $44.99. Chet Atkins has a bid for $20, and Judas Priest, Ram It Down, $24.99. If anybody out there is a recent record collector, if you're new to collecting, all that metal and grunge and 90s stuff is really difficult to come by. Because I can tell sometimes people will ask, I'm looking for the real original Metallica records, or I have my mom will ask me all the time. People's coming here asking, do we have any originals of Alice in Chains or artists like that? And if you're kind of new to collecting, two things you'll learn quickly. Some of that stuff, like 90s stuff, wasn't even really made on vinyl back then. And of course, all the 80s thrash metal and hard rock is probably the toughest to get right now of anything. So a lot of recent collectors find out, oh, that stuff is hundreds and hundreds of dollars now. So it's always good to start with a placeholder. I mean, I'm a record dealer, and I don't even have their complete discography yet, and I'm a fan. I do have all the remasters, but some of that stuff is just very difficult to obtain, especially super high grade. Here is Soft Machine. Soft Machine is a 1974 U.S. Terre Haute original. It's a promo sticker on the front. It is, there is no white label promo of this record, so this is just stock copies. You can get one with promo stickers, but it is a stock copy. 1974, that's a $15 start. $15 start on Soft Machine. Chet Atkins has bids for $20, and then Jerry Ferguson got Pearl Jam for $24.99. Classy Lonnie Metal got a Motorhead for $24.99. Danny got a Motorhead for $24.99. Danny Thomas and Bob Riger got a Judas Priest for $24.99. The Chet Atkins bundle has a new bid for $22. And we have Randall Garwal wants that Bo Burnham box set from the last crate. Let me figure out what I've done with that, and it's yours. What have I done with it? I think I took it over here on this table. I did. Bo Burnham box set is sold. Thank you, and that's gone. $44.99, and this is sold to Randall Garwal. Thank you on that. And Arnold wants Metallica in the City of Brotherly Love. City of Brotherly Love. Arnold Adams. That was from the new vinyl tonight. You're talking about the Metallica Live 2LP unofficial. Now, for our new viewer that asked about Metallica, so as you've probably heard me say, we do have brand new remasters, which most people's, like I've say, tend to settle for those. And I do have some pretty cool unofficials, which are live recordings. And this is sold to Arnold Adams, Metallica City of Brotherly Love. That's on red vinyl, $39.99. That's sticker price for whoever's tagging. Soft Machine has a bid for $15. And then Jerry Ferguson gets the last Molly Hatchet for $25. And Chet Atkins has a bid for $25. Danny wants to put back his Motorhead. So let's actually put a Motorhead back. And now there's one left for $24.99. Also, we have Kraftwerk Autobahn. That's still available. And XTC. We're going through on-sale new vinyl. There's only two more left for $24.99. And we have Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. It's $24.99. And Alison Krauss and Union Station, Paper Airplane. That's $24.99. So that is some aged, what we call aged new vinyl there. But nice stuff. And those are all $24.99. And I have a couple more Rolling Stone singles here to do. Let's see what these look like. Let's do two more, maybe three more London labels. Let's do three more London labels. The first thing we have is Get Off My Cloud. Get Off My Cloud is like VG Plus. Tell Me You're Coming Back, and I Just Want to Make Love to You. That's like EX, and You Can't Always Get What You Want. And Honky Tonk Women. Wow, that's a good one. Probably could sell that one by itself. That one's nice. EX are better. Oh, yeah, it's really nice. So 3 Rolling Stone singles there. $10 start on that. And somebody else was asking about Bo Burnham, and I must have missed that. I apologize, Sunday. You do have dibs if you want it. I must have missed some comments there. That happens, especially when I'm talking and not concentrating. And Dennis Daly, you get Pink Floyd. Great price on that at just $24.99. Jerry was next on Pink Floyd. The Chet Atkins lot is at $27. That bid just came in. Jeff Coppernall, you're out. And Soft Machine just has one bid for $15 of Ryan Mustaine. We're about to sell it to him. Now, before I go into the 25% off stuff, here's what's left for $24.99. Robert Allison Krause is $24.99. I've got XTC Drums and Wires, a 200-gram remaster. Kraftwerk Autobahn, a 50th anniversary picture disc. And then Motorhead, the Ace of Spades. That's a half-speed master on colored vinyl. And Robert, if you don't want Allison Krause, Ron Birds does. All those are the same price. Now we're about to do a percentage discount, and these percentages are as follows. They're 25% off. They're 25% off whatever price I tell you. And this first one is going to be $29.99. It was $39.99, and this is $29.99. This is Van Halen live in Dallas. This is $29.99, 25% off. For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge Tour, I've got 2 Van Halens for $29.99. Daniel Strom gets the Motorhead. That's sold. And then we have the Rolling Stones. Debbie Winston has those for $11. The first bidder was Debbie Winston at $10. Actually, the first bidder was Lonnie Jolly at $10. Then Debbie bid $10. That's why she bid to get it for $11. Daniel Strom got a Motorhead. He got the last copy. Robert Lee Bunch does want the Allison Krause. So Rod Burns, you were second on that. Next is David Cordell got a Van Halen for $29.99. Rolling Stones 13. David Tate got a Van Halen for $29.99. Jeffrey DeLong, Van Halen, Oso, and Dennis Daly. But those are all gone. I don't have any more. So the Chet Atkins just got a new bid recently with Sunday Morning Sessions for $27. And Soft Machine, one and only bid with Ryan Mustaine. And that's sold to Ryan Mustaine for $15, right? Yes, Ryan Mustaine, you get this for $15. That's sold to you. All right, so the Stones is getting new bids. Jeff was bidding on the Chet Atkins. The person who's bidding against you still has the high bid right now. Unfortunately, I only had 2 of those Van Halens. Next is this is also $29.99, which is 25% off. Elvis, from Elvis in Memphis, a music on vinyl pressing, $29.99. From Elvis in Memphis, $29.99 on that. Our next auction is a Wilson Pickett 1973 U.S. promo stamp. This has a promo sticker. I will say, I don't see this Wilson Pickett very often. It's got a large promo stamp. There is no white label promo label. It is EX edition, a $15 start. $15 start. That is Magic Man Wilson Pickett. The Rolling Stones here, Lonnie Jolly has that for $13. Debbie Winston, you're out. And then Jeff Coppernall just bid $28 on the Chet Atkins lot. Here is the Forrest Gump soundtrack. This is $44.99. The 25% off price on Forrest Gump. 25% off on Forrest Gump is $33.74. Wow. 2 LP, the Forrest Gump soundtrack. I've only got one, $33.74. And then same price for the Pretenders MoFi. It's also $33.74. Chet Atkins is now at $30. Wilson Pickett's at $15. I'm waiting for one person on the Stones, which is Debbie Winston, but I'm about to sell it to Lonnie Jolly for $13. Also 25% off, which is $46.99 at 25% off, is REM, which is $35.24. REM is $35.24. That is the 25% off price. Danny put FH, and I'm assuming that's for Forrest Gump. So that is sold to Danny for $33.74. Bill Samus gets the Pretenders for $33.74. There's REM for $35.24. And we have the Misfits. And this is 25% off. The Misfits at 25% off is excuse me, is $29.24. That is the 25% off price. The Record Store Day Essential on purple vinyl. Lost Debbie Winston on the Stone singles. So those sold to Lonnie Jolly for $13. I have not heard back from Jeff Coppernoll on the Chet Atkins. Sunday Morning Sessions has it for $30. We're about to sell it. The REM is sold to Brandon Lack. The on-sale price for REM to Brandon Lack was $35.24. There is the Misfits, also 25% off. And unbelievable, now just $29.99. Can you believe it? I think after all the non-payments and putbacks, we have 4 Firehouse in stock, and now they're just $29.99. Can you believe it? There they are. That was the record of the year. Unbelievable. $29.99. Firehouse, $29.99. We got 4 copies, just $29.99. Wilson Pickett, Donna Turner, you were the only bidder at $15. That's pretty wild. That sold to her, and I lost Jeff Coppernoll on the Chet Atkins. Sunday Morning Sessions have had this now for 4 minutes, and those have sold to him, all of them together for $30. So thank you, Sunday. All the Chet Atkins are sold to you. All right, now let's, we have filled up another crate. Let me move these over here, and let's work on another one. And the next one I have is what? What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Chad needs an empty crate. That's what I'm looking for. Where's my empty crates? Let me walk around here and get one. Let's do this right now. 3 full crates already full tonight. That's pretty incredible. Where is my crates? Here they are. Jake's in here watching the sale. Jake is watching last night's sale. Just wait till you get to all those cassettes. Last night, the last half hour, I was like, all right, let's fire things up. I brought out big boxes of cassettes, and I think we sold, what, about 70-something cassettes last night in about 30 minutes. Pretty amazing. I know all these Firehouses are sold. $29.99. Mark Fallon, Jerry Ferguson, David Tate, and Chris Johnson. Mark Fallon, Jerry Ferguson, David Tate, and Chris Johnson. Danny was next, then Randall Garwal, and then Mandy Ray. Looks like we need all new auctions. Let's do that right now. First with another Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing I have in here to do is Led Zeppelin's Song Remains the Same. This is a Japanese pressing. It's a 2 LP. And, of course, as you would expect with these Japanese pressings, the vinyl is absolutely phenomenal. There's 1 LP, there's 2 LPs, there's the insert, there's the book, here's the gatefold, and this is a $35 start. It does have some of those humidity spots on the front and back, just a $35 start. Jerry says he did not want a Firehouse, he wants Misfits. Oh, your Fits comment got sandwiched between 2 Firehouse. So Jerry Ferguson gets the Misfits. And this on-sale price for the Misfits was $29.24. That means, in fact, Danny Thomason, you do get a Firehouse. Danny Thomason does get a Firehouse for $29.99. And that means, Manny, you're second on the Misfits. So the Firehouses were Mark Fallon, David Tate, Chris Johnson, Danny Thomason. Jerry got the Misfits. Now Manny's second. Okay? And now Led Zeppelin's a $35 start. Next is also just $29.99. Brittany Fox. Unbelievable. That's like as crazy as seeing Firehouse on sale. Brittany Fox is $29.99. And then Dave Matthews, a singles collection. That's crazy to see for $29.99. And let me pause right there. A Metallica concert. Well, we just missed them in Nashville. They're touring the country right now. I would love to go see them again. It's just it would require a lengthy trip, I guess. Okay, so here's our next Fred Goodwin bundle. Our next Fred Goodwin bundle is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice. 10 Loretta Lynn albums from Fred Goodwin's collection. And they're all nice. Let me make sure none of these are signed inside of the gatefold. We end up having like a dozen signed albums from Fred. These are all really nice. I've never seen that before. Alice Chalmers Presents. That's some kind of tractor promotional record. I've never seen that one before. Wow. That could be a pretty good one. I've never seen that one before. The Loretta Lynn Story, Loretta and Conway, Loretta Lynn Home, The Very Best of Loretta and Conway. Also, Conway and Loretta, Honky Tonk Heroes, Conway Feelings. That's an early one there, Songs from My Heart. And Crisco Grease, Loretta Lynn's Country Classics. That's another advertisement record. Looks like she made a little side money and did some advertisements. Loretta, $20 start using her brand. She's the first influencer. She was influencing tractor buyers and Crisco grease purchasers. $20 on Loretta Lynn. That's now up for bid. They did rock Virginia Tech. It literally caused an earthquake. If I didn't even really know about that concert, that would have been on my radar. I would have told everybody, let's pack up and go out there and see that at the college football stadium. That, I'm sure, well, I've seen all the videos. I've watched them over and over. It was pretty wild looking. All right, let's do some more Rolling Stones records. I mean, I've been to a lot of concerts. Metallica's, it's quite the show. Oh my gosh, it will blow you away. We got Let's Spend the Night Together, the Rolling Stones. Let's Spend the Night Together, the Rolling Stones. I Can't Get No Satisfaction, and Dandelion. These are all from Dale's collection, and these are all EX or better. I think those are the A-sides. Dandelion, Satisfaction, Let's Spend the Night Together. The flips are Ruby Tuesday. That's another good one. The Under Assistant, and We Love You. Those are all for a $10 start. $10 start on that. Let's go back up to the top. And the last thing I left off was I showed 3 crazy records here, and Manny Ray was first to Brittany Fox. So Manny, you do get Brittany Fox for $29.99. Stuck, you were second. Danny Thomas in third. Loretta Lynn 20, Loretta Lynn 20, Loretta Lynn 20, Loretta Lynn 20. Duke Norman, yeah, nobody got Elvis. It's a music on vinyl. It's still available for $29.99. 22, 23. Led Zeppelin 36. You've been on Led Zeppelin for 36. Loretta Lynn 28, Loretta Lynn 24. The Rolling Stones 10, Rolling Stones 10, Rolling Stones 10, Rolling Stones 10, and then Rolling Stones 30 and Rolling Stones 11. And there was an earthquake in Tennessee today. That might be from the tectonic movement caused by Metallica, and then all of a sudden those plates shifted again over in East Tennessee. You never know. It could be some kind of repercussions from Metallica. They might be causing tectonic shifts all across the country. Next thing we have at $44.99 at 25% off is $33.74. Sonic Youth. That's the 25% off price. Sonic Youth, Hold That Tiger. Hold That Tiger. That's blue vinyl. That is Sonic Youth Live. And then also $29.99 is Black Sabbath's Tony Iommi. That is called Fused with Glenn Hughes. Awesome stuff there. $29.99 on Tony Iommi. $29.99. All right. So let's go back to the top and figure out what happened. I got 3 heavily competitive auctions going right now. Led Zeppelin Open. It's a Japanese pressing. Beautiful vinyl. Check condition cover just because of the humidity spots, but it has the book and everything's really nice. That is Live 1976. The last bid was $36 with Dennis Daly. Loretta Lynn is getting a bunch of bids, and so are the Stone singles. Down here at the bottom, I'm showing Led Zeppelin another bid for $37. Dustin got the Sonic Youth, and that's sold to him for $33.74. Both Iommis are sold. Iommi is sold to Classy Lonnie Metal and Mike Strauss. Next was Manny Ray, and those are just $29.99. Sonic Youth is already sold, and we have another Tony Iommi. Now, 2 people have asked about Elvis. Nobody has claimed it. If anybody out there is watching new for the first time, $7 in limited shipping, we would love to have you. So the last bid on the Stones, I'm going to have to hunt. I got Mark Fallon on all 3 of them for $15. Mark Fallon, lot of 3 Stone singles, $15. That's the high bid. Loretta Lynn, the last bid on the Loretta Lynn bundle, there should be 10 albums there. $39 of Joe Salamo. $39 of Joe Salamo. That's these Loretta Lynn albums. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 albums at just $39. That's right now $3.90 a piece. All of them being sold together. And then the last bid on Led Zeppelin that has come in was Dr. Zebo at $37. So whoever was bidding on Led Zeppelin, you're out. And then the last 2 records in this on-sale crate is Kiss for just $29.99. The foil cover, Half-Speed Master, numbered, German edition on clear vinyl with the German logo, $29.99 on Kiss, and Aerosmith. Somebody asked about this last night. They never did say they wanted it. Aerosmith is now $35.24. Get a grip. Aerosmith, Get a Grip, $35.24. That's my only copy. That was a great crate. We've almost sold everything in there. I think one more read-through and one more bag, and I might can convince y'all to get everything. First thing, though, Chad's going to take a drink of purple juice. That was delicious, purple juice. Next thing is Manny Ray gets Kiss for $29.99. Corey Ross gets Aerosmith for $35.24. Danny was second. Mark Fallon gets the 3 Rolling Stones records for $15. The Loretta Lynn's did not get another bid. All 10 of these are sold to Joe Salamo for $39. And now Led Zeppelin's at $38 with Dennis Daly. He was one of the first bidders, and he's back in. There's only 4 records left in here. The first one was XTC Drums and Wires, $24.99. 200-gram XTC. We have Kraftwerk Autobahn, a 50th anniversary picture disc. That is $24.99. That's the only two $24.99 records. And then there's only 2 25% off records left, which are $29.99 and $29.99. This is the first ever singles collection, a.k.a. like a greatest hits from Dave Matthews Band. And then from Elvis in Memphis, a classic album, $29.99. Wearing That Loved On Look is a good one. $29.99. In the Ghetto's on there. In the Ghetto, Wearing That Loved On Look. Those are $10 off, $29.29. There's only 2 no bids tonight. Vandenberg, a Japanese pressing for $35. And there's only 1 bundle that hadn't sold. Leroy Van Dyke, a lot of 5 Leroy Van Dykes. And those are $10. Let's get some new auctions going. I think... let's see here. I think there's some March in here. Yeah. Okay, there's some more. Let me move some of these over. Is that March? Yeah, this is mostly because of Hatchet Ed stuff. These really shouldn't be, but yeah, these are non-payments. That's April, and that's March. All right, yeah, I got a few handful. Y'all are probably getting some surprises. Don't worry, I'm going to randomize them so you can't jump ahead. Don't worry, I'm going to randomize these. But yeah, there's some more. This is one of the last crates I hadn't purged. And here we go. Let's add these in here. And I think there's even some stuff we might have just sold out of earlier. And some of these are percentage, and some of them are $24.99. Okay, so no takers on the no bids. There's still bidding again on Zeppelin. He's out. Zeppelin's at $39. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, which is Etta James. Etta is called Etta James. It's essentially self-titled. A 1973 U.S. original. VG condition, just a $10 start on Etta James. $10 start on that. And guess what? We've almost sold all the Dale Rolling Stone singles, and then I'm going to get into some of the hardcore stuff tonight. How many do I have left here? Here we go. Here is Down the Line. I like that song. Chad's about to sneeze. Nope, it went away. All right, so here's Rolling Stones, Down the Line from Dale's collection, 1972, and Happy, the Keith Richards song. And then here's Harlem Shuffle. The sleeve, unfortunately, is pretty frayed. The vinyl's not bad. EX are better. So 2 Stone singles there, $10 start. $10 start on that. All right, so the first record was originally $59.99. The on-sale price is $44.99. Buck Cherry is now $15 off, $44.99. That was $59.99. Buck Cherry Anniversary Limited Edition 1500 2 LP, that is now $44.99. Etta James has bids for $10 and $15. Stones has bids for $10 and $15. And now let's go ahead and sell the Led Zeppelin to Dr. Zebo for $39. Let's get that in a new sleeve. We got great Japanese pressings coming up tonight. We hadn't even hardly pulled any of the featured advertised stuff, except for a few of these that I've started tonight, like Etta James and the Soft Machine. Haven't got into any of the Japanese Kiss stuff yet, or any of the other Japanese stuff. I got a Beatles stereo album box set. I did tell somebody I would sell a little after 8 o'clock. It's probably going to be an air horn, so that's one good reason for us to have an air horn tonight. Buck Cherry, who was first? Buck Cherry was first to Buck Cherry. Rebecca Howard, right? Yeah, Rebecca Howard. Rebecca gets Buck Cherry for $44.99, and then Chris Ridlings, and then Manny Ray. And then next, I'll do this one for $24.99. It was 33. Scorpions, Love at First Sting. The Scorpions is $24.99, and I'll also do this for $24.99. And we recently just got more of these in. Air Moon Safari, that's $24.99. Air Moon Safari, $24.99 on that. And we just had these a moment ago. Here's 3 more. Brittany Fox, $29.99. Brittany Fox. Those have almost been here 2 months. Brittany Fox is $29.99. I can't believe it. An album like that that's been laying around a couple months, and we've shown them and shown them and shown them. French band Air Moon Safari. Yeah, I haven't really got down the name. Probably if it wasn't for, I guess, Paul ordering this, I probably wouldn't even had it in stock, but we've sold a bunch of them. We've sold a bunch of them. Okay, so I left off by saying Etta James was at 15 and then 18. Mark Fallon had those 2 singles for 15. Etta James, 20. Classy Lonnie Metal got the Scorpions for $24.99. Jason gets Air. That's sold to Jason for $24.99. Vince Lano, second on the Scorpions. Chris gets a Brittany Fox for $29. Danny gets a Brittany Fox for $29. And now there's 1 Brittany Fox left for $29.99. So that the Stone singles get a new bid. They hadn't. We're about to sell that, but Etta James did. Now Donna's at 21, and now Lonnie Jolly's at 21. Donna was in first. Let's grab another Japanese pressing. We got a request for a Stones. I will definitely get that on deck. Yes. Let's go back to the Japanese, and let's do an Obi-less Beatles here. That's always popular. This is Speaking Words of Wisdom, Let It Be. And this is a Japanese pressing. Let me check the disc right quick. The Beatles, Let It Be. Should be near McMinus and pristine. Oh, yeah, it is. Let It Be. There's that. There's the insert and the inner sleeve. And there's Let It Be, a $35 start. The Beatles, okay? All right, now no one else bid on the Stones. Those are sold to Mark Fallon, 2 of those for $15. And now Etta James is at 21. Next for $29.99. $29.99 is White Zombie Astro Creep 2000. For some reason, those have been laying around since 1st of March. I feel like I've ordered them since then, too. So White Zombie, just $29.99 for Astro Creep 2000. And on sale cars, MoFi, this is 30... It was $44.99, 25% off, makes this $33.74. $33.74 for MoFi cars. Shake it up. $33.74 on that. Lonnie Jolly has broke the tie. The Beatles is a $35 start. Stephen Riley wants a White Zombie for $29. Classy gets one for $29. Monty Reed, you were third. Donna, you've been outbid on Etta James. And I think, how many Stone singles do I have left here? Here we go. Here's the last handful from this crate. All from Dale Pittsburgh collection. Time is on my side, and Time is on my side. A double-sided promo from Steel Life concert. We have It's All Over Now. That looks like a pretty good one. And Good Times, Bad Times. Another Stone single. That was very clean. EX or better. Mixed Emotions and Fancy Man Blues. That one looks like it's VG plus conservatively. Have You Seen Your Mother's Baby? And Who's Driving My Plane? That is like EX or better. And Heart of Stone. And What a Shame. And Heart of Stone is nice. EX. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Rolling Stone singles there. Let's put those up for a $15 start. 5 Rolling Stone singles from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. $15 start. Etta James, 25. Vince Lano wants the last Brittany Fox for 29. Etta James is at 25. The Beatles has a bid for 35. I'll do this for $29.99, which it was $38.99. Styx Paradise Theater. It's now $29.99. That's about 25% off. I'll do this for $24.99. The last copy after a huge pre-order, we never did officially sell out. We got this last copy we never did sell out of. Alison Krauss Arcadia, $24.99. I skipped Craig's comment about Air. Air. Oh, Craig was claiming Air. Oh, okay. I've got more of those. Let me find the other ones. We will get Craig an Air, and not only will we get Craig an Air, we will ship it to him on Monday at 0 cost. Craig, sorry, I was not ignoring you. I am going to get Craig. I am going to hunt one of those right now. We got more of those. We've got more of those. Where are they? Where are those? We got more of them. I know I do. Where are you, Air? I've got more of them. We can find those, no problem, for Craig. Let's get Craig an Air, and let's everybody thank Craig, unpaid volunteer, all the way out in California, who watches our shows, and he shares all these track listings for us. And yeah, I've got more right here. Let's sell one of these to Craig. Whoever's watching the sale, I'm going to go ahead this time and put it in the crate. But whoever's watching, actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that. Let's go ahead and put it on Ed's desk right now, because that happened one time, and Craig messaged me 2 weeks later, and there was, I think they were pulling stuff that was, he got tagged like it sold to him for $0, and it never did get pulled to ship because it was showing up like it had never been paid. But it's hard to pay for a, for a $0 invoice. Shipped to Craig, Sweden. ASAP. Thanks, Chad. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Just like on Seinfeld. All right. And we have one Air left, and I think Hendry wants it. All right. Thank you, Craig. We try to at least get him a record a week. I mean, probably if we've paid him by the hour, we still owe him about $38,000 in back pay. Don't get any ideas, Craig. We have Hendry getting an Air, and that was my last copy, and that's $24.99. Okay. So now I'm probably got to figure out what I left off. Vince Lano got that last Brittany Fox. Melanie bid 35 on the Beatles. Donna had Etta for 15, and then I introduced the Stones. Jeff Church, though, first on the Cars, and Jeff Church has the Cars, and that on-sale price was $33.74. Thank you, Jeff Church. Stones 15, Stones 15, Stones 17, Stones 20, Stones 20, Stones 22, Stones 22, Stones 25. Danny gets that last Allison Krauss for $24.99. Stones 23, Etta out. Thank you, Craig. And then, Jason got one earlier. Hendry's going to get one. And Rolling Stones is at 25, okay? Speaking of 25, Donna's going to get Etta James for 25, and Melanie Jennings is going to get the Beatles for 35. And now I think I had a request for a Stones record. We can find that right quick and get that up. It is 7:42. Wow, time's flying by tonight. 7:42 already. It is time to get into some of our featured auctions, and I've got tons of Fred Goodwin bundles to still do tonight. Tons of Fred Goodwin bundles to do. All right, let's do that right now. First, here's some stuff in the auction bin. Kiss Japanese, Kiss Japanese, Kiss Japanese, Pink Floyd Japanese, Allman Brothers Japanese, Beatles Japanese, Beatles Japanese, Beatles. What about Grateful Dead, Miles Davis, Johnny Young, a Chicago blues band with Otis Spann, James Cotton, Little Sonny, A Young Man's Gash, I don't know what that is, Blue Cheer, Jersey Devil Hits Again, that looks like a Bruce Springsteen bootleg, Willie Dixon, Led Zeppelin, Leonard Skinner, Steely Dan, Cream, George Harrison, Eric Dolphy, Muddy Waters, Booker T, Tony Joe White, and the last thing, of course, is the Rolling Stones. Wow. Here is a 1965 U.S. original. It does have a promo sticker. The promo sticker has something written on it, too. It looks like, I don't know what it says. It kind of looks like Gordon, maybe. It is in mono. It's in VG, and we're going to put it up for a $15 start. The Rolling Stones is a $15 start. VG, it does have the original London inner sleeve. Jacket's not bad, just a little bit of wear. It is a mono original with promo sticker, $15 start. The Stones are a final call for $25. And we're not done with on-sale records. Next, for $24.99, is Neil Young. It's kind of like Alison Krauss. It was the last copy of a pretty big pre-order. It was an unreleased album. So Neil recorded dozens of albums in the 70s and never released them, which I just find amazing. He had like all kinds of unreleased music during his prime, and he wasn't putting it out. He decided to 50 years later. and here's one of them, Oceanside Countryside. It's on clear vinyl, all analog, $24.99. $24.99. I do have a Stone single up. How about we go ahead and sell these? These singles are sold to Debbie for $25. My bad. And now Carol has the album for $20. And then Danny gets Neil Young for $24.99. And another $24.99 record is music from the X-Files. And before I go any further, let's see what we have over here in the Fred Goodwin bundles. Eh? And this next one looks like is this all Sonny James? Oh, wow. Holy moly, what a bundle this is going to be. Goodness. Is this all Sonny James? This is pretty amazing just to see. These are all Sonny James records from Fred Goodwin's collection. We're going to try to sell in one bundle lot. This weighs 40 pounds. We got 1. These are all by Sonny James. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, that one's sealed, 29, 30, 31, and 32 Sonny James albums. 32 Sonny James albums, $60 start. $60 start for 32 Sonny James albums. Final call on the Rolling Stones to Carol for $20. X-Files is $24.99. This is just the score music. I don't think this is actual. This is just score music. Just score music on that. Also, $10 off is the 13.4 elevators. That's crazy to be saying. On sale 13.4 elevators. Bull of the Woods. That's $24.99. And Alice in Chains is 25% off. Live Unofficial is just $29.99. $29.99. So Sonny James, Fred Goodwin was a discography. He was a discographer. He collected complete discographies if he could. I remember the first time I walked in his house before I broke up any records, the Johnny Cash took up like about this long. It was like 3 of these for Johnny Cash albums. Pretty amazing. There's a whole shelf of Sonny James, $60 start. Alice in Chains sold to Danny for $29.99. So essentially, we've put up about a crate and a half of new vinyl that is eligible for discount, March titles, and here's all that's left, plus the stuff I showed the other night. And perfect timing, Laura just delivered a crate, which will be next. We got a new arrival Laura crate coming up next. So here's what's left. Let's do the $24.99 stuff. The $24.99 stuff is right here, and then the straight percentage is right here. And first, X-Files is sold to Jetstream for $24.99. And then here is the $24.99 stuff. XTC, drums and wires. Kraftwerk, the Autobahn, 13.4 elevators. Can't believe those hadn't got sold. And then for $29.99 are the $40 records, which is Dave Matthews Band, Elvis, and Styx. That's all that's left. Carol, you got the Stones uncontested for $20. Final call to get a bid on Sonny James. 32 records, all nice, Fred Goodwin, all different, $60 to get a bid in on Sonny James. That's going to take up a half of a, it did over here. It took up about a half of a crate on that. All right, and I could have more. I'm not going to spend any more time hunting stuff tonight. I think I have went through all the March stuff. I hope. Yeah. This crate back here has some, but it was metal stuff that I showed on Thursday night for Metal Night. We might discount those the next Metal Night, okay? And John Barry, the Sonny James, $65 star. Make sure you put that in the comments, and I'll say final call to you. And we have 3 more crates of Fred Goodwin bundles like this. We've already done some, like Loretta Lynn, Petula Clark. They're going to be great deals per average, all right? Let's grab our first auction over here from the other stuff. I think I've got Booker T, and he's going to go up for a $10 start. This is Booker T and the MGs. This is a 1967 Terre Haute original. It's Frankenstein. It's a mono disc and a stereo jacket. Mono disc and a stereo jacket. It's in VG condition. We're going to put that up for a $10 start. Final call on the Sonny James records to John Barry for $65. Rubber Soul has not been sold yet. Some of those most featured auctions will be going up in less than 10 minutes. Actually, after I clear off these 2 back auctions, there'll be at least 1 back there for the rest of the night. All right, let's bring over this New Arrivals Laura crate. Awesome. New Arrivals Laura crate. Let's do that. Let's grab it if I can pick it up. Holy moly. All right, here we go. The Dave Matthews Band is a new release. It's probably the newest thing they've put out. It's a singles collection. It was $39.99. We have 1 copy left from the pre-order and the original stock. It is called Dave Matthews Band, Where Are You Going? The Singles, a new career-spanning collection featuring hits from 1994 to today, including Crash, Into Me, Satellite, Ants Marching, and more. I think the first time I heard Crash Into Me was on The Office. I didn't even know that was Dave Matthews Band. That was, I think that's on an episode of The Office. That and that Natalie Merchant song. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na. That was on The Office, too. I found some pretty good songs watching The Office that I didn't even know existed. Okay. Sonny James, I'm going to have to crate these up. These are sold to John Barry for $65. John, thank you. Let me figure out how to do this because it's going to fill up this entire crate, I think. Let me put a sticky note on the front of them. There's a couple in here, or maybe even more, that were sealed. This one right here on top is sealed, too. These are sold to John Barry. Let me put those in there. Can I fit the entire rest of them in here? I don't know if I can or not. And then final call to get a bid on Booker T. And don't forget, we got 45s. No, I think it may perfectly fill up the rest of this crate. Yeah, it will. All right. And I'm going to put a sticky note around those. That is, we shipped to John Barry, right? That's going to be, half of that's going to be in postage cost, I'm afraid. After we subtract postage, I think I just sold those for 68 cents a piece. Oh my gosh. All right. There's that. And let's grab a new empty crate. Where are those? I had a whole stack over here. Oh, I see where they've moved them. They've moved them over here. I think they pull pranks on me. They try to hide my empty crates. We'll hide these from Chad so he can't get them. Booker T has a bid for 10, and let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's knock out one of these box sets back here in the back, which says Muddy Waters. And Muddy Waters is a 6 LP, 72-song, 32-page book. Muddy Waters chess box set. No condition notes on the vinyl. It looks like the box has some staining, but the vinyl's really nice. A 6 LP chess Muddy Waters box set, $65 starting bid on that. Laura crate. The back half is check condition. The front half is not check condition. First thing in here is T-Rex. $1 million. Nice, Laura. T-Rex is $1 million, and then Fast Times is $1 million. The first 5 records, she did exactly as she was told. The first 5 records are all $1 million. T-Rex Electric Warrior is actually EX $34.99. Fast Times at Ridgemont High is VG Plus $24.99. Side B label's missing. King Crimson is $1 million. Actually, it's VG $19.99. And then Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Wow, that's pretty cool. As featured in Seinfeld, that was EX $14.99, marked down from $1 million. And the Best of the Commodores, all-time greatest hits, it's EX $17.99, marked down to $1 million. Nice. I did tell her, mark the first 5 records all $1 million. That way, whoever's going after the Laura Hype Crate sticker would have to pay for it. $1 million on T-Rex. That would be wild. All right, and Gregory was first on Fast Times, and then he says pass. So it looks like Ivan R. gets Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which is $1 million, but actually I'm going to sell it to you for $24.99. So you get the $1 million price tag from Laura, and you get the Laura Crate Hype sticker, which is really cool. Wow, that's a good one. Look at that. Oh, Bart doing some graffiti, Laura Crate graffiti. We have it. There we have it. $1 million. And it's only marked down to $24.99. Can you believe it? So he gets a double sticker there. The $1 million price tag, and Fast Times is sold. And that is sold to Ivan R. Muddy Waters is a $65 start. And John Barry's in at $65. What is the King Crimson? Earthbound. Earthbound was $1 million. It's been marked down to $19.99. It's a 1972 UK original in VG condition. And then next is Jeff Coppernall wants King Crimson. That's only if David passes. Debbie Winstead third. Nicholas Hollister first on the Commodores. She's a brick house. That's sold to Nicholas Hollister. And then we have T-Rex EX $34.99 marked down to $1 million. Marked down from $1 million. And Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. I've never seen this particular version here. EX, or what is this exactly? And music by Andrew Lloyd Webber. I knew that, but I'm just kind of, that's a bizarre one there. $14.99. All right, now Booker T just got one bid, and Booker T is Booker T sold to Robin Glenn for $10. Do you ever get any Robin Trower OG copies? No joke, I think we've already had like 3 or 4 tonight. We have Robin Trower OG every single night. We have Santana, new gold disc. Santana's a 1981 Philippines press, VG. I'm pretty sure like the first couple bins I did had at least 3 in there. And FM soundtrack, an amazing compilation of music. No static at all. FM, VG Plus, $17.99. So King Crimson is up to David Johnson. If he doesn't want this, it's sold to Jeff Coppernall. Then Debbie Winstead was next. All right, and then Muddy Waters, just one bid, $65. We're about to sell that. Let's see what else I have over here in Bundle Land. And Bundle Land is commonly known as Fred Goodwin Collection. And what is the next one I have here? I've got, ooh, this one did good the other night. Grover Washington Jr. Grover Washington Jr. Here is the Grover Washington Jr.'s. We have The Best Is Yet to Come, Come Morning, Time Out of Mind, Now, Then and Now, Baddest, Strawberry Moon, and Inside Moves. So that's a total of 2, 4, 6, 7 Grover Washington Jr. albums, a $20 start on Grover. So King Crimson is officially sold. King Crimson is officially sold to Jeff Coppernall. So Debbie, you're next. Next over here is Buddy said FT question mark. If that's Fast Times, it's long gone. How much is Santana? VG condition, $9.99. And then Melanie Jennings on FM, Bridge of Sigh. That one does pop up occasionally if we do have it. It usually gets gone pretty fast, though. If we do sell a Robin Trower album quickly, it is definitely Bridge of Sighs. But yeah, we do get his albums quite often. And so Melanie got FM, Ron Burns on the Joseph and the Amazing Taylor how about Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat? And Donna gets Santana. And unbelievably, the only record left is T-Rex, Electric Warrior, Bang a Gong, Get It On, a Gatefold, Reprise, EX, Nice, and it's marked down from $1 million for $34.99. And John Barry, you were the only bidder on the Muddy Waters box for $65. I feel like that was a great value, and that's so to you. And Donna has the Grover Washingtons for $20. And now the next auction is going to be one of the first ones here from the advertised batch. And this is a 1974 Grateful Dead. Now, this album originally came out in '67. So this is a 74 press. This is a 74 press, EX condition, a $25 start. Grateful Dead, EX condition, a $25 start. Beautiful jacket. The Grateful Dead is now up for bid. And let's keep going. These are all check condition records. Bob Dylan, Real Live. Dylan is EX, $19.99 on Bob Dylan. Johnny Van Zant Band, Round 2. VG condition, $9.99. Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life. Winwood is EX, $12.99. Bring Me to a Higher Love. And the Tramps, Nice. Disco Inferno. EX, $9.99 on the Tramps. One more, and that is King Crimson. VG 1999, a 1977 UK reissue, and it's called The Young Person's Guide to King Crimson, which is essentially a compilation. The Young Person's Guide to King Crimson. VG 1999. Grover is sold for $20 to Donna Turner. All those Grover Washington Juniors are sold. Grateful Dead is a $25 start if he starts handling serpents. We'll have to bring Seth's pet snake here one night. That would probably freak y'all out, wouldn't it? Seth's got this gigantic pet snake. They've had it for years. Oh my gosh. When they have get-togethers at their house, they'll randomly bring it out and lay it on the floor and just let it crawl around. I'm like, what kind of household is this? Debbie Winstead gets King Crimson. That's sold to Debbie Winstead, King Crimson. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's a Japanese pressing of Kiss Animalize. This is a 1984 Japanese original. This is, the Obi is the insert. Yeah, that's pretty, it's pretty cool how they designed this one. This is Kiss Animalize. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful vinyl. And the Obi and the insert is the same thing. Here's the Obi. Here's the insert. It's all kind of together in one package. It's right here. And there's the beautiful cover. So Kiss is now up a $45 start on Animalize. What does he feed them? Mice. They like, I think they go and buy the pet mice and they feed them mice. Like every so often. I've been sent videos, unauthorized videos of them sacrificing mice to the snake. Okay, next thing we have is Bruce Hornsby in the Range, The Way It Is. EX edition, $12.99. And Musical Youth. This is this has Pass the Ducci on it. EX $9.99. That's on Stranger Things. And Billy Ocean, Tear Down These Walls. VG condition. $9.99. VG condition, $9.99 on Billy Ocean. Give me 1 second. Okay, so Kiss has bids for $45 and $45. Next is Vince Lano on Bruce Hornsby. And then we have Ron Duffield on Musical Youth. And Unbelievable, Grateful Dead just got, it did get a bid. Okay, so it did get a bid, $25 of Air and Below, going once, going twice. Kiss has bids for $45 and $45. So I never did say Grateful Dead actually got a bid, and it did. And Kiss Animalize, what should this bring? $100? A 1984 Japanese original pressing, complete, a $45 start. It has two $45 bids. Next is Cameo, Feel Me. Cameo is VG $9.99. I'm more surprised no one's got Disco Inferno. The Grateful Dead is a 1974 Winchester reissue. It originally came out in 67. That's a very nice EX Plus or EX or better copy of the Grateful Dead. We have Alan Parsons Project Eve. This is EX $12.99. EX $12.99. EX $12.99 on that one. And then Donna Turner on Cameo. Debbie Winstead gets Disco Inferno. And moving on in this bin, we have Loverboy self-titled. VG condition $9.99. The Village People is VG $9.99. And Screwjack. That is a hardcore split. Screwjack and the Entropy Project. EX $9.99. So somehow Kiss is still tied. Brad, you're out. I'm about to sell it to David Tate, or I'm about to sell it to Bill Sammis. Bill Sammis has it just one bid, $45. And we also have Bob Dylan, Empire Burlesque, EX $17.99, and Michelle Shocked, Captain Swing. I've never seen that before. VG $9.99. Also, we have Donna Turner on QJ. QJ, Donna Turner, QJ. She might mean SJ. What did Donna mean? She put QJ. Donna, I'll let you clarify on that one. Dea just has one bid for $25 and sold to Aaron Below for $25. So this is one more time. Oh, Mark, I just sold it. Oh my gosh. I didn't think it was a 1974 U.S. reissue. Oh my gosh! Now the bad luck's went to Mark Fallon. Now the bad luck has swung over to Mark Fallon. Oh my gosh! Next thing we have is I got to figure out what QJ was for Donna. Classy Lonnie Metal on SJ. JK was next. John Stevens on Michelle Shock. Tracy Songer was second. Donna said that's a typo, so Screw was sold to Classy Lonnie Metal. JK was second. Now Kiss 46. Now Kiss 50. And we have bookend Simon and Garfunkel with the poster VG minus $9.99. Wow, I thought Kiss was about to sell for minimum bid. I was getting highly concerned, and now Bill Samus has it for 50. I think there's some bids. I didn't think David Tate was going to bid again, and then somebody else has come in. Now we're going. And then we have next up for bid right now. We have up for bid right now Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. This is a 1974 Pittman U.S. Original EX Edition, a $25 start. A 1974 OG first pressing of Pretzel Logic. Ricky, don't lose that number. Steely Dan's a $25 start. Jerry Ferguson on Simon & Garfunkel. Karen Robbins, you were second. And Joni Mitchell for the Roses. Joni Mitchell's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Grover Washington Jr. live at the Bayou. That's a nice one there. I like that album. Funkfoot. What's that song cut? Funkfoot. VG Plus, $12.99. Kiss is at $51. Steely's at $25. And we're going to put up another Fred Goodwin bundle and make the auction lots go 3 wide now. We got Frank Ifield. Frank Ifield for a 2, 4, 6 bundle lot from the Fred Goodwin collection. Frank Ifield. So we got Frank Ifield, I Remember You. Frank Ifield, I'm Confessing. This is Rovin' Lover. It is sealed on Hickory. Frank Ifield. Blue Skies, Frank Ifield. Tale of Two Cities, Frank Ifield. And The Best of Frank Ifield. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. Now Kiss is at $55. Steely Dan just has one bid for $25. And Donna Turner on Grover Washington Jr. That is sold to Donna. Moving on with this new arrivals crate, we have Beverly Hills Cop. VG Plus, $12.99 for a Beverly Hills Cop. And The Police Certifiable. The Police is VG Plus, $29.99. A 2008 U.S. Original. 2008 U.S. Original. What is the price on T-Rex? $34.99. $34.99. Sorry, I had to text that. The name of their snake is Curly. I had to text Seth a second ago. I was like, what's the name of y'all's? Curly is the name of their pet snake. Curly. Curly. Kiss is at 56. Kiss is at 60. And we have Buku of Blues. That is a guy named Ringo Starr there. Ringo's VG $14.99. Ivan R. got The Police. And right behind that was Cop, Beverly Hills Cop. And Fleetwood Mac Mirage, VG $9.99. Donna needs to put back Grover. That's only a $1 billion restocking fee. VG Plus, $12.99. And the last check condition is The Best of Dolly Parton. No poster. VG Vinyl. Dolly is $12.99. Michael Obrick has bid $26 on Steely Dan. Mark Fallon, you've been outbid on Steely Dan. Frank Ifield, 6-album lot. I'm looking for a $10 start. And now Kiss. Brad Waits is done. Bill Samus has that Japanese pressing for $60. Final call. Debbie Winstead got Dolly Parton. Robin Murphy Glenn got Fleetwood Mac. And now we're going to keep rolling with this crate. The rest of the crate is non-check condition records. Non-check condition records. First thing we have is the Flower Kings Islands. The Flower Kings is a prog album, $24.99, with Roger Dean artwork. Very cool. They got Roger Dean to do some artwork for them. That's pretty cool. $24.99 for the Flower Kings. I guarantee these guys, you think these guys have ever listened to Yes? I guarantee it. $24.99. Next, Danny was on Fleetwood Mac. Krista next on Dolly. Francisco Zappa. Francisco. A 1984 U.S. Jacksonville original, $34.99. And then Kiss Animalize, that is sold to Bill Samus for $60. Thank you, Bill. That is sold to you. An 84 original Japanese pressing sold to Bill Samus. That is gone. See you later, Kiss Animalize. That is sold. Kiss Animalize is gone. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Thank you. And I haven't heard back from Michael Obrick on Steely Dan. Mark bid 30. Have not heard back from Michael Obrick. Nobody bid on Frank Ifield. Those 6 Frank Ifields are a buy now for $10. 6 Frank Ifields for $10. Folks, I'm practically giving them away. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You're going to wake up in the morning, you're going to look yourself in the mirror, and you're going to go, why on earth did I not buy that 6 LP lot of Frank Ifield from Chad last night? Now my week's off to a horrible start because I did not purchase those 6 Frank Ifield records for $10 from Chad. And Paul's going to look at himself in the mirror and be like, I'm asking myself the same thing. Is that your crate too? Is this the crate? That's that one. Okay. Paul's going to be like, why didn't I buy those Frank Ifield records? Most people's going to be asking themselves that. I'm going to put up another auction. Thank you, Paul. I'll see you tomorrow. Most likely. If not, then something's terribly wrong. Next is Creamed Israeli Gears. This is a 1967. This is a U.S. original OG copy of Creamed Israeli Gears. Creamed Israeli Gears, a 67 U.S. OG Terre Haute pressing. Look at this album artwork. Got to be one of the best covers of all time. Just absolutely incredible. $25 start on that. Steely Dan is sold for $30 to Mark Fallon, and Cream's a $25 start. Here we go. Joni Mitchell from the previous part of the crate, sold to Garrett Cypriot. Next is Mike and the Mechanics, $19.99, no condition notes. David Sanborn, close up. David Sanborn, $14.99. Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, $34.99. Money for Nothing. Tricks or Chicks for free, one of the two. Tricks are for kids, Chicks are free for Dire Straits. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a Japanese pressing of Toto. Toto is called Turn Back. It's a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Cream should be getting bids for like 25 and 30, 35 and 40. Toto is a $35 start. Insert Obi, everything over here. This is a $35 start. Next thing is D Kong for DS. D Kong gets Dire Straits. That's sold. Cream is at 25. What's the name of David Sanborn? Close up. Sanborn is $14.99. Queen the Game is a 1980 U.S. Specialty Original. It is the foil jacket. Somebody tried to peel off the foiling, which is a real thing. I actually had one like that, and it was like half of it was ripped off on the back one time. I think people were trying to figure out if there was something underneath it. It does have some writing, but that is OG with the first cover. And then with the David Sanborn was called Close Up. Cream has a bid for 40, now 44. Donna does want David Sanborn. And then our next auction is going to be what? We're about to find out right now. Let's go back over here to these. And we have going up for bid right now, without further ado, Miles Davis, Milestones. Miles Davis is a 1958 US OG 6i Mono EX condition, a $55 start. Wow. Miles Davis Milestones, a 1958 US original 6i EX condition, a $55 start. Cream's now at $52, and Toto's a $35 start. Mark Fallon on Queen. Queen goes to Mark Fallon. Miles Davis already has a bid for $55. And we have Stargard. Stargard is sealed, $9.99. And the Flower Kings, Back in the World of Adventures. The Flower Kings is a prog album, 2 LP, $19.99. Ray Parker Jr.'s Greatest Hits. Ray Parker Jr. is $9.99. And Q, Dancing Man. Q is a disco album, gold stamp promo, $9.99. And a Record Store Day sampler. This is called Choice Cuts 2010, and that is sealed for $9.99. Last bid on Cream, George Samberez is out after Mark Fallon bid 52. Miles Davis 55, Miles Davis 55, Miles Davis 60, Miles Davis 57, Miles Davis 65. Lonnie Jolly wants Ray, as in Ray Parker Jr. That is so to Lonnie Jolly. We have Minnie Ripperton is sealed, $9.99. And the original soundtrack to Aria, A-R-I-A, that is $19.99. Aria, A-R-I-A. John Stevens on Rad, and I think he's talking about Record Store Day, right? The sampler. Miles Davis 66, Miles Davis 67. Suzanne Vega, Solitude Standing. This is $9.99. JK says he will take T-Rex. It was $1 million and now marked down to $34.99. So T-Rex is sold to JK. Donna Turner got Minnie Ripperton. Miles Davis 74. John, you did get a Record Store Day. Miles Davis, 68. Robert Barnett, second on Record Store Day. Slayer, Hella Waits, coming soon. Cream is at 55. Mark Fallon, You've Been Outbid. Miles Davis, 80. Mark Fallon got Suzanne Vega. Next record in here is Carpenters live at the Palladium. 1976 UK, that's $14.99. We have the Flower Kings, Waiting for Miracles. That's a prog album again, 2LP, $19.99. And King Crimson, Starless and Bible Black, 1975 USPRC Richmond, $34.99. King Crimson, Starless and Bible Black. So Cream has a new bid. Mark Fallon, you're out. Michael Butler has it for 55. Miles Davis is at 88. And Toto's a no bid. It's a $35 buy it now for Turn Back. Toto. Evidently, it's pronounced Todo. They misspelt it, and they put T-O-T-O instead of T-O-D-O. I've been trying to let them know on that. And Toto is sold, and this is $35 for whoever wants it. Miles Davis, 95. Miles Davis, 100. Miles Davis, 100. Cream, 59. Queen price. Queen's long gone, but King Crimson is sold to Mark Fallon. We sold Queen already, but Mark Fallon just got King. And we also still have the Flower Kings left. Let's go through this crate one more time. First-time viewer, welcome. So typically stuff like metal is sold Thursday nights here at Collectco. We've already had some people get on tonight. Some people asked for Megadeth. We had a guy ask several times for Metallica, and now we have a couple people asking for Slayer. Of course, metal stuff. Metal stuff like that is sold on Thursday nights if we have it, whenever we buy a collection. All metal auctions are sold. All metal albums like that are sold Thursday nights here at auction. If you're out there watching and you're looking for Slayer, you're looking for Metallica, you're looking for Megadeth, you're looking for King Diamond, and you're wanting OG first pressings, the rare, the most expensive of the most expensive. The rare, expensive stuff for metal is sold on Thursday nights. I would make sure you're following us on Facebook. Make sure you're subscribed to us on YouTube. Make sure you're following us on Instagram. And every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I would come in and check to see what we've sold, what we have coming up for sale. We do this every night, 5 o'clock. Sometimes I get started at 5:30. Sometimes I start at 6. It's scheduled for 5 o'clock every night. I'm on here 8 hours every night selling records. It could be Kiss. It could be Miles Davis. It could be Slayer. It could be Ricky Van Shelton. It could be the Beatles. It could be Willie Nelson, Bing Crosby, Air, Moon Safari, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, the Eagles, Dave Matthews Band. It could be a Star Wars soundtrack. It could be Petula Clark. It could be Ronald Reagan sings George Washington. You just never know what's going to come up for auction here. Now, the most request we get for anything is METAL. That spells metal. OG metal records. The world population comes right here to ask if we have them for sale. And that's on Thursday nights if we have them. If we have them, they'll be sold here on Thursday nights. Now, two things for anybody looking for metal. I said this earlier to the person looking for Metallica. It will be sold Thursday night. I will have it here, and it will be sold at auction. I would get ready to participate, clear your schedule, and be ready to bid. Any other night, we could have anything. Sometimes we slip in other stuff. That's why we have so many people watch every night, because the factor of unknown is high here every night. And if anybody out there has metal collection for sale, as y'all know, if we were to acquire 300 premium metal auctions records, we could have them sold in seconds, as you can see. Unfortunately, everybody else in America is looking for the same thing we are. Consumers and dealers. Everybody's looking for the same stuff. So it's a fight to who can get it first, okay? Let's start going through this crate again, and let's update these bids. So the last thing we had, because I feel like there's a lot of new people on tonight, because we've had a lot of people asking for OG metal. Thursday nights, if we have it. The last bid on Cream that came in was Mark Fallon at $57. Miles Davis at $100. Cream got another bid for $59. Miles Davis $100. And then Miles Davis, 130. Cream, 61. Miles Davis, 135. Michael Butler's out on Cream. Final call to Mark Fallon for 61. Miles Davis, 138, 140, 143, 155, 160, 165, 175, 180, 195, 200, 205, 210. And now 226, 230, and final call on Cream, and Miles Davis is at $230. Here's what's left in the bin. Bob Dylan Real Live, EX Condition, $19.99. Johnny Van Zant Band, Round 2, VG, $9.99. Miles Davis, $255. Steve Winwood is EX, $12.99. Billy Ocean, Tear Down These Walls, VG, $9.99. Alan Parsons Project, EX, $12.99. We have Loverboy, VG Condition, $9.99. Village Peoples, VG, $9.99. Bob Dylan's EX, $17.99. Beverly Hills Cop soundtrack is VG plus $12.99. Ringo Starr, Buku of Blues was VG $14.99. And Grover Washington Jr., VG plus $12.99. Mark Fallon gets Cream for $61. Miles Davis, $255, now $260. Rubber Soul, let's do it right now. Beatles Rubber Soul is a 1965 UK original mono pressing. I was just telling John, we never get in UK original mono pressings. I walked through the back and he had this laying on top of a crate. And he said, here you go. It's a 1965 OG first pressing in mono of the Beatles Rubber Soul. And there's no condition notes on the vinyl. A $75 start. First pressing OG Rubber Soul. It has a UK flip back cover. Mentions Emitech, Garrett and Lofthouse jacket. Parlophone, $75 start on the Beatles Rubber Soul. High grade, no condition notes, VG Plus or better jacket. Next was Rick Hall gets Johnny Van Zant. Johnny Van Zant is so to Rick Hall. Nicholas Hollister put B.O. And B.O. for Nicholas was Billy Ocean. Miles Davis, $262. Terry Gerhardt got Grover Washington Jr. Beatles, $75. Beatles, $125. Beatles, $200. Beatles, $90. It's already at $200 with Mark Fallon. Somebody asked the prices for Flower Kings. We have the Flower Kings Islands. This is $24.99. The Flower Kings Islands. Francisco Zappa, $34.99. Mike and the Mechanics, $19.99. Also, Starguard, sealed for $9.99. The Flower Kings, Back in the World of Adventures. There's another Flower Kings, $19.99. We have Q, Dancing Man, $9.99. Aria is $19.99. Carpenters Live at the Palladium, a 76 UK, $14.99, and another Flower Kings, $19.99. Flower Kings are all available. Miles Davis is officially sold to Donna for $265. The Beatles went to $200 in less than 10 seconds. It took less than 10 seconds, and it's already at $200. Let's go over it again. It's a 1965 UK original mono pressing. This is everything you would want in a Beatles album and more. The matrix number is XEX579-4. There's a 4 over a 10 in the dead wax as well, and it also says RHD. It also says RHD. The Beatles Rubber Soul, this is what everybody wants. The UK original mono pressings. This is it. Rubber Soul. It's already at $200 of Mark Fallon, going once, going twice. That escalated extremely quickly. The next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a copy of Leonard Skinner. This is a 1977 U.S. Gloversville original pressing with the company inner sleeve and the merch and tour inserts of Street Survivors, a VG condition copy, $35 start on Leonard Skinner. So it has a very nice jacket, probably VG Plus, especially on the front. It has the original inner sleeve, it has the merch insert, and the tour insert. The Beatles has a new bid for $250 with Todd Doris. We're not done on the Beatles. Now it's at $250. By the way, the vinyl's been graded EX++/near mint minus. No condition notes on that. Now the Beatles is at $250 with Todd Doris. Leonard Skinner is a $35 start. There it is. It's now up for bid. And then Garrett, there's actually 3 Flower Kings. There's Waiting for Miracles, Back in the World of Adventures and Islands. And these are $24.99, and the other two are $19.99. Okay? Now, let's move over Leonard Skinner. The Beatles is now at $300. And Fred said, I just got back on. Did I hear Flower Kings? You did, but it looks like two of them are about to sell. Our next bundle lot from Fred Goodwin, very quickly, is the old Delmore Brothers. Early country here, the Delmore Brothers. These are from Fred Goodwin's collection. We have one. This is sealed. We have another one here sealed. And then here's another one open. The Delmore Brothers. Lonesome Odell Blues. This is, I guess, just self-titled. And here's Lonesome Odell Blues Volume 4. Those three is a $10 start. I won't be outbid. That's my Desert Island record. Wow, that's a strong statement to make. I won't be outbid. Holy moly. Okay. And Leonard Skinner has a bid for $35. Beatles is at $300. And then Garrett's going to let us know which of those 2-3 he wants, okay? And now the Beatles is at $350. Let me go ahead and warm everybody at home right now. I would buckle up. This ride is just going up. We hadn't even hit the apex yet. Holy moly, there's no telling what's about to happen now. This could get out of hand. Okay, next crate is going to go up for bid right now or for consideration. Paul just brought me a whole crate. Here we go. Here we go. The Delmore Brothers. All three of those being sold together for a $10 start. Leonard Skinner just has one bid for $35, and the Beatles is at $375. At this point, I probably, the person who asked about it, originally is probably like, what have I got into? All right, I'm going to take a drink of purple juice. All right. Now, Garrett wants Islands and Waiting for Miracles. So, Fred Cardinale, there is one left if you want it. We're going to sell these two to Garrett Cypriot. We're going to sell these two to Garrett Cypriot, Waiting for Miracles and Islands. And the other one here is Back in the World of Adventures. Back in the World of Adventures is the only one left, Fred Cardinale, if you want it. $19.99. $19.99. Mark Fallon, the Darth Vader of Collectco. Mark, you have created more enemies in the last half hour, in the last 24 hours, than probably anybody I've ever seen. So we'll see what happens here. All right, we have a Paul crate here. We got Before, Brian Auger and the Trinity. Before, is that what that says? $14.99. Brian Auger and the Trinity. $14.99. Before, B-E-F-O-U-R, Brian Auger. No condition notes. $14.99 on that. Also, we have the 3Ds. New Dimensions and Folk Songs. That's a 1964 U.S. stereo. That's $9.99. And it's Bluegrass Time Again. This is Hubert Davis and Seasoned Travelers. Whoop, $9. Let me get these Paul records straightened up. There's no telling what. There's no telling what is about to pop up in this Paul crate. You just never know. Now, let's go back to where I left off. The last comment I remember reading out loud was John Berry. Thank you, John. He did bid 10 on the three Delmore Brothers. The Beatles was at $375. Skinner details. Give me 1 second. Garrett got the two Flower Kings. Delmore Brothers got a new bid for $12 of Robert Warner. So, John Berry, you did get outbid. Leonard Skinner, $36. Fred wants all three Flower Kings. Garrett asked first. He got two of them. But, Fred, I will give you this one. And with that being sold, we almost sold everything in that first lower crate. The Beatles got a bid for $400. Now $425. That is the original Street Survivors. Yes, that is the OG first press with all the inserts. It's a 1977 Gloversville. It has the company MCA inner sleeve and both merch inserts, or the merch insert and the tour insert. It is VG. Leonard Skinner 37. John Barry bid 15 on the Delmore Brothers. Now 16 on the Delmore Brothers. We're selling all three of those together. And then Leonard Skinner's at 40. And then the Beetles is at 401. And then Leonard Skinner 41. And then Leonard Skinner 45. Leonard Skinner out. And the Beetles is at $427. Okay, and I don't think there was any claims on the first three. Let's keep rolling. We have A Star Is Born. That's an original motion picture score. Sealed, $9.99. Max Steiner. He's the same person who did Gone with the Wind. And Donnie Iris, Fortune, 410. Donnie Iris is $9.99. And Grinder Switch, $14.99. Grinder Switch, the comedy of Procter & Bergman, Give Us a Break. Procter & Bergman, comedy of Procter & Bergman. That's $9.99, okay? Now, the Delmore Brothers just got a bid for 20 with John Barry. The last bid on Leonard Skinner that came in was Carol Puckett at $45. And then also the Beatles is now at $435 with Todd Doris, who is a pretty serious Beatles collector as well. I'll say that. I see a lot of actual hardcore Beatles collectors that have jumped in. And then Todd also, I'm just going to go here and pull it up right quick. Todd, I want to let you know the John Lennon Rickenbacker is on the way. So those will be here next week. Todd, the John Lennon Rickenbacker is on the way, okay? First thing we have is Don Edwards live at White Elephant. Don Edwards is sealed, 1977. That is $29.99. And Railroad Man, Hank Snow. Railroad Man is a 1987 UK. That's $9.99. And Daryl McCall, Lily Dale. Daryl McCall's a white label promo, $9.99. And $14.99 for something here. This is the new Starlight Ramblers. Paul's definitely went down. It looks like the Fred Goodwin rabbit hole with some of these. The Delmore Brothers are officially sold to John Barry. Thank you, John. Those three are sold to you for $20. Appreciate that. And then the last bid on the Beatles Rubber Soul was Todd Doris at $435. Mark Fallon at $437, and then the Leonard Skinner, Jerry Ferguson bid $46. Before that was Carol Puckett at $45. So Jerry did bid LS $46 on Leonard Skinner, and so Carol, you're out. And then Corey says Oilers scored. Sorry, wrong feed. Oilers. Beatles $450. And then next in here is Cool Cowboy, Cliffy Stone. That's a 1959 US stereo, $9.99. And Mary Lou Williams. This is the how do you say that? I better be careful. Record Recordings, 1944-1947. A 2 LP box, Mary Lou Williams, $29.99. And John Hartford, Aeroplane, a white label promo with insert. John Hartford, nice. $59.99. So, Carol, it's up to you on the Leonard Skinner. The Beatles is at $450. Let's go grab another Fred or Japanese. Let's do another Fred bundle, and it's the last in the crate before I start a new bundle crate. And coming up are some bundles from Janice Ian and Buck Owens and Robert Goulet and Kitty Wells and Bing Crosby. A lot from Bing Crosby. Here's the last one in this crate. This is country legend Skeeter Davis. The Hillbilly Singer, Skeeter Davis, Bring It On Home, Skeeter Davis, Foggy Mountain Top, It's Hard to Be a Woman, Skeeter Davis. So this is a 5 LP lot of Skeeter Davis, and those are going to go up for a $10 start. Next is Josh Graves, Alone at Last. Josh Graves is $9.99. It does have a promo stamp on the side 2 label, $9.99 on that. All That Jazz soundtrack is $9.99. And we have Helen Carter. This is for you, Mama. Helen Carter is a 1979 US, $14.99 on Helen Carter. And Good Times Gonna Roll Again, Moon Mullican, an original 1966 US mono, sealed, $19.99. All right, and so Carol did go out on Leonard Skinner, so we'll go ahead and roll that over here to Jerry Ferguson for $46. Thank you on that. Welcome all first-time people that may be watching CollectCo. If you are new to our channel, I've been live streaming, selling records and other collectibles here on Facebook and YouTube for over 6 years now. And in the last couple years, I've pretty much made it a commitment to do it every single night. And this is the 6th sell in a row. This is the 6th sell in a row. The 7th I've done, counting Sunday. And I'll be here again tomorrow, and I'll be here all next week. I need everybody tuned in tomorrow. I think I'm going to be like mobile, old school, holding my phone. I don't know how it works yet, but with this new software, I can go around the store. We're going to be doing comics and toys and collectibles. We're going to try to do everything that I don't show here. Every once in a while, I'll do miscellaneous stuff here. Like this week, we did a few music toys. We did drumsticks. Occasionally, I'll put up autographs, even if they're not music related, or posters, all kinds of stuff, CDs, cassettes, not just records, vinyl. But Sunday, I'll probably be either live at 5, 6, or 7. It is Mother's Day, so I really don't know what time I'm going to be here. I've got to take care of Mom first, of course. Probably going to be closer to 7. I'm going to be walking around up front. We got comics, toys, autographs. I'm going to be auctioning a signed Larry Bird jersey. That's one thing I'm definitely going to be selling Sunday. It's going to be the featured item. An autographed Larry Bird jersey. I've got toys and collectibles. I want to make sure y'all are tuned in on Sunday, okay? So that's tomorrow. I'll be here probably closer to 7. And then this is sold. The Skeeter Davis lot is at 10, 10, and now 15. And then we also have Rubber Soul. So this is a final call, and Todd Doris has this for $450. It's a 1965 UK OG pressing of Rubber Soul, the real deal. And this is at $450 of Todd Doris. All the other bidders are out, and this is a final call, $450 on Rubber Soul. And then Skeeter Davis is right here, and Skeeter Davis has a high bid of $15 of John Barry. Next is now 17, okay? Here we go. So $7 in limited shipping. And I kind of told everybody late a couple nights ago, and again last night, shipping is probably about to move up slightly, probably another $1, or I'm thinking about making it 99 cents. I hadn't done a price increase on shipping in about 2 years, maybe even 3 years. I think I've been at $7 for 3 years now, and we're probably going to have to do shipping starting on the next invoice at $7.99. So official post to be made probably for next week's invoices, but just FYI. So I've been saying $7 in limited shipping for a long time, probably about to be $7.99. I've done some math, and we've probably need to slightly increase that, especially since our boxes just went up. All of our boxes just went up, which is unfortunate. Back here on Earth, Lightfoot, $14.99. $14.99 on Lightfoot back on Earth. Well, not all of them. Some of them didn't go up. Some of the supplies we used to pack have went up. Not everything. I think some of the boxes we get locally, we've actually got a really good deal on them lately. Some of the boxes, we've gotten a really good deal lately. We do have a local company who have custom made us of those, so they've done a really good job. Y'all probably have got them. They even have CollectCo stamped on them. Okay, back to the crate. Wayne Carson, Lifelines. Wayne Carson's $24.99. And Terry Bradshaw, I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry. Hey, yes, it's that Terry Bradshaw. There he is. Terry Bradshaw, $14.99. And we have Mystique featuring Ralph Johnson, $19.99. Mystique featuring Ralph Johnson. All right. Todd Doris, thank you. The Beatles is sold to you for $450. Want to make sure everybody was done before I dropped the hammer on that. He was like, please handle that with care. I will. Do you care if I listen to it? Oh my gosh, this is one of my favorites. Of course, you know I'm a Beatles fan as well. This is a beautiful copy all around. Just make it $8. I like $7.99 better. $7.99 shipping. Doesn't that sound so much better than $8? From $7 to $7.99. The Skeeter Davises are sold to John Barry for $20. Thank you. And we have Danny Thomason on TB for Terry Bradshaw. All right, let's keep rolling. Next is Kiss Alive 2, a Japanese pressing. It is a 1977 Japanese original with insert and obi. It does have the book, no tattoos. It does have the original under sleeves. This is a beautiful Japanese pressing, and this is a $55 start. $55 start on Kiss, and this is Alive 2, a Japanese pressing. Very, very nice. A $55 start. We have To Kill a Mockingbird, Elmer Bernstein, EX condition, $9.99. And Wilf Carter, The Dynamite Trail, VG Plus, $14.99 on that. Our next auction, guess what? One Beetles down, one up. We have Rubber Soul. This is a 1966. A 1966 U.S. original Scranton monocopy with the original company in her sleeve in shrink wrap. I thought this was a very nice copy. This is in shrink, the Beatles Rubber Soul, a $35 start. VG Plus condition, and it's a clean VG Plus. Very, very nice. Just some hairline markings on that, making it VG Plus. Original on her sleeve, and this is a $35 star. Wow. We had Rubber Soul. Here's the next one. Revolver, Taxman, Eleanor Rigby. She said, For No One, I Want to Tell You. Wow, that's one of my favorites. I Want to Tell You. I feel hung up and I don't know why. Dun, 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 dun. She said. Wow. All right, there is Revolver. Revolver. Yes, Revolver. That is Revolver. The name of the album is Revolver. Up for bid is the Beatles Revolver. The name of the album that's up for bid is Revolver. That is the Beatles Revolver. The name of the auction that is up for bid is the Beatles Revolver. We have Kiss Alive 2, and the Beatles Revolver is currently up for bid. Next is Augie Colon. This is Chant of the Jungle, Cologne. I'm not sure how to say his last name. It has one of those accent marks on it. This is an original 1960 US stereo, VG Plus $34.99. Also, the most exciting guitar, Roy Lanham, most exciting guitar, an original 61 US mono, VG $9.99. The Nashville Guitars in Detroit, that's EX condition, $12.99. And ZZ Hill is VG condition, $9.99. So Kiss, the first bid on Kiss was $55, Michael Wood. Brad Waits bid $55. Next was Kiss got a bid for $60. The Beatles got a bid for $37. The Beatles got a bid for $50. Kiss got another bid for $56. It was already at $60. Now it's at $61. The Beatles Revolver is at $50 with Mark Chesler. Kiss Alive is at $61. Next is Ahmad Jamal live at Montreal Jazz Festival. That's EX $17.99. And then Bobby Short, Atlantic, $12.30. A 1956 US. That's the catalog number. I said that to show you how early it is. 1956 US mono, Atlantic, VG Plus, $9.99. Kiss is at 61, going once, going twice. The Beatles is already at a final call for $50 with Mark Chesler. Going once, going twice. Our next bundle lot is a big one. It is a huge one. It is our next bundle lot. Give me a second and I'll start showing them and telling you what's going on. Now the Beatles at 53. Now Kiss is at 65. We have Caravan, Plump in the Night. Caravan. This is a 1973 US, VG Plus $19.99. The Beatles is now at 55. Now it's at 100. Now the Kiss is at 66. Jimmy Rogers, The Rough Guide to Country Legends. Jimmy Rogers, VG condition, $9.99. And the Modern Jazz Quartet, Volume 2, European Concert, VG, $9.99. So Kiss is now at 66. The Beatles is at 100. And I'm going to move that there so I don't put this 30-pound lot of Buck Owens on top of the Beatles album. So here is our next bundle lot. It is a man that goes by the name of Buck Owens. And I'm going to count them. These are all Buck Owens albums from Fred Goodwin's collection going up in one lot. We have Buck Owens, 1, 2 Buck Owens, 3 Buck Owens, 4 Buck Owens. That one is sealed, a sealed capital. 5 Buck Owens, 6, 7, 8 Buck Owens, 9, 10 Buck Owens. 11, that one's also sealed with a promo stamp. 12 Buck Owens. 13, 14 Buck Owens. 15, 16 Buck Owens. 17, 18 Buck Owens. 19 Buck Owens. 20, 21 Buck Owens. 22, 23 Buck Owens, 24 Buck Owens, 25 Buck Owens, 26 Buck Owens, 27 Buck Owens, 28 Buck Owens albums, a $60 start, all different, all VG plus or better. That's going to go up for a $60 start Buck Owens. Next in the bin is Thank Christ for the Bomb Groundhogs. The Groundhogs is a 1970 US. There's a note from Paul. Killer. VG minus 1999. Al Green includes backup train. Al Green is VG condition, $9.99. We've got 2 auctions moving to a final call. No one else has bid on Kiss. It's at $66. I have not heard back from Corey. And no one else has been on the Beetles. Mark has that for $100, and Brent has Buck Owens for $100. These 2 over here are definitely final calls. No one's moved on those in a while. Chick Corea, Circulus, Blue Note Jazz Classics, EX $22.99, and Catfish is VG $9.99. Beetles is a original. This is a 1966 U.S. Scranton original mono pressing. This is a 1966 U.S. original Scranton, Pennsylvania mono pressing in shrink wrap. A nice VG plus. Donna gets Al Green. That's so to Donna. Mark has it for $100. Corey's out on Kiss. That means we're definitely about to sell Kiss for $66. Chris Knapp gets the Groundhogs. That's so to Chris Knapp. Also, we have Julie London, Sing Soft and Sweet. EX, $12.99. The Beach Boys, made in the USA, is VG $9.99. Paul Bowman, The Drifter, EX $12.99. And we have Bill Williams, Low and Lonesome. Bill Williams is EX $32.99. EX $32.99. All right. Now, the Beatles Revolver and Kiss. So, Kiss, Corey went out, and that means Kiss is sold to Brad Waits for $66. Thank you, Brad. That's sold to you for $66. And now we have Danny on BB, which was Beach Boys. That's sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny got the Beach Boys. I'm repackaging the Revolver. I'm assuming everybody was done. Feel like they've had ample time to bid. And it is sold to Mark Fallon for $100 on the Beatles Revolver. That is sold. Our next auction is the Beatles. Holy moly, what do we have here? I am moving a lot of vinyl tonight because this Buck Owens, between the lots and what's in this box set here, holy moly. This is a 2012 Beetles. You may have heard of them before. They formed in a town called Liverpool. You may have heard of them before. Does this have Kokomo? I'm pretty sure it does. Kokomo is not on this album. Surfing Safari, 409. There's no Kokomo on that album, Danny. Okay. This is the Beatles, a 2012 box set. This is very hard to move around. All right. So here is, let me show you the back. This is the best way. You saw the front. This is the original studio album recordings. The 13 studio albums and past masters, 180-gram vinyl. Please, Please Me, With the Beatles, Hard Day's Night, Beatles for Sale, Help, Rubber Soul Revolver, Sgt. Pepper's Magic Mystery, The Beatles, a.k.a. The White Album, Yellow Submarine, Abbey Road, Let It Be, and then past masters. It also has a 252-page hardback book. Paul says the cheapest for sale right now is $575. We're going to start ours at $495. $495. The Beatles stereo 13 album and the 2 LP past masters with the 252-page book, a $495 start. Here's what the side looks like. Awesome. $495, and some of them have sold for as much as $600. Let me sell Buck Owens to Brent for $100. because I don't even have a way to put this right there. So that's a $495 start on the Beatles stereo album box set, okay? Brent, those Buck Owens albums are so to you. Let me just start a new crate because this one's pretty much full, and I can't fit Buck in there. Buck's not going to fit. So let me get a new empty crate. And guess what? Guess where this was found? This was found in storage. It's from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I still have the original shipping box. I still have the original shipping box. So we'll probably ship it in that. I have the styrofoam and all that. So it's there. $4.95 on the Beatles. Oh my gosh, it's going to cost $45 to ship it. Whew, that thing's heavy. And yes, this is the 2012 stereo box set. The mono box is like a couple $1,000 if it was sealed. Sealed, definitely a couple thousand. I would pay a couple thousand for one. Wow. Yeah, this is the stereo. All right, let's move on to a different crate and more auctions, okay? The Beatles, $4.95. Think long and you'll think wrong. The stereo studio album collection and past masters. So if you're getting past masters and all the studio albums, that is pretty much every Beatles recording. If you're getting all the studio and past masters, there shouldn't be much. I mean, just a handful of known tracks not in there, because that is just about everything. If you're getting all the albums and past masters, which had all the non-album tracks, that's about everything. Of course, there was some stuff like came out later, I guess, on Anthology, unreleased stuff, that kind of stuff. I mean, they recorded a lot. All right, let's get back to another auction, and this is Kiss. A 1976 Japanese. It is technically a reissue. It is from Japan. It's in VG Plus condition, no Obi. VG Plus by Japanese standards, a $35 start. $35 start on Kiss, okay? Let me move some stuff around. Let's see, where is this? All right, I'm going to condense what was left in this Paul crate with the first records that Laura marked here. There's those. Let me move these two empty crates over here. That way I don't have to walk to the back anymore. If we don't get bids on these pretty quick, I'm going to move on so we can get back to the Fred bundles. Let me move the on-sale vinyl around. Let's move into this crate right here. And this is a short but sweet crate that needs condensing. Whoop, I hadn't took this one off the table yet. Let me figure out what to do with this one. Let me take it over here. Kiss has a bid for $35. Kiss has a bid for $35. Kiss has a bid for $35. No bid on the Beatles box. Final call, $495. $495. Okay, did the copy of Mono Revolver have the alternate version Tomorrow Never Knows? I have never heard of that before. The alternate version of Tomorrow Never Knows? That is something I'm not familiar with, and I thought I've heard of everything. Beatles is a $495 start. The cheapest one for sale right now in the States is $575, and some of them have sold for as much as $600. So we've got it priced under cheapest in U.S. Right, there's 5 new people that's requested to join the group in the last hour. Let's approve all them. And Rob's in on the Beatles at $495. So I got Bill Evans and Jim Hall, amazing jazz album here, $24.99, new and sealed, 180-gram virgin vinyl with 2 bonus tracks. Also, we have Ozzy, live in Montreal, 1981, featuring Randy Rhoads, red vinyl. Ozzy is $36.99. I have 4 of those left. Speaking of the Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. This is the Mono US Remaster, $36.99. Stick Up, Bobby Hutcherson. Tone Poet, Kevin Gray Remaster, pressed at RTI. That's $34.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step, $38.99. Blondie is $29.99. Blondie is $29.99, okay? And the Kiss got one bid to Brad Waits for $35, a Japanese debut. Final call on Beetles for $495. Rob Fordham does have it. Nashville Tiger just missed Kiss. Now, we have a few no bids I'm going to condense over here because a couple of them are bundles. And let me put them all over here. Just a couple Japanese and a couple bundles. And anybody else in here? Blondie, $29.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, this is $38.99. We have Bobby Hutcherson, $34. Hard Day's Night, Ozzy, and Bill Evans. Okay? Now, the thing about Beatles tracks is there's all kinds of different mixes with stereo and mono. You could go down a rabbit hole that, oh my gosh, especially the later stuff that was kind of mixed in both ways. There's certain pressings that have like one true stereo cut of something, and it's pretty crazy, actually. So, all right, wanted to go through that crate right quick. That was new stuff for this week. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction I have right now is we got, let's see here. We got the Allman Brothers. This is a Japanese pressing, a 1973 Japanese, which is technically a reissue. This is with the insert. Very nice Japanese pressing, a $45 start. $45 start on that. And now we have Toto, or excuse me, Vandenberg. This is sold to George Samberes for an offer of $28. Thank you on that. And the Beatles is sold to Rob Fordham for $495. Wow. $495. Rob, are you sure you don't want to be charged $500 and we can blow the air horn? Rules are rules, but for $500, I'll blow the air horn for you. Holy moly. No, that's sold to Rob for $495 unless he wants to send a complimentary. He can pay $5 for the air horn. Actually, if anybody wants to be billed $5 randomly, I'll blow the air horn for you. It's not, costs have gone up on these air horns. Just ask Mike Massey. He pays for them. All right. Now, I wanted to do that because I'm ready to put up another huge bundle. Holy moly, what a bundle this is going to be. It takes up almost an entire crate. This is Bing Crosby. Hope everybody's ready. First thing we have is Bing Crosby. This is a lot. Let me get a new crate up here first. I'm out of breath. I'm having to work tonight. These records tonight are hundreds of pounds. Hundreds of pounds. Incredible. I'm not going to have to hit the gym tonight after this. Holy moly. All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer, which I think is maybe new arrivals, honestly. Okay. And then let me show these right quick first. Fred Goodwin collection, Bing Crosby. Bing Crosby. Whoa. That was bizarre. Did y'all see that? Let's count them. These are all Bing Crosby. All Bing Crosby album. Every one of these is Bing Crosby. These are all Bing Crosby. Everything in this lot is Bing Crosby. This is 4 LPs of Bing Crosby. We're going to count that as one. 1, Bing with Louis Armstrong. 2, Bing with Frank Sinatra. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 Bing Crosby, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 Bing Crosby, 24, 25 Bing Crosby, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 Bing Crosby albums. 31 Bing Crosby albums. A starting bid of $65. Allman Brothers has one bid for $45 with David Johnson going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Rob Fordham, thank you on the Beetles box. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Big shout out to Rob Fordham. Hope everybody's ready. We have an air horn tonight. Thank you, Rob Fordham. Joe Salamo is in on the Bing Crosby lot at $65. The Allman Brothers has a new bid for $55. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Santana is in shrink wrap. Great album. $26.99. Super clean vinyl. Santana. Frida, Something's Going On. Frida from ABBA, $9.99. Frida. Billy Joel, The Nylon Curtain. Let's get everything in here sold if we can. Billy Joel, $14.99. The Allman Brothers at $55. David, you're out. Christopher, you're out. The Bing Crosbys are at $65. We have Elton John, Breaking Hearts. Gold Stamp Promo, Quiex Vinyl, $19.99. Also, Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. Danielle, My Brother, $19.99. Wow. Also, Elton John, Rock of the Westies, $19.99 for Elton John. The James Gang, Your Album, $19.99. James Gang, you may have heard of Joe Walsh. Chet Atkins and his guitar. Chet Atkins is $14.99. And Moody Blue by Elvis Presley, yes, on blue vinyl, $29.99. Going twice, going three times on Bing Crosby. Joe Salamo, Bing has a new bid with Ron Burns at $70 from the Fred Goodwin collection. Wow. New bid for $70. Next is Elvis, Legendary Performer Volume 1. $14.99. Jeff Coppernoll wants to Elton on the Quiex vinyl back here. That's so to Jeff Coppernoll. Thank you. We have Nazareth. That's $19.99. Now Almonds is at $57. Christopher, you're out. And now David, you're out. Also, we have a new bid for $60. Now there's a new bid on Bing Crosby for $70. We have Santana Abraxas with the poster. This never was on a 2i label. If you ever find one on a 2i label, please send me a picture because I've done extensive research. Never was made on a 2i. With the poster, $29.99. And we have the Amazing Rhythm Aces. That is $12.99. The condition and pressing of the mono revolver you bought was an original mono Scranton press. It was VG Plus or better. I think Laura had graded that one pretty conservative, which is what we want. But yeah, VG Plus or better. Who was the first bidder on Bing Crosby? Joe Salamo. Joe, let me know if you want backing on that lot. Santana has a bid with James Rayner for $25, and that is sold to James Rayner for $25. Thank you. And Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic, $14.99. And Paul Young, No Parallel or No Parlay, something like that. PRLEZ, $19.99. All right, Allman Brothers is now at $60. Joe's out on the Bing Crosby, so it's looking very much a better chance for Ron Burns with your bid for $70. Just saying. Also, we have what? We have Linda Ronstadt, a retrospective. Awesome compilation. We've already sold 2 of these this week. Stone Ponies, her earliest recordings and some of her best solo work. Faithless Love, Rock Me on the Lauder, $19.99. Stevie Wonder fulfilling his first finale. Stevie Wonder, Boogie On Reggae Woman, $24.99. Brad's Waite gets Nazareth. That's sold to Brad Waits for $15. Allman Brothers, $65. And the immediate single story. Wow, that's probably got some great music on it. It does. $24.99. Rod Stewart, Nico, Fleetwood Mac, Chris Farlow, Glenn Johns, Small Faces, The Nice, Amen Corner. Allman Brothers is at $65. And Village People, Live and Sleazy. The Village People's $19.99. All right, Ron Burns, you're getting 31 Bing Crosby albums for $70. Wow, 31 Bing Crosby albums for $70. And the one on top was Mother Goose Songs, told and sung by Bing Crosby. And then Hey Bing, Hey Jude. All right, so there's that. Now, what I need to do, I don't have room in the crate, and this one's a little bit too full. And let me check on that brand. Let me go ahead and get these crated up over here. Whoever's tagging the first part of the next crate, the first part of the next crate will be Bing Crosby. I don't have room because of the Beatles box in this one. So let me just put that right there. And thank you, Ron Burns. And let me see who actually has the high bid. Christopher Dean bid 60. Christopher Dean bid 60. David bid 58. Brent, you bid 59. And then Brent, you bid 65. And now we have a bid for 68. So everything's fine. You have it for 68. Okay, and then we sold Nazareth. Ron Burns also getting that Linda Ronstadt compilation. And then Almonds is at 66. And it's near mint minus and pristine. It is a 1973 Japanese with insert near mint minus and pristine. Okay. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's Miles Davis ESP. ESP. A 65 US mono original EX condition, a $35 start. Miles Davis ESP. Another 2i mono EX, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. That's up for bid. I'm going to introduce another auction. We've almost emptied a whole nother crate of Fred Goodwin bundles. The next one is Kitty Wells. We got 4 Kitty Wells albums here. I didn't know she had an album on Capricorn Records. Wow, Kitty Wells, Forever Young. It's promo from Capricorn. So Kitty Wells, Kitty Wells, Kitty Wells, and Kitty Wells. Those are all going to go up, those 4, for a $10 start. If you're new, very easy to bid and buy from us. Right now, these are auctions, and these are buy it nows. So if it's laying back here, it's for bid. And you can jump in at any time. You can buy at any time. There's a good chance I will recognize you as a first-time buyer. And if you're a first-time buyer, I'll give you some first-time buyer instructions. But you don't have to be registered until you buy something. So you can hop in at any time, okay? And you just bid in the comments. Just as easy as you asked how you buy and how you bid, that's how you bid. You just submit your bid in the comments. We're live streaming on 3 platforms right now. This is being simulcast to Facebook, YouTube, and X. Facebook, YouTube, and X. All being simulcast. Facebook, YouTube, and X. Hold on a second. Sorry, Chad, almost got choked to death. All right, here we go. Next, we're going through a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. The Allman Brothers got a bid for 75 with Brent, and then Oso, you bid 70. So Brent was already in at 75, Oso. Miles Davis got a bid from Brent for 35, another one from Ryan for 35, and then 37. And Kitty Wells has a bid for 10. So Brent, you're out on Miles Davis. Oso, you're out on the Allman Brothers, and 1 bid on Kitty Wells for 10. The Force, this is a Warner Brothers compilation, $24.99. The Force, let me give you an idea. They're all Warner Brothers artists. It's a 2 LP, Marshall Tucker, John Sebastian, Maria Muldaur, Jan and Dean, some on that label to give you an idea. Over here, we have Trapeze, Foghat, Montrose, Todd Rundgren, Deep Purple, Bachman Turner Overdrive. That's $24.99. The Allman Brothers is at $80, and Elton John Caribou is $19.99. We have Alabama, Just Us. Alabama's $9.99. And Joe Walsh, So What, $19.99. Brent's back in on Miles Davis at $39, but you've been outbid on the Allman Brothers. It's now at $80 with Oso Adventure. Country hit maker, George Jones. George Jones is $14.99. And Willie Nelson, this is in shrink, $14.99. I bet somebody got this from Christmas. He wrote Mom, 1987. Either he got this from his mom or he gave it to his mom. in Christmas of '87. Willie Nelson's $14.99, $14.99, and the Supremes Touch. The Supremes is $9.99, and Faces Long Player. Faces is $34.99. Arnold Adams, you get the 4 Kitty Wells albums for $10. Thank you, Arnold Adams. And we have the Rolling Stones Some Girls. Nice. An OG uncensored or unedited cover. $64.99 on that. Alabama for $8 with Robin Glenn. You got it for $8. And Elton John Piano, $15. Elton John Piano, $15. You are talking about back here, Elton John, the piano player. Holden, that's sold to you for $15. Thank you. Also, Bob Seger, Smoking OPs, $34.99. Capital Pressing. If I Were a Carpenter, great cover on here. Hey, Bo Diddley. It's Bob Seger doing nothing but covers. Danny, Alabama's already sold. Bill Nelson's Red Noise, $19.99. The Supremes is $9.99. And I'm pretty sure this is a new arrivals crate that got mixed in over here with John stuff that I never did go through last week, or Paul never did go through last week when I was at the concert. And guess what? Now they are being shown best offer, but that's okay. We're selling a lot out of here. Now, Ryan Mustaine, you're out on the Miles Davis. Hadn't heard back from you. Brent has it for $39. And now, Brent, you've been outbid on the Allman Brothers at $85. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. The next auction is one of my favorites, George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. Isn't it a pity, Bob? That's pretty cool. Someone wrote, isn't it a pity, Bob, from Mimi. Interesting. So they wrote, isn't it a pity on here. Wow. So here's a 1970 U.S. original Los Angeles pressing of what I think is an incredible release by George Harrison. All Things Must Pass. It does have the poster, and overall, across the 6 sides, across the 3 LPs, we've graded it VG+. And obviously, the box is check condition. It does have some writing. Isn't it a pity, Bob? From Minnie. Of course, that hit song's on here. Isn't it a pity? Which, if you've ever listened to the Beatles documentary, Get Back, have you ever watched that? Or the Disney Plus deal, when they're breaking up right there during the recording of Let It Be. It cuts to Paul McCartney, and he starts tearing up because George has quit the band. Whew, that got me. I was like, oh my gosh, George is quitting the band. Whew, that was emotional. They start playing Isn't It a Pity in the background. We have the poster here with it. This is a $45 start. It's now up for bid. George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. Boy, side 1 here. This is incredible. I'd Have You Anytime, My Sweet Lord, Wah Wah, there's Isn't It a Pity. And then over here, What Is Life? His cover of Bob Dylan's If Not For You is incredible. Behind That Locked Door, Let It Down. So many classic tracks on here. And this was in print for the longest with an anniversary edition, and I've had them back ordered forever. I guess they're back out of print. George Harrison's a $45 start. All right, so Brent, you do get the Miles Davis. That is sold to you. Thank you, Brent. And Miles Davis is sold for $39, and they're still bidding on the Allman Brothers. The Allman Brothers Japanese pressing is with Brent Robley at $88. The Supremes is sold to Pam Murray for $7. George Harrison's a $45 start. Back to the best offer, Alabama, $9.99. You're My Best Friend, Don Williams, $9.99. Boz Scaggs Moments, Boz is $17.99. Leo Sayer, Thunder in My Heart, $9.99. Pam's in on George Harrison at $45. Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary and Thyme. That is the first label, $14.99. So Allman Brothers is at $88. It's up to Oso on that one. Melissa Bailey gets Alabama. That's so to Melissa Bailey. We have Johnny Cash, The Holy Land, with the lenticular cover. Johnny Cash is $24.99. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. Paul is $19.99. And Bobby Gentry's Ode to Billy Joe. Nice copy here in shrink wrap. Bobby Gentry, that's the first label. Ode to Billy Joe. Bobby Gentry, $19.99. Glenn Campbell, live at the Royal Festival Hall, $14.99. And Charlie Daniels, Midnight Wind, $24.99. Now, all these are best offer. Don't hesitate to throw something out there. Let's go ahead and sell that Allman Brothers then to Brent for $88. Oso says he's done. And now George Harrison, just with one bid for $45. If Not For You. All right, now we filled up another crate between the box set and everything we just sold out of that crate. Let me swap out again, and I've got to move the 61 Bing Crosby albums we sold. whoever's watching the sale tonight, the 61 Bing Crosby albums are going to be in the front of this bin. So the first thing in this next crate are the 61 Bing Crosby albums. However many. Was it 61 or is that what they sold for? 31. 31 Bing Crosbys. It was 31. They sold for 70. It was 31 Bing Crosby albums sold for $70. Yeah. Let me put those right there. There's that. And here's those. All right. So that's the first thing in the crate now, which just filled up half of it. Okay. Now, next is BG for $15. Bobby Gentry. Vicky, that sold to you. And which Chet Atkins is that? Chet Atkins was... The Chet Atkins that's in here, I'm about to just read the titles in case anybody... This one's called Chet Atkins and His Guitar, $14.99. $14.99. Robert Vladerchek on Johnny Cash. That's sold to Robert Vladerchek, okay? And then George Harrison is $46. Let me grab the next bundle. I'm right here putting my finger on it, and it's Janice Ian, which I've only got 3, but we're going to put them up for a $10 start. We got Janice Ian, Between the Lines. We got The Secret Life of J. Eddie Fink by Janice Ian, and For All the Seasons in Your Mind from Fred Goodwin's collection, 3 Janice Ian, $10. And George Harrison, wow, just one bid for $46. And Pam, that is sold to you. Has all the original sleeves and the poster. Pam, another box set, that's sold to Pam. The 3 Janice Ian, $10 start. Now 2 more auctions. Next is the Beatles White Album. This is a 1976 Japanese pressing. It has all 4 photos and the poster, the insert and the obi. Insert, obi, all the posters, UK Flag Series number 10. This is a $55 start. $55 start. $55 start. Brian calls in on the Janice Ian for 10, and the Beatles White Album's a $55 start. If anybody needs a price on anything in this crate, let me know. They're all buy it now or best offer. They're all buy it now or best offer. Okay? Let's read through these one more time. First thing I have is Chet Atkins and His Guitar, Santana, Santana self-titled, Frida with Phil Collins on drums, we found out, Billy Joel, Elton John, James Gang Your Album, Elvis Moody Blue, Elvis Legendary Performer, Amazing Rhythm Aces, Billy Joel Songs in the Attic, Paul Young, Stevie Wonder, The Immediate Singles, Village People, The Force Compilation, Elton John Caribou, Joe Walsh So What, George Jones, Willie Nelson, Faces with Rod Stewart, The Rolling Stones, Bob Seger, Bill Nelson, Don Williams, Boz Scaggs, Leo Sayer, Simon & Garfunkel, Glenn Campbell, Charlie Daniels, and Paul Simon. And Janice Ian's the final call to Brian Call for 10. No one has bid on the Beatles for a $55 start. And our next auction is going to be Johnny Young and his Chicago Blues Band featuring Otis Spann and James Cotton. And this is a 1966 U.S. original in VG Plus condition on the R. Hooley label. And that's going to go up for a $25 start. Now, that was the second read-through on that crate. Buy it now, best offer. If anybody else wants anything in there, now would be the time to let me know. I got a bizarre Keith Whitley album here to put up. You don't hear that too often, bizarre Keith Whitley, but I do. Let me figure out where to put this crate so I know to take it up front later. Some of these I'm going to go ahead and put up front. Let's see. These were new. I'm going to go ahead and take those up front. And this was best offer. Yeah, these need to go up front. And I got another one to put up here up front. Okay? All right. Let's find something else. So, I technically have 7 crates of new arrivals still, which is pretty incredible. Charlie Daniels was $24. The Blues is a $25 start. Wow, no bid on the Beatles. A $55 buy it now. That's amazing. Brian Call, thank you on the 3 Janice Ian for 10. Those sold to Brian Call. And then the last in this bundle, the last in this crate before I get into another Fred crate bundle, the last is Robert Goulet. Robert Goulet. I Wish You Love, Robert Goulet in person, and Robert Goulet on Broadway. And those are going to be a $10 start, okay? And the Blues is VG Plus, a $25 start. And the only no bids tonight are the following. While I'm in transitioning of crates, let me show you tonight's no bids. The first no bid I have for tonight is, let me move these over here. All right, so Mick Masson got the Beatles for $55, then Brian C., then Brian called asking about it. It was the White Album, a Japanese pressing, near mint, unbelievable. Here's the next auction, Country Store Live, with guest Bill Rawlings, Jimmy Gardou, Alan Mond, and Keith Whitley. How interesting is this, Country Store Live? So what me and John determined is this is an album Keith Whitley played on, possibly before he was with the Stanley Brothers. He was with the Stanley Brothers, and then he was with, he went solo, of course, and there's Keith Whitley. And it's 1977. It's 1977. It's very clean, and we're going to put it up for a $25 start. Country Store Live, $25 start on that. Tonight's no bids are Toto, Turn Back, a Japanese pressing for $35. And then we have a few bundles that didn't sell. The first was Leroy Van Dyke from Fred Goodwin's collection. We have 5 Leroy Van Dyke albums for $10. That's a bundle. And then Frank Ifield. I had 2, 4, 6 Frank Ifield albums for $10. 5 Leroys, 6 Franks. And then Robert Goulet here. Was there a bid on Robert Goulet? I'm not going to leave him up very long. And there was no bid. 3 Robert Goulet, those are a $10 buy now. Those are the no bid bundles, and then the 1 no bid auction. And now we have Johnny Young, and that's the blues album. It has 1 bid for $25, and Country Store with Keith Whitley has 1 bid for $25. And I thought I've seen everything Keith Whitley ever played on. I have been shocked tonight. John brought that to me. He said, I found something with Keith Whitley on it. I was like, let's do it. All right. Actually, the next thing I need to show, all right, let's do, I don't know. We're probably about to do a half-off crate or something. Probably about to do a half-off crate. So let me see what's in this one. I see stuff like the Rolling Stones and Hot Chocolate and Golden Earring in Boston. And I feel like we need to go through some stuff and get a bunch of stuff sold here. We've already filled up 7 crates tonight, which is mostly because of the bundles. But we are about to sell a bunch more records. It's only 9:21, and I have half-off crates to do. I still got new arrivals, but let's go ahead and do a half-off crate. I feel like while most people's on and buying, I'm probably going to read through some of these new arrivals later, which is Fred Goodwin stuff, and I'll take offers on them. And I'm about to get started into a new bundle. But first, we have, can I get the info on the Modern Jazz Quartet 2 crates back? Let's see if I can find that. That was in that Paul crate, wasn't it? Let me see if I can find that. I just restacked these. Let's see. It wasn't that one. It wasn't this one. It was this one. I know where they're at, though. It's right here. Jared Ing, Modern Jazz Quartet, Volume 2, European Concert, a 1961 U.S. Mono VG, $9.99. Melinda Deering wants the 3 Robert Goulets. Those are sold to Melinda for $10. There's that. And we have Country Store with Keith Whitley. 1 bid to Marshall Bassett, sold for $25. Johnny Young and Chicago Blues Band, sold 1 bid to Michael Butler for $25. And we're about to do a half-off vintage band. Any signed LPs tonight? Possibly. But first, here is Pink Floyd Adam Hart Mother, because I do have some Fred Goodwin signed and authenticated stuff. Here's a 1974 Japanese pressing of Pink Floyd Adam Hart Mother. 1974 Japanese with Obi and insert. EX edition, a $45 start. Jared Inc. does want the Modern Jazz Quartet, a sticker, of course. And there's Pink Floyd. And this is a half-off crate. No more, no less. First come, first serve. But most importantly, no more, no less. So the price I'm saying is the price. Even if you try to offer me more, I'm going to say no. I'm going to charge you less. It's no more, no less. Boston, VG Plus, $9. Don't look back, VG Plus condition. Golden earring, Moontan. Golden earring is $10. Moontan. Bakatatak. B-A-K-A-T-A-K-A-A-K. Midtown Jazz Mobile. That is $5. Pink Floyd's at $45. No Sad Songs. Joe Simon, a 1968 white label promo. $12.50 on that. Mick Masson has Pink Floyd at $45. John Durden got Boston. He put Boss Poe. I'm assuming that's for Boston. Judy Collins, Hard Times for Lovers. Judy is $5. Brian Call gets Golden Earring. That is so to Brian Call. This is a half-off crate. Jackie Biard and Howard Riley. That is $7.50 live at the Royal Festival Hall. Donna Turner on Joe Simon. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Next is the Beatles, with the Beatles. And with the Beatles is a 1963 UK OG mono. Did y'all hear what I said? A 1963 UK OG mono. Track B3 is listed as You Really Gotta Hold on Me instead of Gotta. It says Gotta. Publishing credits for tracks B3 and B7 were updated. VG condition, a $25 start. With the Beatles, a real deal 63 mono. VG condition, a $25 start. OG mono 63. Next is Frank Caruso Freefall, an 85 US sealed. That is $5 on that. Daryl Anger Fiddlesticks. That is sealed, a 1979 bluegrass jazz album. $7.50 on that. And Tootin' Through the Roof, Volume 2, with Louis Armstrong, Bobby Hackett, Buck Clayton. A white label promo, that's $5. And The Mothers of Invention at the Fillmore East, June 71. It's now just $15. Beatles 25, Beatles 30, Beatles 35. There's only one bid on Pink Floyd with Mick Masson for 45. And guess what? We are about to sell it. Our next bundle lot is going to go up right now. And who do we have? The next bundle lot is going to be, let me see who I have. Oh my gosh, look at all these Louis Armstrongs. We'll do him in just a second. I got to make some room though. So let's do Statler Brothers first. There's going to be like a lot of 83 Louis Armstrong albums we're probably about to sell. But first, we got Beatles at 31, Beatles at 35, another Beatles at 35. Chad, do you know what Joe Walsh, do you know if you have that Joe Walsh So What handy? I will take it. Give me 1 second. And then John Barry on Fiddlesticks. That's so to John Barry. Aaron Below on Mothers. Beatles 36. And Lou at $5. You're probably talking about this Louis Armstrong. We got a big lot of his stuff coming up in a second. $5. And Colleen Cook put DA. And DA, whatever that was, it's already sold, I think. Now, the Beatles is still getting bids, but Mick Masson was the only bid on Pink Floyd. He gets that for $45. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's the best of the Grateful Dead. This cover looks very vibrant. Very vibrant on the cover. It's a 1980s U.S. Winchester reissue. EX++ near minus, so it's a really high-grade record. Grateful Dead's a $20 start. There's the Beatles with the Beatles. And Fred's bid on Pink Floyd just came in very late. Fred, I didn't think anybody was going to bid. Sorry about that. Here's our next lot from the Fred Goodwin collection. These are all from the Statler Brothers. So let's count them, and I'm going to put them up for a one-lot auction. We have the Best of the Statler Brothers Volume 2, Holy Bible placed by the Statler Brothers, the Statler Brothers Gospel Favorites. Actually, I'm supposed to be counting these. Hold on a second. There's 1, 2, 3 Statler Brothers. There's 4 Maple Street Memories. 5, 6, there's a picture disc. 7 for the Statler Brothers. 8, 9, 10, it's sealed. 11, the greatest hits. 12, 13, 14. 14 Statler Brothers albums. We'll say a $25 start. $25 start on the Statler Brothers, okay? Now, we have Grateful Dead has a bid for 20, and now the Beatles at 44. Next in the half-off bin is Donald Byrd's Best. This looks like half off of a Paul crate from about a month ago. Donald Byrd is $10. Donald Byrd's Best, $10 on that. Also, we have Tom Brown Magic. Tom Brown is sealed, $7.50. And Beethoven Piano Concert, that is $5. Somebody just commented on our ad. Too far, they said, too bad your store's far away. I want everybody to be able to see what you have for sale. And I'm going to put, we are live right now selling records. I see comments like that pop up on our ads. People be like, I wish I could drive there. You're too far away. And I'm like, well, you can literally watch from your couch and buy records right now and probably see the best selection we have. Statler Brothers, 25, 25, Beetles, 45, Donna on Bird. That sold to Donna for $10 in the half off bin. Statler Brothers is 30. Wow, the Grateful Dead just one bid, and that's a final call to Greg Beddinger for $20. The Beatles is at 45, and the Statler Brothers lot's at 30. BG's Trafalgar. The BG's is $10. We also have Larry Carlton Strikes Twice. That is sealed for $7.50. John Barry gets the Beethoven record. That's sold to John Barry. We have Cat Stevens, VG Plus, $6.50. Cat Stevens is VG Plus, $6.50. Also, Crystal Science, Gary Burton and Chick Corea. That's EX, $11.50. EX, $11.50. And Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. Now $6.50 for Willie. And Paul Simon Graceland is $14. $14. Beatles is now at $50. Brian Call says he's done. The Statler Brothers is at $30. So John Barry, I guess let me know if you want back in. And we're about to sell the Beatles and definitely Grateful Dead. Oscar Brown Jr., Between Heaven and Hell. That's VG for $5. John Durden on Willie Nelson. That's sold to John Durden. And George Benson, Good King Bad, $8.50. Don't forget, $7 in limited shipping. And that ends tonight whenever I say good night. And anything you've bought on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or tonight, you'll get an invoice on Monday, $7 in limited shipping. Vicky Yoshikawa on PS for Paul Simon. That's sold to Vicky. We have Jimi Hendrix. Wow, just $12.50. It is VG Plus. And Jackson Brown Late for Sky is $6.50. Also, I got to find a Joe Walsh for somebody, Christopher Dean. Christopher, give me 1 second and I'll find that. But first, the Beatles is sold to George Sambarez for $50. Wow, a mono UK original of that. Thank you, George. That's sold to you for $50. Steve Worley next on Graceland. Michael Rudolph on Benson. That's George Benson. That's sold to him for $8.50. Greg Beddinger, just one bid on that. That's sold to you for $20. Sunday Morning Session got Jimi Hendrix. That's sold to Sunday Morning Session. Aaron Below got Jackson Brown. And now the Statler Brothers are sold to Robin for $30. And that has almost filled up a whole nother crate. Before I do anything else, let me show two more half-off records. If3, If is VG for $5, and Zappa, Ship Arriving Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch. That's in Shrinking Hype. Now just $7.50. It is in VG condition. It is in VG condition, just FYI. Okay? Now, let's put up a new auction. And that next new auction is going to be what? The Beatles. And this is a 1969 U.S. Jacksonville. This album originally came out in 67. It is a 69 stereo. It does have the Sgt. Pepper's insert, one of my favorite albums to put on and listen to from front to back. I mean, wow, Sgt. Pepper's, with a little help from my friends, Lucy in the Sky, Getting Better, Fixing a Hole, She's Leaving Home, and then side 2, With and Without You. Wow, When I'm 64. Ah, Lovely Rita, Good Morning, Sgt. Pepper's, and of course, A Day in the Life. This is a 69 press, has the Sgt. Pepper's. There it is. VG, a $35 start. VG on that one. All right, next is Jimi Hendrix is already sold. Mothers of Invention's already sold. Brian Call gets If. Dennis Jackson gets Zappa. And let me swap out crates because that just really filled up this crate because we're about to put up a bundle. We're about to put up a bundle of Louis Armstrong. So let's do that very quickly. Let me swap out crates. I have ignored the Japanese crate for a while. And that was our 7th crate full of vinyl already tonight. 7th crate full, and I still got 7 crates of John new arrivals and plenty of discount stuff. I was going to recap new vinyl and show all the stuff, the new vinyl that was on sale that's still left over that we discounted tonight. Wow. But first, I have probably one of the biggest bundles of the night. And this guy, a lot of these we probably could put out individually. We just sold one here on this bin, but Fred was quite the collector. And when I said he collected people's discographies, he collected people's discographies. And folks, from the Fred Goodwin collection, I present you probably the largest amount of Louis Armstrong albums you've ever seen available for sale at one time, especially all different ones. These are all different Louis Armstrong albums. I'm just going to count them, and I'm going to tell you what the starting bid. Some of these are sealed right on top. A few of these are sealed right here on top. Let's count out Louis. I'm going to show them and count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Louis Armstrongs, 8, 9, 10, 11. That one looks early. Gosh. 12, 13, 14, Columbia Jazz Masterpieces, 15, another early one, 16, another early one, 17, 18, a 2LP, 19, a box set, 20, a foreign press, 21, 22, 23, another box set, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. 33 Louis Armstrong albums, including box sets, $75 start. $75 start on Louis Armstrong. I've already forgot how many I said, but it's a $75 start on those. Okay, and now the Beatles, Robert, is a $35 start. $35 start on the Beatles. The box set has already sold, yes, and those are a $75 start. All right, and now we have, back to the half-off bin, we have Hot Chocolate, Everyone's a Winner, da-da-da-da-da-da, EX, $6.50. Chick Corea, Electric Band, Light Years, Chick Corea, $6.50 as well. Lou Reed is now just $9. He's in VG Plus condition. Louis Armstrong has bids for $75 and $75. The Beatles, I'm looking for a $35 start on that. Jethro Tull Aqualung with the lyric insert, sitting on a park bench. VG Plus, snot running down his nose. That's Aqualung. Wow, Bill Withers' greatest hits, an 81 Terre Haute original. That is $17.50. And Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town, is $10. And let's pause right here with Bjork. Bjork is sealed in the half-off bin. Now just $12.50 for Bjork in the half-off bin. Wow, half-off Bjork. One more time, I'm going to put up another auction. And the next auction is going to bleed. Hopefully it's not going to bleed. It's going to be Blue Cheer. Their stuff's always desirable. Blue Cheer is a 1969 U.S. original. It's an EX condition. Blue Cheer is a $20 start. Blue Cheer is a $20 start. So that's auction number 3 there for Blue Cheer. $20 start on that. All righty. So, whoa, what is going on the screen right now? Holy moly. Okay, so the last thing I had was Louis Armstrong, 75, 75, 80. Vicky Yoshikawa did get the Bill Withers. Brian locked in the first bid on the Beatles at 35. Thank you, Brian Call. Going once, going twice. Chris Bachek, second on the Beatles. Louis Armstrong is at 90. Chris Ridling's first on Bjork. How much was Jethro Tull? This was $10. I must have not said the price. VG Plus, $10. John, you were first. Sunday, second. Louis Armstrong has another bid for 80. Donna was already at 90. Aaron below got Bruce Springsteen. Bjork's already sold. David Hoy on BJ. That's probably for Bjork. It's already sold. John Stevens, Bjork's already sold. George Samtheres, third on Bill Withers. Classy, fourth on Bjork. Jethro Tull was 10. Robert, fifth on Bjork. Jethro Tull was 10. Louis Armstrong has another bid for 90. Donna already bid 90. She just bid 90 again. And now another $90 bid. And now Charlie wants Jethro Tull. However, there's about 3 people ahead of you. John Durden, Sunday Morning Session, and Joe DeGaldo. It's up to them if they want it. Louis Armstrong's hit 100. Blue Cheer has a bid for 20. and we'll see. John Durden passes on Jethro Tull. Let's see if the next person wants it. My bad for not saying the price. Sunday morning session was next. VG plus $10. Sorry, I get caught up sometimes reading or not singing, but reading lyrics, and I'm like, whoops-a-daisy on that. So, all right. Okay, give me 1 second. All right. Sunday said he will take it. Okay. Now, Brian, you were the only bidder technically on the Beetles, so that's sold you for $35. And let's look at Blue Cheer one more time. Jared McLaughlin has it for $20. Going through a half-off bin right quick, and let's see what we can do here with Blue Cheer. Blue Cheer is a 69 U.S. original EX edition. One bid for $20, final call. Now, there's about 3 people bidding on this extraordinary lot of Louis Armstrong records. Donna has it for $105. Now Ron bid $110. We're also going through a half-off crate here. The next thing is Julian Baker. He is sealed for $10. And there's a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves Julian Baker, a 4-heart rating, and now she's very upset because he's made it to the half-off bin. Here is John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow. It looks like it's something I priced on the fly. It's sealed for $24.99 and now half off that. Sealed, a remaster of Scarecrow for $12.50. Blue Cheer has a new bid for $22, and now Louis Armstrong's at $115. Julian is a girl. Oh, my bad. Julian Baker is a girl. I'm sorry. Now we've really made Laura mad. And now I hear the sabers rattling in the back. We have our next auction. Good times, bad times. I've been dazed and confused. You shook me. Babe, I'm going to leave you. Your time is going to come. A 1969 U.S. OG pressing of Led Zeppelin's debut album. A 1969 U.S. PRC Richmond original. VG++ EX, a $35 start. Here it is. It's a 4-digit Led Zeppelin debut. I'm looking at it under the light. Laura has graded this extremely accurate. It's VG++ EX. She is a professional. That's why we have her here on staff, along with John and Paul. These are professional record people, folks. They know what they're doing. 1969 U.S. PRC Richmond original. VG++, a $35 start. The vinyl is as I've graded it. The cover is probably VG or VG minus. Looks like there's a stain right here. There's the Hindenburg blowing up. Oh, the humanity. Has a piece of tape up here on the top. A VG minus cover. Wow. All right. Let's go back up to the top. All this handwriting is done by Laura and sometimes Paul or sometimes John. If it's on the auction tags, 95% of the time it's Laura. They do all this research. I just show up and sell the stuff. I'm like a doctor going into surgery. I show up and just do the surgery. Everybody else gets all this. They do all the work getting it all ready. I just show up and perform. The guitars are already tuned. They just hand them to me. Louis Armstrong was at 105, then 110. So Jared had Blue Cheer for 20. Michael bid 22, 115 on Louis Armstrong. Tim Colino got Julian Baker. I'm sorry, Julian. That's sold to Tim Colino. Marshall Bassett got Scarecrow for $12.50. Nick was second. Nick was second. Mick was third. Louis Armstrong, 120. Donna, you got outbid. Susie was next on John Cougar. And then Dennis Jackson. Then Debbie Winstead. Chad, the Joe Walsh should be in the bin you just pulled. Is Joe Walsh in here? Joe Walsh. Okay, so I still got to hunt that down for him. That was... All right, let me find that for him. Give me 1 second. Because I said I was going to do that. And now... If I don't find that right now, all hope is lost. Okay, it wasn't in that crate. I know it's not in that crate. It's got to be in this one. It was got to be in this half-off bin, right? Joe, it was in this last half or last best offer bin. Joe Walsh right here, yeah. Yeah, this was best offer. Yeah, okay. This is sold to Christopher Dean. All right. Louis Armstrong, 120. Louis Armstrong, 125. Louis Armstrong, 130. Zeppelin, 35, 35, 35. 132 on Louis. Zeppelin, 40. Louis, 140. Led Zeppelin, 142. I mean, oh my gosh. Louis Armstrong, 140. Led Zeppelin, 42. Louis Armstrong, 150. Blue Cheer, 25. Blue Cheer, 27. Aqualung is long gone. Blue Cheer, 30. Louis Armstrong, 160. And yes, you were still second, Nick, even with your autocorrect. And Louis Armstrong, 175. Okay, sorry. That was a flurry of activity. So the Louis Armstrong collection is at 175. Michael's done on Blue Cheer. Jared, that sold to you for 30. And now Led Zeppelin is at 43. I think I can manage that. Let's keep going through the half-off bin. Bread. I love fresh Publix bread. VG Plus, $7.50. For bread, Guitar Man. Tom Rapp is $12.50. Tom Rapp. Barry's Truckers. VG Plus, $7.50. Fleetwood Mac Tusk. Oh, Sarah, $16.50. Outlaws, now $10. The Sound of Music with the book, the legendary movie, $10. And the Rolling Stones Goathead Soup, $20. I love fresh Publix bread. It is just delicious. Absolutely delicious. Okay. Robin Murphy Glenn is first on bread. Led Zeppelin, 45. Louis Armstrong's at $180. Now, that was a great half-off bin. Let's read those again. Not before I introduce another auction. And that next auction is going to be what? We have the great concert of Eric Dolphy. Looks like it was at a jazz radio station. We've had stuff from them, KMIH Jazz. And this is the great Eric Dolphy concert. This is a 1974 U.S. original white label promo. It has 2 of the 3 original inner sleeves. It does have the insert. It's VG++ EX, and that's a $30 start on Eric Dolphy. Led Zeppelin's now at 45 with Christopher Dean, which is an OG copy. Let's read through this half-off bin one more time. We're not too far from emptying it, and then I'm sure if I make a bundle, we might sell everything in here and can bring out the air horn. This is called B-A-K-A-T-A-K, Ba-Ka-Ta-Ak, Midtown Jazz Mobile. That's now $5. Eric Dolphy's at 30. Louis Armstrong's at 190. Judy Collins, Hard Times for Lovers. Judy Collins, $5. Jackie Biard and Howard Riley live at the Royal Festival Hall. More Jazz, $7.50. Frank Caruso, Free Fall. That is sealed for $5. We have Tom Brown, Magic, sealed for $7.50. Bee Gees, Trafalgar. Bee Gees, No Condition Notes, $10. Gatefold. Larry Carlton, Strikes Twice. That's sealed for $7.50. Michael, thank you for buying this so I never have to try to read again. It may be called Bak Atak or Bakataka or B-A-K-A-T-A-A-K. They might just want you to spell it out. And then Led Zeppelin, 50. Louis Armstrong, $200. Cat Stevens, VG Plus, $6.50. Crystal Science, Gary Burton and Chick Corea, EX Edition, $11.50. Oscar Brown Jr., VG, $5. The Eddie figure is gone, yes. Eric Dolphy has one bid with Donna for $30. We're about to sell it. We have Hot Chocolate. This is EX650, pronounced Back Attack. Well, they misspelt it. Chick Corea Electric Band, EX $6.50. Lou Reed Street Hassle, VG Plus $9. Next is Condition of Fleetwood Mac. That is Tusk. Carol Tusk is EX $16.50. And then Sunday Morning Sessions wants Larry Carlton. Michael Snared wants Sarah. Sarah is not in here. Led Zeppelin 52, Melissa Bailey on Hot Chocolate. Eric Squindo on OB, and OB was Oscar Brown. Jared McLaughlin on Lou Reed. And Tom Rapp, 1250. Carol on the Fleetwood Mac. Michael, you were second on Fleet. If your comment was for Sarah for Tusk, Carol was first. Donna gets Eric Dolphy for $30. They're still bidding on the OG Zeppelin. It's at $55. I had a feeling Sarah was for Fleetwood Mac, but Carol just asked about it right before you did. Donna has the Louis Armstrongs for $205. And Ron, I apologize because it seems like for some reason everybody is rooting against you. I don't know what you've done, but everybody's rooting against you on the Louis Armstrong auction. Donna has the Louis Armstrong for $205. $205 on those. Barry's Truckers is a private press rock album, VG plus 750. This is the kind of like private press local album where, like, if you went down to where are they from? Does it say where they're from? It doesn't say where they're from. This is kind of one of those like local deals, and it's like if you, let's say they're from, I don't know, some small town here in Tennessee even, and you're like, hey, I know that guy. And then you'll be like, yeah, we had that one album that time. We were called Barry's Truckers. VG plus 750. Led Zeppelin's at $57. That's when we say private press. Usually some kind of local deal where they privately funded their vinyl or their production of their record so they could hand it out and try to get a name for themselves because no one would sign them. Jared Inc. gets Chick Corea. That's so to Jared Inc. And Outlaws is $10, and some of those records like that can be very expensive. The Sound of Music is $10 with the insert, and unbelievably, no one got the Rolling Stones. It is $20. Goathead Soup, Silver Train, Can You Hear the Music? That's a good one. Do Heartbreaker. Angie. Led Zeppelin's at $65. All right, we got to tag some Louis Armstrongs. This incredible Louis Armstrong collection is sold to Donna for $205. $205. So if I ever say private press, that's what that is. It's usually somebody that never did get signed to a label, and they pretty much funded to themselves on that. So Donna, you have, I don't know if you have every Louis Armstrong recording here, but it would be tough to say that you don't have most of them. Probably just about everything he released. It's got to be right there. What a collection from Fred. That took up a whole foot of his wall space. All right, let's move over. Zeppelin, 57, now 65. Sunday's going to try out the Barry's Truckers. Michael Butler second. Chad, please take a peek at these shipments going this week with all these bundles and post the socials. Oh, yeah, we need to. We have already sold 8 crates full tonight. They're going to kill me. They told me the other day, they's like, we need some people to come in early Monday morning so we can key in records so invoices can go out on time. I was like, oh, boy. They's like, you've been selling 8 and 9 crates every night for the last 6 nights. And I was like, I know, and I'm going to sell a lot on Saturday night. And here they are. It's going to be a lot of packages. All right. With invoice going out on Sundays, what days is when that week's haul out? Invoices for anything bought this week, invoices go out on Monday. Ed told me Friday they are still packing stuff that paid this Monday. So if you paid this Monday, they're still processing those orders right now. So essentially, we're about 5 days out. We're about 5 days out. So invoices go out Monday. People that paid last Monday, they are shipping their stuff right now. And most people pay on Monday, so they've got to finish Monday. And then anybody that paid Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or today. So they're essentially about 5 days out. They're packing orders 5 days out. And that is usually G helps pack, Steve helps pack, Ed helps pack, Rebecca helps pack. When Tana's here, he's helping. Sometimes Jake. And then, of course, they're always pulling orders. My sister, Jill, that works here now, she's helping pull orders, etc., etc. All right. Now, Led Zeppelin. This is a final call. It's at 65. Are we all done? Tony's out. Led Zeppelin, and that was a 69. One more time on that. 69 USPRC Richmond Original. There it is. Now, here we have it. We have a spammer on here, Joan Kirby. And then we have a bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 records left in there. $55. 11 records left in there if anybody wants them. $55. The Stones was marked $39.99. 11 records, $5 each, a bundle deal. 11 records, a bundle deal for $55. Speaking of bundles, I have another Fred bundle coming up. And the next Fred bundle is the following. Mr. Red Savine. Red Savine. These are going to go up for a bundle deal. I'm going to count them and tell you the starting bid. Red Savine, we got one. Wow, that's on Star Day there. Let's see, that's on a later Star Day, but look how nice. Those early anything Star Day, very collectible, of course. Great country. So there's 2 Red Savines, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one looks pretty cool. That's a UK edition. 7, Phantom 309 is sealed. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 Red Savine albums, a $20 start. 13 Red Savine albums, a $20 start. Can I interest somebody in 11 LP bundle for $55? The Stones, The Sound of Music, The Outlaws, Tom Rapp, Gary Burton and Chick Corea, Cat Stevens, The Bee Gees, Tom Brown, Frank Caruso, Jackie Biard, Howard Biley, and Judy Collins. That way we can clean those out, blow the air horn. Led Zeppelin is sold. And Led Zeppelin is sold to Christopher Dean. Thank you, Christopher. $65. If this person comments again, I've got to block them. I hope not. But don't ever open up any links or anything. Just FYI, okay? Now, Fred Savine's a $20 start. I think that was 13. I guess that was 13 there. 13 albums. Now, the next thing in the auction, I've got another blues here. Black and Blue, Little Sonny. Black and Blue is a 1971 U.S. Terre Haute original. And this is a white label promo. And this is a $20 start. $20 start. Jared says, I'll take the 11 for $55. Boom. So, folks, we got another bundle here sold. This time to Jared McLaughlin. Let me put sticky notes around these to flag them so they can keep up with them a little bit easier. I hadn't done it for the other bundles, but they've been easy to keep up with because they're not in sleeves. And now we have an air horn because I think we need an air horn for a couple reasons. One, it's just been an incredible night so far. And 2, we just emptied out a crate and sold everything in here. And those are sold to Jared McLaughlin for $55. The Red Savine lot has a bid. Oh, Jared, a thank you. The air horn's coming. I want to let everybody know right now, prepare your ears, let your gerbils know. I know some of y'all have lots of pets gerbils, I found out. Gerbils, lots of gerbils. And you might want to let them know that a very loud and high decibel level air horn is about to be blown. Alert the gerbils. All right. Thank you, gerbils. Now, it's time for something else. I have no idea what, but we're about to do it. What are we about to do? Not that crate. Not that crate. Not that crate. Not this crate. That crate, maybe? No, not that crate. I am picking crates. Is this the crate I want to do? No, not that crate. I want to do the back right crate is the one I want to do, honestly. I'm probably going to have to shift some stuff around to get to it. All right. Let me get this person off the feed. Let me jump over here. I mean, they're not really causing a problem, but sometimes they'll try to infiltrate your messages and stuff. Yeah, I want to go through this back left crate because it's got some pretty cool recent stuff in it. Wow, only 100. We need some more likes on the feed. Where's this person at? There they are. Joan Kirby. Ban Joe Kirby from your page. Ban. Goodbye, Joan. Joan, she just lived her life like a candle in the wind, and just like that, she's gone. The rain set in. We need a little firework action for the air horn. Where are you? There he is. There we go. There's the fireworks. That's what we want to see. All right, let me move these over here, and let's do some shifting. Okay. Now I need another crate to put here because I got to put my phone somewhere. Now let's update the two. There's 2 live auctions right now. We hadn't done 45s in about 3 hours. We cleared out the Rolling Stones collection. I'm probably about to transition to something else. But first thing we need to do is update these auctions. So the last thing I remember doing is, of course, the bundle. Jared McLaughlin. Ron Burns was second. John was third asking about it. And then we had the lot of 13 Red Savant albums. Michael bid 20. Robert bid 20. Black and Blue Little Sonny, which is a 1971 U.S. Terre Haute original, white label promo. Tom Colino bid $20. Charlie, you were fourth on the bundle. Red Savant, 21. We have Black and Blue, another bid for 25. Michael went out on the Red Savant label, the Red Savant lot. So, and then Robert went out. How did that happen? Y'all both went out. Y'all both bid. Oh, Robert bid 21. Did somebody outbid you, Robert? I got Robert Warner at 21 on the Red Savant lot. Those 13 albums. Black and Blue got a bid for 26. And then Black and Blue got a bid for 30. And we're at the bottom, okay? So the first thing I need to do is I'm going to read through some stuff in here very quickly. I'm about to have to swap out crates. So I've got Robert Warner. Unless I've missed something, he has the 13 Red Savant albums for 21. And then the Black and Blue is with Michael Butler at 30. Let me introduce one more auction right quick, and it's Led Zeppelin, and it's a 1975 U.S. Monarch. I like Monarch. Monarchs are always good, especially for Zeppelin albums. It is a 4-digit. However, it's a 75 Broadway address, so that makes it a 1975. 1975 EX with the original inner sleeve, a $25 start. $25 start on that. Black and Blue has a new bid for 31. Now Red Savant's at 22, and now Led Zeppelin's a $25 start. Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion, music on vinyl press. Suicidal Tendencies, $39.99. Dead Can Dance, Into the Labyrinth. Dead Can Dance is a 2 LP, $39.99. I thought I saw a red bid too for $55. I thought there was a bid for more like $55. No, he put RS 50. Was that for the Rolling? Was that for Red Savant, Charlie Marks? I think he was trying to get the bundle. I did say 55 on red. Oh, so you're in 55. Okay. 13 Red Savant, 55. That's a big jump, but I'll take it. 55 on Red Savant. I thought he put RS because the bundle had the Rolling Stones record in the front, the Goathead Soup. I thought he was trying to get the bundle because it was $55, but he's bidding on Red Savant. Okay. And now, Black and Blue, we have a question on what exactly it is. This is a 71 U.S. Terre Haute original. It is a white label promo from Enterprise, and it has a high bid of 33. Zeppelin has 2 $25 bids, and now the Red Savant lot's at $55, going once, going twice. Haliu Mergia, and this is Ethiopian Jazz, a very rare record, new and sealed reissue, $29.99. Beetlejuice, 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 the soundtrack, music by Danny Elfman, $24.99 for Beetlejuice. The Cramps, A Date with Elvis, The Cramps is $33.99, A Date with Elvis, and another Dead Can Dance, and this one is self-titled. Dead Can Dance by Dead Can Dance, $34.99. Willie Nelson's most recent album, Oh, What a Beautiful World, $33.99. Willie Nelson sings Rodney Crowell. This is his 157th album. That's not like an exaggeration. $33.99. Charlie Marks on the Cramps, not a hyperbole. That is so to Charlie Marks. I've got one Cramps left. The Musical Roots of the Rolling Stones, a musical rockamentary, $33.99. These are rare recordings, golden pieces of songs and pearls of the individual Stones musicians recorded in the early years. $33.99. Charlie Marks also wants Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. That's so to Charlie Marks. I've got another Cramps. Excuse me, this is the Dead Kennedys. Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death, a compilation, $24.99. This is the Cramps. Stay Sick, that's $28.99. Beetlejuice is a black vinyl. All right, so a Black and Blues at $37, Led Zeppelin's at $27. And now let's sell the Red Savines. These are so to Charlie Marks for $55. Now to do that, I'm going to have to change out crates, and we have just filled up our 8th full crate of vinyl tonight. Holy moly. Of course, a lot of it was bundles. 4 full crates of bundles, and we're not done with those yet. That is pretty amazing. If you kind of keep track of how much I sell, if we have like a quantity-wise, just pure quantity, if we have a rock star loaded full-fledged night, we're selling 8 and 9 crates. It's already 10 o'clock and we've filled up 8 crates of vinyl. Just pure quantity, that's pretty amazing. These are sold to Charlie Marks for $55. Let's move over with Black and Blue. This is Little Sonny. This is not anything to do with the band Black and Blue. This is a blues album called Little Sonny, Black and Blue. Little Sonny is a blues harmonicist, and the name of the album is Black and Blue. This has nothing to do with the band Black and Blue. It's Little Sonny. Little Sonny is at $37 with Michael Butler. Zeppelin, $27. We sold Cramps and Beetlejuice. And next is the Stones Yellow Vinyl. You know, it doesn't say, Carol. I don't really know. I could scan that barcode in 1 second and find out. Here's another Cramps. Smell a Female. It's $24.99. And Vicious Rumors. That is self-titled. Limited edition, $1,500 on blue vinyl. Vicious Rumors is $38.99. And Prince Lasha Quintet featuring Sonny Simmons. The Cry. That's $34.99. That's a craft, all analog, Bernie Grumman, pressed at QRP. Wow. Let's jump back over here and put up another auction. I don't know what this is. It's something Paul pulled. It must be good. Wow. A Young Man's Gash. This is a 1972 German original, a krautrock, prog rock album from 1972. Some of them have sold for as much as $281. It's on Brain Metronome label. A 1972 krautrock prog album. $85 start on that. I was just telling, oh, it's on yellow vinyl. Thank you. Carol says it's on. The Musical Roots is on yellow vinyl. Led Zeppelin is sold to Jeff Hallward for $27, and Michael Butler gets Little Sonny for $37. Okay, and then A Young Man's Gash is an $85 start. I got Nico. This is called Heroin. They're numbered to 100 on green splatter. I've got number 95 and 97. That's $33.99. The Stones is $33.99. And Susie and the Banshees, The Rapture, 2 LP blue vinyl. Susie is $64.99. There's about 3 bundles left from Fred's crates tonight. Let's go ahead and put up another country one here. This is Charlie McLean. Too Good to Hurry. Charlie McLean, Charlie McLean, Charlie McLean, another one, and another one. So we got 6 Charlie McLean albums, a $10 start. $10 start. Nico was sold to Vicky Yoshikawa. I'm going to give you number 95. That is sold to Vicky. And then the Highwayman, music on vinyl, $38.99 for the Highwayman. And this is Jorge Ben, $38.99. Jorge Ben, $38.99. The newest release from Godsmack, it is Oracle. Finally remastered and released on vinyl. This was never released on vinyl, probably because it came out in 2010. Very little vinyl being pressed in 2010. $33.99 on that. and Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Metallica is remastered, $33.99. Final call to get a bid on Young Man's Gas, Charlie McClain 10. The Beatles album in the back is Past Masters. Past Masters is a 2 LP. That's all the Beatles tracks that wasn't released on their albums, like Rain and Lady Madonna and Hey Jude and Revolution and Day Tripper. Those are $49.99. That's a 2 LP compilation. Kiss. I think I have some Japanese over here. Did I get the Godsmack already? Boy, I don't really know. But Buck Buchanan has Gash at $85. Thank you. Here is Testament, $39.99. System of a Down is $33. Korn is $46. Wasp is $38.99. Dragon Force is $38.99. Mayhem is $38.99. Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon is $38. And Led Zeppelin Live in Charlotte 1972 Volume 2. If you want to get Volume 2, I can get you a Volume 1. That's the complete concert, $44.99. In the Japanese crate. The Japanese crate, I have Emerson, Lake and Palmer, the Rolling Stones, the Hollies, Wham, Blondie, Deep Purple, Cream, Cyndi Lauper, Eagles, Asia, Deep Purple, Beatles, No Nukes, Phil Collins, Loverboy, Kiss, Destroyer, Madman Across the Water, Elton John, Night Ranger, Eagles, Beatles, Paul McCartney, Duran Duran, Eagles, Beatles, Van Halen, Creedence, and Debbie Harry, Cuckoo. All right, so I got an Obilus Kiss Destroyer on its way here. All right. So, Charlie McClain got bids for 10, and then another 10, then another 10. Final call on Gash for 85. Buck has it in. 12. Jared Benoit got the Dead Kennedys. Thank you, Jared Benoit. Charlie Marks on Korn. Are you ready? That is sold to Charlie Marks. What was the Wasp? The Wasp is called Wasp. Self-titled. 40th anniversary. Half-speed master marble vinyl. $38.99. I think it's Still Life. And Buck, you get Gash. Seems like a great price to me. They've sold for as much as $281. The median's $106, and he gets that for $85. Let's move over Charlie McClain. That lot of Charlies are a final call for 12, the Robin Glenn. Regina, you're out. Michael, you're out. We're about to sell those. And then over here, I've got last night's no bids, which is Charles Kenyard, Hall & Oates, Soft Machine, London Town, and Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That was last night's no bids. And then over here, I still got Bruce Springsteen, Willie Dixon, Led Zeppelin, and Tony Joe White. Let's see what's going on with this Bruce Springsteen. This is a bootleg unofficial of Bruce Springsteen called Do I Have to Say His Name? The Jersey Devil hits again, the boss. And this is a German unofficial. Tracks A1 through B3 are studio outtakes, Atlantic Studios, 1977. Track B4 is a live Tom Waits cover, Brendan Bryan Arena in New Jersey. And tracks B5 and 6 are John Hammond audition tapes, 1972. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Jared McLaughlin put CM1. It looks like he's about to bid on Charlie McClain, but it didn't come in. The high bid on Charlie McClain lot is at $12. Thank you, Buck Buchanan on Gash. Now, I just wanted to read through this new vinyl here very quickly one more time because it was a great selection. That's why I went through them again. And if anybody wants anything else in here, let me know. We got Wasp, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Mayhem, Dragon Force, System of a Down, Testament, Metallica, Godsmack, Jorge Ben, Waylon Jennings, the Highwayman, Susan the Banshees, the Rolling Stones, Nico, Prince Lasha Quintet, Vicious Rumors, Cramps, Willie Nelson, Dead Can Dance, A Date with Elvis, Beetlejuice, Halu Muguria, Dead Can Dance, and Suicidal Tendencies. All right. So there we have it. And then what is the Soft Machine and what was the Hall & Oates? These did not get bids last night. This was Soft Machine. It's a live unofficial from Royal Albert Hall, 1970, $25 buy it now. And then the other no bid was Hall & Oates Private Eyes from last night, a Japanese pressing, $35. Soft Machine, $25, Royal Albert Hall, and Hall & Oates, $25. We're going to go ahead and put up a new auction. This is Kiss Destroyer. Let me take a look. This is Japanese Kiss. And this should be the last Japanese and possibly the last kissed auction of the night. This one is, by Japanese standards, around EX condition. It does have the insert destroyer gatefold, which is not typically a gatefold with U.S. pressings. Awesome high-quality inking and artwork on these Japanese pressings. $35 star. Detroit, Rock City, God of Thunder, Do You Love Me, Beth, Shout It Out Loud. $35 start on that. Charlie McLean 15, Charlie McLean 17. Mike Ospaw wants a Godsmack, and Ryan Mustaine said he'll take the Soft Machine no bid for last night. $25. I actually mentioned you last night, Ryan. I was like, well, Ryan must not be watching. There's a Soft Machine. $25 on that. All right, that's new vinyl I wanted to read through. Let's get back to pre-owned stuff. I'm glad I did. We just sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 records out of there. That's actually pretty good for stuff for a second read-through on new vinyl. And we might can go through some more like that tonight. The other ones back here tonight, last night, the ones back here, right here behind me, are the ones we already went through last night and the night before. I'm trying to hit some, and I'll probably post another video. From this tomorrow morning in the group, and it'll be that last call, and it'll be all like new vinyl. I'll try to go through as many crates as possible. Okay? And then we have Kiss is at 40. I'll give 15 for Hall & Oates. I am at 35 on Hall & Oates. And then Charlie McLean 20, Charlie McLean 22. We are probably too far apart. I have another Japanese Van Halen 1984. The one the other night sold for what? $260. I have another one. I'm probably going to start it at $75, and we'll see where it ends up. Let's find some kind of pre-owned vintage bin and either do it half off or buy it now best offer. Let's see what we can do. Or, no, I'll tell you what's going to be even better. I've got new arrival crates, I think mostly over here from Fred Goodwin's collection, and I think we're going to do them buy it now best offer, possibly. I don't know if all of them are from Fred's collection, but we need to probably start knocking these out because there's like 7 of them over here. So what better than new arrivals, and they're going to be best offer. And let's grab one right now. And don't hesitate to make offers. Okay? I want you to not hesitate to make offers. Here we go. 10:14. I need to text my mother and see if she can, what time. Let me see what's going on here. Hold on a second. I keep forgetting the back of my head. Mother's Day, Mother's Day, Mother's Day, Mother's Day, Mother's Day. Let me see what time this restaurant opens. Okay, here we go. Bruce. Carol, you're right. Carol bid one time, $25. Nobody else bid. This is sold to Carol for $25. All right? There was some other stuff I didn't get to. We sold Soft Machine. Kiss got a bid for $40. Charlie McLean, $20.22. Jared's out. Robin gets the Charlie McLean's for $22. The Charles Kenyard from last night, Jetstream. Sorry, you asked twice. I hadn't forgot about you. 1970 U.S. Original VG Plus, a $30 buy now. Aphrodisiac. VG Plus, this says low 15, median 85, high 142. Those are the comps from Discogs. 1970 US. So some of these have sold for as much as $142. The median was at 85. Charles Kenyard, Aphrodisiac, and that is a $30 buy now. Sometimes Laura writes the comps to show that we've got it priced very reasonable based on what as much as they've sold as. Okay? And then we have Kiss is a Japanese pressing, no condition notes. Japanese pressing, no condition notes. On the vinyl, or I think I said EX by Japanese standards, and then VG Plus. Have I found the Paul's crate from 326? Not to my knowledge. I have about 48 and then 2. So I have over 90 crates of pre-owned records still stacked behind me. Phantom says I was going to make an offer, but hesitated. What is Kiss? Wait, I said Bruce. Kiss 42. Jetstream said sold. Tom, I didn't think you were actually bidding. So Carol put 25, and then you said Bruce, and then I had Carol at 25 and final call. So always make sure if you're bidding on something, I got to see a numerical, because he had it at 25, and sometimes I think people think we're trying to do like a buy it now, and they're like, oh, wait, it's an auction, and then I didn't hear back from me, so I'm assuming that you wasn't bidding. So always make sure you put a numerical when you're bidding, and especially I did a final call to him at $25. I just assumed that you didn't want to bid. So Kiss is at 42. So Classy Lonnie Metal, you're out. And he says he's done. So final call. Always make sure when you're bidding, you put a number. You have to put a number. Otherwise, I don't think that you're bidding. Sometimes I've laid down auctions. And I've had people put Led Zeppelin. And then they don't put a number, and then I'll be like, well, are you bidding? And they's like, no, I thought it was a buy it now. I don't want to bid. And so that's why I always jump over. But if you put a number, I at least know that you're trying to bid, or you're about to bid, or you're going to bid. But if there's no number, then I can't take it as a bid, because I really don't know what you're bidding. So sorry for the confusion. That is Carol's for 25. And especially if you don't hear your name. If you're not hearing your name called, then you're out. You're out if you don't hear your name called, especially. Okay, so next auction, speaking of Led Zeppelin, I had one right here. It's a 1979 U.S. Specialty Original. It is cover variant F. It has the original inner sleeve and the outer bag. OG Zeppelin here, a $35 start. Kiss is sold to Corey Ross for $42. Shout it out loud. And welcome all first-time viewers. We have some people, it's like their first week they've been buying from us. Some people, it's their second week. We have some people, it's their first night. And we have some people that's been on here with me almost every night for the last 5 years. Welcome. Maybe even 6 years. Has anybody been watching since 2020? Who's been here since 2020? Can anybody say they've been buying from Collecco since the year 2020? I know for sure some have been. And then what about 2021? And for anybody new you're watching, you'll see there's a lot of people that's been watching for a long time here with us, which means I'm doing something right, I hope. I'm doing something right if that's the case. All right, there's 2 Fred Goodwin lots left. Let's bring over the next one. The next one is Johnny Gimbel. The next one from Fred Goodwin is Johnny Gimbel. Johnny Gimbel. And this is another Fred Goodwin lot. We have Johnny Gimbel, Texas Honky Tonk Hits, number 1. Johnny Gimbel Swinging the Standards, number 2. Johnny Gimbel Fiddling Around, number 3. Johnny Gimbel, the Texas Fiddle Collection, number 4. And Johnny Gimbel's Texas Stand Party, number 5. 5 Johnny Gimbel's, a $10 start. 5 Johnny Gimbel's, $10 start. Kelly Cook has been here since 2021. Patty's been here since 2020 for sure. Andy Lewis, January of 2021. How about that? Welcome. All right, we're about to do buy it now, best offer. 1 bid on Zeppelin, and then after that, it's going to probably be 1 Japanese pressing after another till they're all sold. Ian Gone with the Wind. These are buy it now or best offer. $9.99. I was buying when invoices were on Messenger and maybe even through PayPal. So yeah, that goes back way back. Ian Gone, $9.99. We have DB Cooper, Buy American. DB Cooper is $9.99. Bing Crosby, a legendary performer. Bing, we just sold a bunch of his albums. There's another one, $9.99. Marian Anderson, he's got the whole world in his hand, 18 spirituals. Marian Anderson, that's $9.99. Ernest Tubb sings country hits, old and new, $9.99 on Ernest Tubb. And Tom T. Hall's greatest hits. I like this one. That's How I Got to Memphis. Tom T. Hall, $9.99. And If You Touch Me, Joe Stampley, $14.99 on Joe Stampley. Memory Lane, Joe Stampley, $14.99 for Joe Stampley. And Jan Hammer, The First 7 Days. I've never seen that one from Jan Hammer, $19.99. And Julie London is $19.99. Led Zeppelin, just 1 bid and sold to Kelly Yoshikawa for $35. Wow. No bid on the Johnny Gimbel 5 LP lot. That's only $2 a piece. It's a final call. Messenger. Oh my gosh, that would take Ed all day. Yeah, we used to copy the invoice link and send it to Facebook Messenger, and we definitely had to stop doing that when we went to YouTube, because we had to get people's emails, and then they were doing it manually through email, and then we went to Square so it could do it automatically. We automized and saved almost a day's worth of work. I remember doing it myself. I would copy link, I'd open y'all's, we'd have Messenger and we'd copy and paste. It would take a long time. That's back when we probably had a 20th of the viewers and customers we do every week, and it still took forever. Captain from Castle, soundtrack, Alfred Newman, $14.99. And on the flip side, Rick Nelson, that's $14.99. If Tanner was here, he'd be having PSTD. He'd be like, "Oh my gosh, please stop talking about that. Please stop talking about that." Tanner used to do that for hours, copying and pasting links. Willie Dixon Catalyst. Willie Dixon Catalyst is a 1973 U.S. original quadraphonic. So this is OG Willie Dixon. There is some damage to the top of the sleeve. It does have some splitting. Willie Dixon's a $25 start. $25 start on that. Next is Ed Bruce. I write it down. Ed Bruce is $14.99, and Lester Flats, Nashville Grass, this is $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Peter, Paul, and Mary album, PPM is $9.99, and Jay and the Americans, try some of this. Jay and the Americans is $9.99. And we have Jerry Lee Lewis, My Fingers Do the Talking, $9.99 on Jerry Lee Lewis. And William Wyler's The Big Country, $19.99. That's a soundtrack. And then Carl Perkins, Blue Suede Shoes. We had one of these the other night, didn't we? It was a white, here's another one, a white label promo, $9.99 on that. The 5 Johnny Gimbel albums are a $10 buy it now. 5 Johnny Gimbel albums, $10 buy it now. And the last Fred Goodwin bundle is who is this? It is the Flying Ranch. Flying Ranch, I think that's the name of the band. Yeah, Flying Ranch. This is the Flying, are these compilations? Let's see here. An Evening at the Famous Flying Ranch. They're all, most of these are signed. A lot of them are signed. I've seen a lot of these signed. That one was signed. This one is signed. Yeah, I think that's the name of the band. The Flying W Wranglers were organized from 1952 to 53. Chuck Wagon Suppers. I think it's related to the Chuck Wagon Gang. I'm sure Fred knew all these guys. But this is a lot of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 albums, $15 start. We'll take a look at all the covers. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll call it the Flying Wranglers. 6, 7, 8. Most of these are signed. 9, 10, 10 or 11. I might have miscounted. 10 or 11 there. $15 start. All right. Now, let's see what's going on. The last thing was Jared McLaughlin on Jay and the Americans for $7. That's sold to Jared McLaughlin for $7. And then Carol Perkins ear, and Chris says he'll take Carl Perkins. So Carol, this is yours for $9.99. If not, technically it goes to Brent, but then technically it could go to Chris X, because it will be $9.99 one way or another. And then the next comment, so Carol, that's yours, but it would be sticker. Does Peter Paul, actually Puff may be on here. Puff the Magic Dragon is not on this one. No, not on this one. $9.99. And then do you have inner sleeves? Packs of 50 inner sleeves are $26.99. Is that Jan Hammer who composed the Miami Vice soundtrack? Yes. And then Carol does get Carl Perkins for $9.99. Did somebody ask about Willie Dixon? Nobody asked about Willie Dixon, did they? So was there a bid on Willie Dixon? There was not a bid on Willie Dixon. There was not a bid on Willie Dixon. Was there a question on Willie Dixon? No, that was for Carl Perkins. So Willie Dixon's a buy it now for $25. It's a 1973 U.S. Quad EX25 with cover damage. It looks like it's been repaired, though. Or maybe that's an inner sleeve. But either way, it's damaged. Tim Vigari said sold, and he asked about inner sleeves. So put down Tim Vigari. Put down Tim Vigari for a pack of 50 inner sleeves, one pack. and that is $25. All right, and then the Flying Wranglers has bids for $15, $15, $16, $16, and then Guy Shard on JH. JH for Guy Shard. He was asking about Jan Hammer. He wants Jan Hammer. Gary Wellman got Willie Dixon for $25. And we're going through, I think, first time showing these, Fred Goodwin crate, buy it now, best offer. The New Christie Minstrels, Tell Tall Tales, that's $9.99. To Kill a Mockingbird, Elmer Bernstein, promo stamp on the back, that's $19.99. And the Very Best of Bobby V, that's $9.99. So the only tagged auction left tonight that's not Japanese is this Tony Joe White, The Train I'm On. And Tony Joe White is a 1972 U.S. Santa Maria original. It's in VG condition. It's on the original green Warner Brothers. It's VG and a VG cover. Tony Joe White's a $15 start. Michael Butler on Roy Orbison. That's so to Michael Butler. Vicky Yoshikawa on Bobby V. And we have Jose Feliciano and The Feeling's Good. That's $9.99. And the Dillards Decade Waltz. The Dillards is $19.99. So Flying is still getting bids. Let's go ahead and run a Japanese pressing as soon as I empty some of these crates. Wow. So, yeah, somebody mentioned Van Halen. The other night, I think it was a couple people that had an all-out bidding war for Van Halen. We opened a new box today, and here's another one. The last one sold for what? $240, $260. They bid on it for like a half hour. Here's another near mint minus and pristine, beautiful Japanese pressing of Van Halen 1984 with insert, a $75 start. $75 start. I got to start that one at $75 just based on what the last one sold for. Gary Wellman on Jose Feliciano. Tony Joe White has a bid for $15. Flying is at $20. A bunch of those are signed, yes. And then we have TV's Golden Hits. That's a compilation with of TV themes with this Frank Chackersfield performing them, such as Peter Gunn, Dragnet, Jackie Gleason, etc. $14.99. And Funny Face, that's a soundtrack. That's a Fred Astaire, Audrey Hepburn. That's a gatefold soundtrack, $19.99 on that. Flying's at $20, Tony Joe White's at $15, and Van Halen is at $75. Van Halen is at $75. Richard Thompson, Daring Adventures. Richard Thompson is $19.99. The Dillards was $19.99. That was Decade Waltz, $19.99. Flying Wranglers, $22. Mother Maybelle Carter, Pickin' and Singin', Smash Records, Mono. Mother Maybelle Carter, $9.99. Also, Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airmen. Tales from the Ozone, that's $19.99. Bill Monroe, Bean Blossom, $79. Bill Monroe is $12.99. And Teen Delights, Volume 2. This is a compilation with artists such as Sandy Nelson, Jerry Butler, Jimmy Reed. That's $19.99. And The Best of the Gold, Volume 8, the 60s. These are usually pretty good. $12.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, the Buckinghams, Paul Revere, Billy Joe Royal, The Circle, and Jimmy Dean. Next comment, any Ryan Bingham left? No Ryan Binghams in stock. RT for $10. That's Richard Thompson. That is Jared McLaughlin's if he wants it for $15. $15 on that, Jared. Flying, $25. Those are still getting bids. And Michael Butler on MMC. And that was Mother Maybelle Carter. Final call on Van Halen for $75. I am going to go ahead and sell Tony Joe White, though. Just one bid, $15 to Mystery Machine. However, Van Halen just has one bid for $75, and we're about to sell it. As soon as I did that, Danny put Tony Joe plus one. It's already sold. Plus one did not come in. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a Japanese pressing. We had one of these earlier tonight, and here's another one. This is the Beatles, Let It Be. A Japanese pressing, UK Flag Series number 13. This time it has an Obi. I'm pretty sure we sold an Obi-less one earlier. Here is the Beatles, Let It Be. Japanese, near mint minus and pristine, insert and inner sleeve, gatefold cover, and Obi. UK Flag Series, a $45 start on the Beatles. Next is Michael Butler on BM, and BM was for Bill Monroe. Jared said sold on Richard Thompson for $15, and Flying Wranglers is at $27. Flying Wranglers is at $30. Next is Milton Brown and his Brownies collectibles, Pioneer Western Swing from 1935 to 1936. That's $14.99. Give the lady what she wants. Lena Horne. Lena Horne is $9.99, leaving stereo. Jesus Loves Me. Roy Rogers and Dale Evans. $9.99. There's Fred's name on the back. 1971 is when he purchased that one. We have the Dillards. That's called Copperfields. The Dillards is a white label promo, $29.99. Wow. White label promo. Electric Records, $29.99. And sold by Jose Feliciano. SOULED. That's $9.99. And Bob Welch is $9.99. $9.99. All right, there's that. Okay, now the Flying Wranglers, John Durden bid 30 and Sunday bid 30. Who was before him? It was Sunday and then Chris Ridlings. So if Chris is done, then it's John Durden's for 30. It's between John and Chris. Van Halen just got that one bid for $75. It's sold, and that's sold to John Durden. He also leads the auction on the Flying Wranglers. Let's get this in a brand new sleeve. Thank you on that. Panama, and now Larry Gonzalez said 2024. And that was for something. I'm not for sure what. Final call on the Beetles for $45. Let It Be Japanese pressing, UK flag series number 31. The lot of Flying Wranglers are still getting bids. Let's put up another Japanese, and this time it's going to be Blondie. Blondie, Auto American with Obi. And we're going to put Blondie up for a $35 start. Blondie, Auto American. There's the Near Mint Minus and Pristine LP. There's the insert. There's the book. There's the cover and Obi. Just a few humidity marks right up in here. That's a $35 start on Blondie. The Beatles has a bid for $45, and the Flying Wranglers is at $32. Flying Wranglers is at $32. Whoa. Laser show. Awesome. The Duran Duran is 7 and the Ragged Tiger. It's a Japanese pressing of 7 and the Ragged Tiger. All right. Now, that was a great crate. Pretty solid. Fred Goodwin stuff. Now, what you got to remember about Fred Goodwin stuff is we started with possibly counting every single thing, almost 100,000 LPs and 45s and 78s. I know that's hard to even comprehend, 100,000. And we've been selling them since 2019. So when we first got that collection, we saw some of the most incredible records at the time that I had ever had. Just rare rock and roll, rare soul, rare jazz. And we're still pulling and selling stuff from Fred's collection that you see here being auctioned and in these crates. But 6 years later, tens of thousands and tens of thousands sold. We still have some to put out. What is Obi? OBY is this right here. Obi is this right here. OBY. That's that strip on the Japanese pressings. And Michael Butler has it for $50. And the Flying Wranglers is out. John Durden, you get this lot for $32. Awesome, and thank you. Okay. Chad desperately needs a V8. I think I'm going to run up front right quick and grab one of those before my brain levels out. I got to get the energy needed to finish this show. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. I'll be here tonight to at least 12:30, 1 a.m., 1:30 a.m., maybe even later. And I'm going to run up front and do that right quick. And let's first, though, do a final call on the Beatles to Michael Butler. And final call on that. This is not a break. This is a quick timeout, like 30 seconds. I just got to run up front and get something to drink. Let me know where you're watching from. That's always fun to see. I'll be right back. All right. I scarfed down 3 snack crackers and chugged a V8. Thanks for sticking with me. All right. 55. Brian went out, right? Brian did go out. Beetles is sold to Michael Butler for $55. And Blondie's a buy it now for $35. So Michael Butler gets the Beetles Japanese pressing, Let It Be, for $55. Thank you on that. And Blondie is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. Let's put up a new crate and get back to some new auctions and see what's going on here, okay? Let me go ahead and get Blondie in a sleeve. And let me show you the no bids tonight. The no bids are just a few Fred Goodwin bundles that I would love to sell to somebody. And then a couple Japanese pressings. And one of them is this one here, Blondie. A $35 buy it now, Japanese pressing. And then here are the Fred Goodwin bundles that didn't sell. Johnny Gimbel, which was a lot of 5 Johnny Gimbels. Those were $10. Frank Ifield. There was a lot of Frank Ifield, which I think was 6. Yeah, 6 Frank Ifields for $10. And then 5 Leroy Van Dykes for $10. Or if anybody wants to get all 3 bundles for $25. Johnny Gimbel, Leroy Van Dyke, and Frank Ifield. Those are the only no-bid bundles, and that would be 4 full crates sold from Fred's collection tonight. Blondie's a buy it now for $35, and Toto's a buy it now for $35. Or if y'all want to make offers, I typically try to have all the Japanese stuff sold by the end of the night. And then amazing, all the viewers we have tuned in tonight. We got viewers starting with the first person in Pennsylvania, Alabama, Texas, Florida, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Mississippi, Utah, Alabama, Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Del Boca Vista, Florida. We have California, Queensland, Australia. Nice. That's way over there. That's around the map. And then we have back here to the map, Louisiana, Kentucky, Ohio, Tejas, birthplace of the Pope, Illinois, and Washington, and then Whataburger. That's right down the road, north of Gettysburg. So that's Virginia. Knoxville, we have California, and we have, the last one was California. Welcome all over the country and world. Jared, you get Blondie for $25. The Leroy Van Dykes are sold to Cyclone Doug for $10. And now I just need to get somebody bought in on Frank Ifield and Johnny Gimbel. 5 Johnny Gimbels for $10 and 6 Frank Ifields for $10. And that's the only no bids tonight, all right? And then there's Toto. We have Cape Cod. That's up there. And then we have Tallahassee down there and Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Did I say Virginia? I said Virginia, didn't I? Gettysburg, Virginia. I bet there's a Gettysburg, Virginia, too. The Gettysburg, Virginia. Appomattox Courthouse. Battle of Bull Run. I should know my Civil War, shouldn't I? The Battle of Bull Run. Appomattox Courthouse, which is also the name of the town. It's Appomattox Courthouse. I would always hear that in school, but I found out that was the actual name of the town. Okay, let's keep going here. Let's see. Gosh, there's so much stuff stacked up over here. All right, this is trash. I need to throw some stuff over here. There's a Lebanon. Yes, I've been to Lebanon, PA. There's a lot of antique stores up there, ironically, too. It's Friday night. It's time for half-off crates, right? Friday night half-off crates, or, you know, we wouldn't be doing our job. Branson, Missouri. How much was that Bob Welch? He was $9.99. That was a buy it now best offer bin. All right, let's try to knock out all these Japanese pressings tonight. The next one I have is the No Nukes. And let's also do a Duran Duran. Got several more Japanese pressings here to knock out tonight. This is Saturday. Did I say Friday? There's no telling what I just said. Whatever I say, it's the opposite, okay? Well, this is the No Nukes. It is 3 LPs, near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert, another Japanese insert, 1 inner sleeve, 2 inner sleeves, 3 inner sleeves, awesome live. It also has the book, just like that came with the original. Anti-nuclear, No Nukes. And there's the gatefold, $35 start. With Obi, $35 start. Next auction, Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger. Vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi, $35 start. You know, sometimes I'll wake up and I'm like, okay, what show am I about to do? Is this Wednesday night show? Is this Tuesday night show? I'm like, this is Saturday night show. Bob Welch has sold to Sid Blair for $7. All right. And so we've sold, except for Frank Ifield and Bob Gimble, we've sold all the Fred lots. And the next thing I said I could possibly do is some stuff from the classical tubs. So if we get enough requests, and I'll mix those in with the Japanese stuff. $35 starts on those. This is a half off bin. First is Romeo Void. We're off to a great start. Shrink with the Romeo Void sticker, $10 on Romeo Void. Let's try to empty some crates here. We'll probably do this for about the next 45 minutes, and then we might move into the miscellaneous stuff like cassettes that I mentioned, like we got into last night. We have Metamorphosis for $17.50, the Rolling Stones. Request for Classical. And Romeo Void is sold to Rebecca Howitt, Michael Butler second. Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night, $15. Free Frankenstein. How about 6333 Squadron, music by Ron Goodwin, that's now $10. Half off bin, Steve Winwood Chronicles, $10 on that. That's a solo compilation. Great Sacred Songs of the Carter Family. That's in shrink wrap, $7.50 on that. And the Bing Crosby radio shows with appearances from Bing and Judy Garland and Bob Hope, $6.50 on that. Prism is $7.50. And 10 Years After, $9. Also, Pete Townsend Empty Glass, $7.50. And the Roadie soundtrack. The Roadie soundtrack is $15. No bid on Duran Duran, that's a $35 buy it now. No bid on No Nukes, it's a $35 buy it now. Stone, stereo, or mono. I don't think they made that record in mono, but I'll check right quick. I think by then everything was stereo for that compilation. No Nukes though, $35 buy it now. I'll check it right quick though. Let's see what's going on. I got to put these in new sleeves. And 2 no bids. Womp, womp, womp. No bidding. That makes me sad. Now it's starting to kind of make me angry. And now I'm sad again. And now I'm angry. And we'll just stick with angry for a while. And I'm about to start yelling. There's a very good chance I could start screaming. I could just lay down on the floor here and just absolutely pitch a fit in front of all of y'all. Just absolutely just freak out and pitch a fit. Man, a lot of stuff there. That's got a lot of stuff with it. Jason, I just sell you that sealed Freddie King album. Next is Jared McLaughlin on Steve Winwood. That's sold to Jared McLaughlin for $10. Jason Short gets 10 Years After for $9. And here's the no bids. Toto, Turn Back, $35. A lot of 6 Frank Ifields for $10. And 5 Johnny Gimbles for $10. 5 Johnny Gimbles, $10. 6 Frank Ifields, $10. We've been doing bundles. All right. Half off, Edgar Winter, entrance. Edgar Winter is $10. Chris Christopherson, Willie Nelson, Dolly Parton, and Brenda Lee, the winning hand, $12.50. Country and Eastern compilation. This is now $10. Desert Rose, Lyle Lovett, Nancy Griffith, Steve Earle's on here. Also, the same artist on side 2, $10 on that. The complete collection, Yardbirds and Sonny Boy Williamson, that is $15. A Gatefold 2 LP. Yo, Once in a Blue Moon, YO, it is $5. And Weather Report, I believe that one's self-titled, $10 on Weather Report. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is the Rolling Stones Still Life Live American Concert 1981. The Rolling Stones Still Life. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. This is a really cool Andy Warhol design packaging. There's all of his pop art inner sleeve design. There's the gatefold, and there's definitely the cover. $35 there on Andy Warhol. We have James Taylor, Never Die Young. That's $7.50. Brian Call gets Weather Report. We have Linda Ronstadt, Get Closer. Linda is $5, and Steve Winwood is $10. We also have Les Brown, More from Les. Les Brown is $5. The next is Gabe Baez was second on Weather Report. What was the Edgar Winter? The Edgar Winter was called Entrance. No condition notes, $10. Diego third on Weather Report. Let me see if I can get this tub of classical records opened and a little bit closer. That was the leftover on sale new vinyl. Let me move this. That was what was left in that miscellaneous tub from the other night. Is this it? Aha. Let's see. They even smell classical. Oh boy, it's gonna be fun trying to read all this and figure them out. Holy moly. Phew. This is gonna be fun. There's no telling what I'm about to say. All right, next thing we have is Rolling Stones 35. We have Brahms Concerto No. 2. Brahms, 2 cello sonatas. Brahms, greatest hits, sealed. Brahms, violin concerto. Misha Deicher plays Brahms. Zeno Franchicantanti, Brahms. Brahms, Symphony No. 3. Bruckner Symphony No. 6 in A major. We have 2, 4, 6, 8 classical records, a $15 start. A lot of Brahms there. $15 start on that. Next is Yo New Wave. I don't have a genre associated with that one. Yo, they look kind of like a new wave deal. They kind of have that look, but I don't have a note on that. We'll call that classical, $15. Traffic essentially here. Welcome to the Canteen. Has a, what does that say? Record Club stamp. Boy, I've never seen a Record Club stamp like that. That is now $10. Also, The Who, It's Hard, Eminence Front, that's $9. And Who Came First, that's Pete Townshend's first solo album. That is now $10. $10 on that. Rebecca says she'll try Yo, Final Call on the Stones for $35. And Santana, Inner Secrets. Santana is $10. Also, Uriah Heep Live, that is now $15. Uriah Heep Live. And here comes the girls. Ella Fitzgerald, Anita Pearl, Anita Baker. Who are these? Yeah, Anita O'Day. Ella Fitzgerald, Anita O'Day, Jane Powell, Tony Harper. It's a Verve female compilation, $7.50 on that. The classical lot has a bid for $15. Robert Lee Bunch wants Who. And now, do you want It's Hard by The Who, or do you want Who Came First by Pete Townsend? Your dibs on that, Robert. Or you can have both, technically. Jared on LR, and that was for LR was for less LR. Linda Ronstadt, Get Closer, Jared. That's so to you. And then Diego possibly second on Pete Townsend or first. Guy has bid again. No, there's another bid on the Stones for $35. Cliff Cabral bid $35. Guy bid $35. And then Robert Lee Bunch wants The Who, It's Hard. That means Diego does get Pete Townsend. And then Diego also gets Santana. Now the Stones at $36. And now the Stones is at $37. And now the classical lot's a final call for $15. And now we have Weather Report, $8.30. Weather Report is $12.50. How about Young Colt Unlimited, Just a Melody? Young Colt Unlimited is $7.50. And nice, Yes, Yes songs, triple LP live Yes, $20 on that. $20 on that. Yes, Yes songs. Also, we have Jefferson Starship with Grace Slick and Paul Cantor. That's $7.50. Now the Stones at $38. Brian Call on Weather Report. That's so to Brian Call. And the best of Homer and Jethro. That is $7.50. And Lauren Green's American West. You may know him from Bonanza. Lauren Green is $12.50 from Bonanza. All right, the classical lot, just one bid for $15. And that's so to Guy Shard. So all these for $15. And that has filled up this crate almost. So that was all the classical records there from Fred's collection. And we'll go grab another lot. But first, let me move down the Stones, 40, 41, 42. Next is The Clown and the Kids, Emmett Kelly, $10 on that. Roy McDonald. How about Ronald McDonald Visits America? A double quarter pounder. Ronald McDonald. I wish he would visit Coletco. $10. Fries, apple pies, milkshakes. Just absolutely stuff your face. Grease is running down your chin. You just keep on eating them, and then you fall over dead. All right, let's do some more classical records here. I have no idea what I'm about to read. There is no telling. Fred had like 30 billion classical records. Not that many. He probably had about 3,000. I bet he had about 3,000. That'd be a conservative guess. All right, next thing we have is the Stones is at $43. Greg Beddinger wants Yes. Yes, that's so to Greg Beddinger. And this crate is really full now. I don't know if I can even get Yes in here. There we go. We'll pause right there. All right, classical lot coming up. Let me swap out. Folks, this is our 9th full crate tonight of vinyl. Or I repeat, our 9th full crate of vinyl. I can't even get over here to put it with the others. Holy moly. Oh, gosh. They're going to be like, oh, Chad, I hate you. All right. Classical. Britain, B-R-I-T-T-E-N, Martinez Musicals, the Philharmonic Orchestra, Alexander Balawalski, Chopin, Brahms, Violin Concerto in D major, Brahms, 21 Hungarian Dances, Brahms, Concerto No. 2, with book, and this is sealed, with an obi on the front, never been opened, some kind of RCA record. Hubert von Karajan and the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra, Bolet at Carnegie Hall, and wow, Pablo Casals. This must be the early recordings of Pablo Cruz by J.S. Bach. Suites for Cello, 2, 4, 6, 8, $15 start on classical. Next is Stones, 43. Cliff's out. Guy has it for 43. Greg got Yes. Is Toto a reissue? Now, which one are you referring to? Phantom Canuck got Ronald McDonald. Ryan Eaton was second. And we have Bozo. B-O-Z-O. You're hung up on some clown from the 60s, man. Bozo is $10. Next is the best of Wanda Jackson. Not the worst. This is the best of Wanda Jackson. $12.50. The Dynamic Stonewall Jackson. So we got Wanda and we got Stonewall. Both are Jacksons. $5 on that. Merle Haggard, 501 Blues. $12.50 on Merle Haggard. And Joni Mitchell, Chalk Mark in a Rainstorm. That is $12.50. And Spike Jones in stereo. A spectacular screaming sound. That is $12.50. The Rolling Stones Japanese pressing is sold to Guy Shard for $43. That is sold to him. Don't forget, $7 in limited shipping. That's if you buy the next 500 classical records I'm going to sell tonight. If you buy all 5,000 of them, I will ship them to you for $7. Can you believe that? This is sold. Next comment was classical 15, classical 15, classical 15. Chris Ridlings gets BOZO. That's Bozo the Clown. That's sold to Chris Ridlings. Chris Bachek on WJ. Waylon Jennings. Wanda Jackson. Wanda goes to Chris Bachek. Robert Lee Bunch gets Merle Haggard. So to Robert Lee Bunch. Next is Guy Shard on Classical, 17. Susie next on Bozo. Jenny on Joni Mitchell. Buck is at 17 on Classical. And we have Dinah Ross and Supremes. Where Did Our Love Go? 750. I'll be a gentleman and let Kitty get Toto. I don't think Kitty Boo is actually trying to buy Toto. It's probably somebody that's emphasizing the way I pronounce Toto. A lot of people new get on and they are fascinated by the way I say Toto. I don't know why, but it's just a deal. We have Blows Against the Empire, Jefferson Starship, $12.50. We have Bonnie Hayes, Good Clean Fun, $5 on Bonnie Hayes, Good Clean Fun. And Norman Greenbaum, Back Home Again. Norman Greenbaum is $10. The one on top is Pablo Casals. Great Recordings of the Century. JS Box Suites for the cello unaccompanied. This is on Angel Records on that. So Toto's available. I don't think whoever's on YouTube is actually trying to purchase that for $35. There is, Larry, there is a wave, there's a movement going on for people who are just absolutely fascinated by the way I say Toto. I've had people join the chat and say, Chad, I've got my wife on here now listening. Can you please say Toto for me? And I'll say Toto, and the crowd goes wild. Steve Winwood is sold to Craig Weatherford. That is 1980. This is 1980 Japanese pressing. This is a 1980 Japanese pressing, without a doubt. Is Spike Jones a reissue? Year and price, please. Spike Jones in stereo is in shrink wrap, $12.50. It's on the later Warner Brothers label from the 70s, $12.50. Stevie Wonder Intervisions is $15. No condition notes on that. The classical lot's at $30. And Buck Owens is $5. Craig, I just sold you this Steve Winwood. If that's the one you was after, it was half off of $19.99 for $10. The classical lot's at $31. The next auction lot is going up right now. Next auction lot going up right now. The next auction I have is a Japanese pressing of this amazing Creedence Clearwater Revival compilation called Creedence Clearwater Gold. The last time, so when I went up to Brimfield Antique Show a few years ago, man, I'd go into restaurants and people would just like be chuckling at my accent. And I was like, what's up? I mean, I don't sound that country. Now I hear some people and I'm like, wow, he's country. Surely I'm not that country sounding. Wow. But I've gone up there before, like up in around, where was I? Brimfield, Massachusetts, Maine. We went up there buying stuff, looking for collections. And I was like, we went in there to like a Cracker Barrel. And people were like fascinated. And I was like, what's going on? Am I like an alien or something? I have no idea. More Creedence Gold. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. It has this inner sleeve. This has also the lyric booklet, a really cool cover here, textured, gatefold, Creedence Clearwater Revival, more Creedence Gold. That is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. So we're doing a half off bin. We sold Steve Winwood. And the next thing is Classical 31. No Spirit in the Sky. No Spirit in the Sky on that one. Buck Owens is sold to Robert Lee Bunch. Larry gets Toto for $25. Classical is at $35. And that's the high bid. Rebecca has the classical lot for $35. Next is Harry James Greatest Hits. $5 from Harry James Greatest Hits. And the next of kin, $7.50. Next of kin. And how about Belly Dancing? Whoa. Belly Dance with Orzel to something. And that is now $10. $10 on that. And the Isle of Man, 1965. Isle of Man is $10. Jimmy Page, You Are Country. I guess so. I guess it sounds like when I go up to Boston and I hear some of those people talk, which are probably some of y'all watching. I'm like, gosh, you hear the way he just said per car? He's got to go park his what? Park his car. Classical 36, Classical 36, CCR 35, Rebecca gets belly dancing. Classical 36, Classical 40, The Kinks, Sleepwalker. The Kinks is $7.50, and Greg Ken Band continued. Greg Ken Band is $7.50, and Kid Creole and the Coconuts. This is called Dopalanger. Kid Creole is $10, $10 on that. And KC and the Sunshine Band in shrink wrap, $10. $10. So CCR does have a bid with Cliff. The classical lot is still getting bids. It's already now at 40. We sold Belly Dancing. Robert Lee Bunch on the Kinks. When you say $5, it reminds me of Tommy Lee Jones in the movie Coal Miner's Daughter when he bid $5 on the $5. And we have Classical 41. Gary Wellman on KC and the Sunshine Band. Jared was second. And we have Sunfighter, Paul Cantor, Gray Slick. $7.50. Paul Cantor, Gray Slick. Kansas, Vinyl Confessions. Kansas is $10. And the Corgis, Dumb Waiters. Dumb Waiters, $10. Classical lot, Leslie Holt, $42. Nobody else bid on CCR, right? That's sold. And that is $35 to Cliff Carball. Cliff Carball, $35. More Credence Gold. And Cliff, you bought from us before, right? I don't think I say your name, but if you are a first-time buyer, but I'm pretty sure we sold to you before. Fingers. Oh, my bad. Christopher's up in Massachusetts. Christopher, do you ever go park your car? It's okay. We all have our flaws. That sold Classical 50. Paul Cantor GS. That's the Gray Slick here. That sold to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call. And Classical's now at 51. Okay. And Pristine. Rebecca Howard on Ken. Greg Ken. That's sold to Rebecca Howard. Thank you. Also, we have the King Bees. This is $7.50. And Journey Departure. Journey is $10. Journey is $10. Wow, $10 on Journey. Hank Williams Jr. is $12.50. Wow. And Sagittarius, that's one of those horoscope records. You listen to that and it'll change your life. And Roy Buchanan is $10. Livestock, Roy Buchanan, $10. Now, that was a great half-off bin. We can't bundle them yet because there's way too much still left in there. The Classical lot is at $60 with Rebecca Howard and Cliff Carbrawl. Oh boy, Cliff, you just heard me go through an entire dissertation about how I can't hardly talk. So I will try to say your name, Cliff Carbrawl. You get those R's in there with me, that could cause a problem. Those R cars. Brian Call got Journey. Call, that's hard enough for me to say. Brian Call, that's sold to Brian Call on Journey. And then Gary Wellman on the Hank Williams Jr., that's sold. Journey's already sold. Greg was third. Classical's at $61. Classical at $61 with Guy Shard. $61, Guy Shard, okay? There's that in Tim Vigari. Make sure this goes in for $10. It didn't have a sticker on it, but it's supposed to be $10. There's that. All right. Now, Roy Buchanan's already sold. Let's put up another Japanese pressing right quick. We're going to try to finishing out this crate. Let's do this. Call. Yeah. Maybe somebody in the lodge. I'm not for sure. I'll have to look that up. Okay, next auction is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. A beautiful Japanese pressing. No obi, but very nice. With the Sgt. Pepper's insert and the obi. I read the news today, oh boy, about a lucky man who made the grade. And though the news was rather sad, I just had to laugh. I saw the photograph. A $35 start on the Beetles. And the Japanese Blondie is gone. And what about the Classical lot? Rebecca went out. Guy Shard has it for $61. Leslie's out. We're about to sell those for $61. Next comment was, how much was the Corgis? Somebody made a note about a big hit song being on that. The Corgis is now just $10. And the note on this was, everybody's got something to learn. It does have a stain down there on the bottom, but it is just $10. Okay? And it's $10. Bob Panozniak. All right. Let's go ahead and, I think there's a lot more people watching now. When I started, we had 191 people watching. This is now at 242, counting Facebook and YouTube. And let's read through these again. Maybe we can sell the other half of this crate, and then we can bundle them. So this is sold to Bob Panozniak. Let's go ahead and sell this classical bundle, and let's go grab some more. Guy Shard gets these for $61. How about I go ahead and introduce those before I get to reading these one more time? Let me grab just another random handful of classical records here and just see what they are. I don't know. Let's try to get another 8. Lots of 8s work for me. 3, 6, 7. Let's grab one more. And bear with me as I try to pronounce these very foreign names. Very foreign here. First thing I have is Corgis and Greg Kihn, okay? We have Carmen, Peter Gint, St. Louis Symphony Orchestra, Leonard Stockin conducting. We have the Philadelphia Orchestra and Eugene Normandy, Appalachian String doing Billy the Kid. Billy the Kid Rodeo, Fanfare for the Common Man, Dallas Symphony Orchestra, the Romantic Music of Chopin, St. Louis Symphony Orchestra, Vladimir Gloshenman conductor, Brahms Symphony No. 3 in F minor, variations on a theme by Haydn, Bruno Walter Columbia Symphony Orchestra, Herbert von Karajan, Brahms Symphony No. 4, Berlin Philharmonic, Brahms Symphony No. 4, that one looks interesting, from London. That's an old pressing there, 1950. And John Browning piano. John Browning piano, Bach, Chopin, Schubert. Those are all going to go up for a $15 start. Final call to get a bid on a Japanese Sgt. Pepper's for just $35. $35. Right quick. Is that one of my sayings or something? Right quick, probably. Who knows? All right, quick read through here. The Rolling Stones, these are half off, no more, no less. The Rolling Stones is $17.50. Edgar Winter, they only come out at night, $15. Frankenstein and Free Ride on here, $15 on that. That's the orange label. That would be the second label for that release. Still a vintage copy and gatefold, $15. Soundtrack, 633 Squadron, that's $10. Also, we have Great Sacred Songs, the original Carter Family. That's $7.50. We have the Bing Crosby radio shows for $6.50. Prism Small Change for $7.50. Pete Townsend Empty Glass with his hit song Let My Love Open the Door. Pete Townsend, $7.50. We have the Roadie soundtrack. It's only $15. Alice Cooper, Asleep at the Wheel, Benatar, Stephen Bishop, Blondie, Cheap Trick, Joe Ely Band, Jay Ferguson, Jerry Lee Lewis, Roy Orbison, Emmylou Harris, Teddy Pendergrass, Eddie Rabbit, Stick Sue Sad, and Hank Williams Jr. It's only $15. Edgar Winter entrance. Edgar Winter is $10. And we have Chris, Willie, Brenda, and Dolly, the Winning Hand, double LP, $12.50. So classical, $15. Classical, $15. Sgt. Pepper's, $35. Classical, $15. Sgt. Pepper's, $35. Classical, $17. Classical, $18. Sgt. Pepper's, a fourth $35 bid. Classical, $16. Classical, $18. Brent on Winter, and when I seen that pop up, he's talking about this one. So that's sold to him for $15. Classical, $20. And then we have Melinda Daring on Bing Crosby. That was this radio show. Leslie wants the Roadie soundtrack. That's sold to Leslie. And then Jared wants Edgar Winter Wintrance. Susie second on Roadie. Classical, $21. So somehow 4 people bid $35 on Sgt. Pepper's. So Gary Wellman has it. Everybody else is out. That was pretty bizarre. He didn't have a bid for the longest. And then 4 people bid $35. Wow. So that is available. It's still up for bid. And yes, I will go through on sale new vinyl, the stuff that was shown tonight, and the stuff left over from when I did it on, Tuesday or Wednesday night. That way, maybe we can get it all sold. All right, moving on. This is a country compilation. It's called Country and Eastern. It's got 4 artists, Desert Rose Band, Steve Earle, Nancy Griffin, and Lyle Lovett. Songs from both sides. Same artist, $10. Sergeant Pepper's is now at 36. Everybody's out. Andrew Shaw got PT for Pete Townsend. Now Classical, 24, now 25. This is the Yardbirds and Sonny Boy Williamson. 2 LPs, now just $15. It's like a double pack deal. James Taylor, Never Die Young, that's $7.50. Beatles 37, Classical 32. Les Brown, More from Less on Coral Records, that's now $5. And we have essentially Traffic. I call it Traffic. They list everybody individually, but it's Traffic. Winwood, Capaldi, Mason, Chris Wood, Rick Gretsch, that's $10. Welcome to the Canteen. Uriah Heep Live. Surprised no one got this. Nice clean copy. No condition notes. 2 LP. Just $15. Here Come the Girls. A Verve female vocalist compilation. That's $7.50. Young Holt Unlimited. They have really cool music. $7.50 on that. And then a Jefferson Starship. It's called Dragonfly. Gray Slick, Paul Cantor. Starship is $7.50. Next was Beatles 37. Classical has a new bid for $40. Classical has another bid for $40. Gary Wellman on LB, and LB was for Les Brown. Next was Michael Butler on the Uriah Heep. That's sold to Michael Butler. Classical 41. Classical 42. Brent Alverson on Traffic. Gary Wellman next on Uriah Heep. Robert Barnett wants the Girls comp. Leslie second. Sgt. Pepper's 37. Bundle 50. It's lit and still getting lots of bids. The Best of Homer and Jethro. $7.50. Lauren Green, American West. That's $12.50. Emmett Kelly, the Clown and the Kids, that's $10. Also, we had the Dynamic Stonewall Jackson, that's $5. Dinah Ross and the Supremes, Where Did Our Love Go, which is a compilation, $7.50 on that, Where Did Our Love Go, Baby Love's on there as well. Jefferson Starship, another one, Blows Against the Empire, $12.50. Bonnie Hayes is $5, and Norman Greenbaum, Back Home Again, $10. Classical $50, Sgt. Pepper's 37, Sgt. Pepper's 38. I'll take the Carter Family. Is that still available in here? The Carter Family. Yes, this here. GMC Osseo, that's sold you for $7.50. Dragonfly, yeah, I believe it was $7.50. It was $7.50. Preston Rose wants Homer and Jethro. That's sold to Preston Rose. Gary Wellman on this Jefferson Starship, right? And then this one is possibly sold to Natasha. The Classical bundle's now at $52. Spike Jones and Stereo is $12.50. We have Stevie Wonder Intervisions for $15. Harry James's Greatest Hits. Vocals on here by Sinatra. Some of the songs, at least, $5. Greg Kihn is sold to Rebecca. Is that right? Rebecca Howard on the Greg Kihn. $7.50. I should have went ahead and pulled that earlier. Yeah, Rebecca Howard. This is sold to Rebecca for $7.50. So Natasha was first on Starship. And now we have Isle of Man. Where's Chris Knapp at? He's bought almost every one of these. I think if we would have put them all together, we had every year of the Isle of Man sound stories. That's $10. Also, Kid Creole and the Coconuts is $10. We have Kansas for $10. And the last two was the King Bees for $7.50. And this horoscope record. You need to buy this if you're a Sagittarius. I guess that would be me. November 22nd to December 21st. You listen to this and it will literally like predict your life. And that is $10. Now, the final call on the Beatles was Brian Call at $38. Brian Call at $38. He outbid somebody at 30. He outbid Jason Short. So I've got Brian Call at $38. Chris Knapp, he's watching, and he got the Isle of Man, half off of $19.99 for $10. Gary Wellman got MSS. That was MSS. Mississippi S. I'm going to have to get a clarification on that one. Jim Ciascio on Kid Creole. Andrew Shaw on Norman Greenbaum. And that leaves the Classical lot also moving to a final call. Rebecca went out. Guy Shard, you're out as well. Chris Kirkley has them for $52 over on Facebook. Chris has those for $52. The Beatles is at $39 with Jason Short. Brian, you've been outbid. The track listings on Kansas. Play the game tonight, right away. Fair Exchange, Chasing Shadows, Diamonds and Pearls, Face It, Windows, Borderline, Play On, and Crossfire. All right. and Beetles is at 39. And Classical's at 52. Now, the only thing I didn't get was Gary Wellman put MSS. Let's go make sure I didn't miss that. All right, anybody else before I before I bundle these up and price them and try to sell everything that's left in here. As soon as I touch my toes. Oh, wow. Hamstring. I'm touching my toes. And now I'm going to reach up and stretch to the heavens. Oh. That felt amazing. Y'all probably just heard a lot of stuff pop back into place. I needed that. I sold it, okay? And Classical out. Lonnie Jolly wants Diana. That was the Diana Ross and Supremes here with the jukebox on the cover. $7.50. And we have Jason 39. Chad, I was going to buy it and send it to you if you were not here. What are you talking about? The Beatles? Oh. Well, thank you, if that's what you're talking about. And then the Classical lot is sold to Chris Kirkley for $52. I love Sgt. Pepper's. I have plenty, trust me, I have plenty of copies of Sgt. Pepper's. So there's the final call to Jason for $39. The best one I ever had, I sold, and that was that, is it a, what was that thing that I had? What's it called? It's the Mo5 box. What's that? Is it a UR? I sold it to somebody watching right now. Oh man, what's that thing called? What is that called? It's the really expensive audiophile pressing of this. Oh man, I can't remember. What's it called? It's one of those abbreviations. But man, that was the craziest thing I'd ever listened to, Beatles-wise. But I think we sold it for over $1,000. What is that called? Not a URP, UHQR. There you go, Gary Wellman. Who bought that? Did we sell it for over $1,000? Man, if you know somebody who has one you're friends with, go over to their house, and if they haven't, that's the closest I've ever heard to being in the room with the Beatles. If you can track down the UHQR of this, you're going to have to open your wallet, probably your checkbook, and probably your credit card, all three of them. But that was the greatest Beatles recording I had ever heard. And I had it going through a pretty good system. I'm sure I could have amped it up through a better amp or receiver. I had it probably through the best speakers I could get. Of course, I know there's some stuff out there that's really expensive speaker-wise, like $20,000 speakers or whatever. But I had it going through clips, through a pretty high-end turntable, and a Macintosh receiver. And it sounded like I was in the room with them. It sounded like I was in the studio with them. It was probably the greatest Beatles recording I ever heard. So this is sold, and this is sold to Jason Short. Nothing wrong with this. Nothing wrong with this right here. These Japanese recordings sound amazing too. All right, let's put up some new auctions. But yeah, if you can, if that's in your realm of possibilities, I didn't get too excited listening. At this point, to get me something excited new from the Beatles is a surprise, because I've listened to so much, if that makes sense. You know, I've listened to probably about everything ever made, but that's the first time I ever had one of those. 2, 4, 6, 8. All right, let's do some more classical records. These have turned out to be really cool. Let's see what we have here. But yeah, Mike bought that. Yeah. Mike bought that. That was a big one. That's such a rare record. I don't think you can get how much is one on Discogs? Actually, after I sold that one, I considered getting on there and buying one. And then I think that one sold. UHQR. There it is. Beatles. The last one sold 920. So the last three sold 920, 1100, 620, and 955. I would have to get one sealed, yeah. You know, unless it's a seller that's obviously very well known or looks like they got high markings. I wouldn't just buy from a random person on there for $1,000, but I would buy a sealed one, but looking like a grand. All right, here's some more auctions. Back to the bin. Let's bundle these and the rest of the crate. So we have Snowflakes Are Dancing by Tomita. We have Iberia, Reiner, Chicago Symphony Orchestra, Claude Debussy. How do you say his last name? Debussy. We have Swell Debussy, Ravel. I don't feel like I'm saying that correctly. We have Copeland Conducts Copeland, Appalachian Spring, El Solomon, Mexico. And we have Copeland Conducts Copeland, London Symphony Orchestra, and Copeland Conducts Copeland. That is a lot. Should be 8 classical records there, a $15 star. 3, 6, 8 classical records. Debussy, $15 start on those. Most of them are Debussy and Copeland. $15 start on that. Next is UHQR. I think it's quality recording, ultra high resolution quality recording. Ultra, what does it stand for? I'm not for sure. All right, so here's what's left in here. Kansas, Sagittarius, King Bees, Harry James, Stevie Wonder, Spike Jones, Ronnie Hayes, Stonewall Jackson, Emmett Kelly, Lauren Green, Young Cold Unlimited, James Taylor, Yardbird, Sonny Boy Williamson, Country and Eastern, Chris Willie, Dilly Willie, who did I say? Chris Willie, Dolly Brenda, I said Willie Dilly, Prism, 633 and Metamorphosis, Rolling Stones. Gary Wellman does want Kansas. That's sold to Gary Wellman for $10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 records remain. 17 records remain. $85 bundle. $85 bundle, $5 a piece, $85 bundle. We'll clean out the bin. I'll blow the air horn. Classical has a bid for $50. That jumped up quickly. Rebecca's in at $50. Let's go ahead and grab another Japanese pressing over here. And the next Japanese pressing is going to be the Eagles on a dark desert highway. Cool wind in my hair. This is the Eagles, Hotel California. Do you have a top 3 or 5 best sounding recording records? That Beatles would be number 1. Number 2 would probably be, for me, that just blew me away, would be I have a true first press, A Dark Side of the Moon, UK. That is worth all the hype. Probably a Led Zeppelin RL that I've listened to that I had a true like EX Plus, almost near mint minus copy. That would be one of the best sounding records. Ultra high quality recording. There we go. Ultra high quality recording. But yeah, probably a high grade RL blew me away. The First Press UK, that UHQR, Sgt. Pepper's. Probably some of those other Mo-Fi one-steps. Some of those Mo-Fi one-steps I've listened to are pretty phenomenal. Okay, here is a Japanese pressing of the Eagles, Hotel California. This does have the poster with it, Hotel California. It does have the poster and the insert. It's EX or better, Japanese pressing, really nice as you would expect with Obi, a $35 start, Hotel California. Of course, an incredible track listing on this. This is a $35 start. Anybody on the bundle? I'll take the ones with Dolly and Spike Jones for $5 each if the bundle doesn't sell. I can't discount them any further. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. So those prices are the prices. They're only $5 if you're buying all 17 of them. Other than that, I'm not going to do another half-off crate. I'm going to go ahead and do the on-sale new vinyl. If we get these sold, I'll keep the half-off crates coming. That's only if we sell this bundle. The half-off train derails if no one buys the bundle. That's my only rule. I don't want anything left over. But these are half off. Now, if you take those at half off, I'll reduce the price by however much those are, and maybe somebody will buy the bundle. Somebody did ask for the leftover new vinyl that was on sale. We are still doing some on-sale stuff because it's new vinyl over here that has not been shown at discount second time. Christopher Dean's in on the Eagles, and so is Jason. And final call on the bundle to Rebecca for $50. Final call on that bundle to Rebecca for $50. All righty. So let's do that. So over here, let me figure out where those are. Brandon, I don't think you were watching last night when we sold like 2 entire boxes of cassettes. I was like, oh no, where's Brandon at? He's always buying these. Hey, there's Depeche Mode. I've been looking for that. Who's supposed to get a Depeche Mode? This Depeche Mode is sold to MG Sanchez. Yeah, MG Sanchez. I wonder if he's watching. I finally found one. I've got one left. This is sold to MG Sanchez. MG Sanchez on this Depeche Mode Violator. That's sold to him. Rebecca, you get this classical lot for $50. That's sold to her for $50. I'm going to bring out some more cassettes like that tomorrow. Whenever I feel like vinyl is slowing down, it's kind of like that meme on Austin Powers. Release the sharks. That lady that screams. That's me, but I say release the cassettes. The sharks with the laser beams on their head. Eagles. So Christopher Dean, you're out. Jason bid first at $35. Let's go grab another classical lot. Final call on the Eagles. A $35 start on that. We've still chipping away at these. Let's grab another handful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more classical records here. Let's do it. Let's do it. It's going to be a $15 start. $15 start. First thing we have is Dvorak, Symphony No. 4 in G minor. Bruno Walter conducting with the Philharmonic Symphony of New York. Gershwin, Alex Weisberg, Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra. James Galway, Annie Song. Donizetti, Lucia de la Major, RCA Red Seal box set. That looks pretty cool. Also, we have the music of Michel Corrette, Dvorak, The Legends, The One Dove, Georges Bizet, Carmen, the Metropolitan Opera Record Club, and Suite from Bizet's Carmen, Jose Saberia. And those 8 LPs, including the box sets, a $15 start. Hotel of California is at $40. Now, these are the on-sale records from this week. Final call. Let me show you the stuff from tonight. There was just a few new ones from tonight that's left. We almost sold a crate and a half. There was only like 5 from tonight. And then this is all of the new vinyl from this week that's on sale. And it will be posted probably in the final call crate in the morning. And then that's it. After this, I'll start putting them up for auction. Okay? So the first one was 3 $29.99 records. 3 $29.99 records left. And the first one is this Dave Matthews Singles Collection. And this was $39.99. It's now $29.99. Wow. That was bizarre. Dave Matthews Band, Where Are You Going? The singles. So that's a career-spanning collection. Now 25% off, $29.99. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is Styx Paradise Theater. That was $38.99. That is $29.99. And we have From Elvis in Memphis. From Elvis in Memphis. That's a music on vinyl. In the Ghetto, Wearing That Love On Looked. That's a cool song. $29.99. So that's the 3 $29.99ers. And then here's what's left from $24.99. This is 13-4 Elevators, Bull of the Woods. We have 2 of those for $24.99. Kraftwerk is $24.99. And XTC Drums and Wires. That is all the on-sale new vinyl left from tonight. XTC, Kraftwerk, 13-4 Elevators, those are all 24, and then these are 29. Elvis, Styx, and Dave Matthews Band. Those are all available for $29.99 and $24.99. And then the other, let's see, Hotel California. Christopher bid $45. Jason Short, do you want back in? The classical lot has a bid with Rebecca for $30. We're about to sell those to Rebecca for $30. And then the other on-sale records for tonight, from this week was Nectar, $33.74. We have 1 left. The pre-order for this was like 20-something copies. We had 3 or 4 extras. We got 1 left. Fiona Apple is $33.74. That is 25% off of $44. And same price for Oasis. It's also $33.74. And same price for Prince. And Prince is a live unofficial Tramps, New York City, the after show broadcast. Okay, so those are $44, $44, $44, $44, and now all $33.74. That is the on-sale price. And then the rest of these are $24.99. Sonic Youth Evol, Mark Boland's You Scare Me to Death, Pavement, Slanted and Enchanted, Dr. Dog, Be the Void, AFI Burials, Thor, Only the Strong, The Dickies Balderdash, Smashing Pumpkins Live in Toronto, and Gang of Four. Those are all $24.99. Rebecca gets the classical lot for $30. Thank you, Rebecca. That's sold to you. Let me put sticky notes because the last thing in the crate was the other classical lot. So it doesn't matter because she got that one too. But let me put a sticky note around these so they know that that's a completely different lot. All right, thank you. These are all from Fred Goodwin's collection, by the way. I think he had about 3,000 classical records. Oh, man, and we've sold them, and I've looked them up, and there for a while, I was like, I don't want to sell any of them until I look them up, because classical records sometimes can be kind of like looking up rare 45s. You can have one worth $5. You can all of a sudden find one that's worth $1,000, but there's no telling what we've let go that's been super rare, but oh well. It would take a lifetime to look them all up on top of everything else. Guy Shard got Prince, and make sure that goes in for $33.74. Christopher said his bid on the Eagles was $40. Now Jason's bid $46. I may have misspoke, but either way, Jason's bid $46. And then somebody asked, what was the Dave Matthews? Dave Matthews, Ryan Eaton, is called Where Are You Going? The Singles Collection. It is a new career-spanning collection, features hits from 94 to today, including Crashing to Me, Satellite, and Ants Marching, and more. These elephants on the front are embossed. It's a 2 LP, and Ryan is $29.99. $29.99 on that. Rob Zeimer on SP, and that's for the Smashing Pumpkins Live in Toronto. Make sure that goes in for $24. Christopher's out on the Eagles. And Christopher, don't get too disappointed, because here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sell Jason this for $46, and I have another one. If you want it, let me make sure it's very similar. It'll be your decision. Let me put that right there, and let's get this. It's on a blue Obi, which is PO1. Give me 1 second, I'll read you the number. But it should be same condition on the vinyl. And folks, I think we have filled up a crate before I do anything. We've definitely filled up this crate, but now I need to move these over here. Okay, so this is amazing. That was the 10th full crate of sold vinyl tonight. 10th full crate of sold vinyl tonight. Absolutely incredible. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And I have a feeling we probably can knock out another one here before the end of the night. Wow. Of course, 4 full crates are probably bundles. So, Christopher, here's an Eagles. Let me look at the vinyl. Yeah, the vinyl's extremely high grade. Very high grade. This is P-10221Y. It has an insert. It also has a poster. That's good. So very, very similar. And the Obi has a little bit of a tear right there. And the jacket is very similar, around VG Plus condition. And there's the other insert. So it's complete just like the last one. So if you want that, Christopher, same price, we'll actually say $45 because there's a tear on the Obi. We'll say $45. And if he doesn't want it, if anybody else does, you can let me know right now. Now, the next thing is we have an offer on Dave Matthews Band. But before I do that, there was somebody that asked, and somebody else wants to know the price. It is $29.99. And then AFI is sold to Tom Harris. So sell Tom Harris AFI for $24.99. And then do you have any Elvis records? Yes, right here. I just showed them. I just showed one right here. Elvis Presley. It is $29.99 from Elvis in Memphis. We have that. And then Christopher, if you don't want the Eagles, MT Matt does. Now, the rest of this is sticker price stuff, but let's read through it because it's on the table. And I think we have got another classical lot. Let's see what we got here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think 8. I hope so. If not, we'll make it 9. Classical lot, $15 start. Classical lot, $15 start. First thing I have is Melody, Carmine Carmen Dragon. Carmen Dragon, Serenade, conducts Serenade with the Capitol Symphony Orchestra. Debussy, Fantasie for piano and orchestra. De Lewis, piano concerto C minor. Wow, that's an interesting one. El Essor d'Amour. Highlights L'Essor d'Amour. Di Stefano, Guandon, Corinna. Dvorak's Greatest Hits. Bruno Walter, Dvorak, New World Symphony. Columbia Symphony Orchestra. Bruno Walter, Dvorak, New World Symphony. And Garana Quartet, Dvorak. Those are all going to go up for a $15 start. And then here's what's left in here. Tracy Chapman, $33.99. Depeche Mode Violator, new and sealed. The new Sony reissue, $33.99. Personal Jesus, Enjoy the Silence. Triumph, Allied Forces. Triumph is $33. Motorhead. Now, these are a little bit newer. We had them on sale earlier, but these are new ones I've gotten in from April. That's why those are $33.99. Korn, Requiem Mass. Korn's on blue vinyl for $24.99. U2, Octung Baby, $46.99. Rammstein. And somebody asked earlier, do you have any Rammstein? I know I have this one, $46.99 for Rammstein. You Don't Mess Around with Jim Croce, that's $33.99. Duran Duran Notorious is $33.99. I'm Free Fallin', Tom Petty, $36.99. Rush, Test for Echoes, $39. Corey Taylor is $39.99, purple vinyl, and Dio, Live in Donington, $87, $46.99. Where is Christopher Dean? Christopher, did you want this Eagles for $45? If not, then MT Matt wants it. And we have Classical. Paul Brothers has a bid for $15. And then Robert Vladerchek on Korn, Requiem Mass for $24.99. And Robert also wants the Autobahn picture disc. Thank you on that. Okay. Now, I'm Christopher. I'm going to make sure he didn't want that. And there's that. How many in my personal collection? Oh, boy. I could probably guess in crates. I got them all in crates. My entire collection is stored in crates in 3 different places. They're stored in my house. I still have thousands up at my mom's house. And I've got thousands stored here at the store in various places. And total crates, let me think about it. I've thinned out earlier this year, I thinned out about 9 crates worth. I had 9 crates of duplicates. I had 9 crates of duplicates, and I went through about a third of my personal collection. To kind of give you an idea, it's not huge, and I do have a lot of duplicates. I'm a multiple pressing collector, so I have lots of the same album, multiple. If I could get all my Yes Fragiles together, I've got the One Step box, I got a UK original, a US original, I've got a couple different Japanese pressings. I have the new Steven Wilson, I have the clear vinyl Atlantic 75th. I've got all these copies of Fragile. And you can do that same thing for like Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I got a US, I got a UK, I think I've got a German, I've got a Japanese without an obi, I have the One Step. So I have like duplicates, but those are duplicates I'm keeping. And then I've got original copies like Led Zeppelin's and Pink Floyd's that I have like duplicates that I don't need. I do have a lot of duplicates of like the same album. So that's how my collection has grown. Being around all this new vinyl, I keep like one of my favorite albums gets reissued. I'm like, okay, and then I open it and then I obviously keep it. So that's what happens. Well, Christopher Dean must have got off MT Matt, not realized there was another Eagles coming up. So I apologize, Christopher Dean. And this is sold to MT Matt for $40. He must have got off right when that auction ended. So that's sold to MT Matt for $45. He never did say. I was offering it to the backup bidder. But yeah, I really don't know how to, narrow that down to a number. I would say it's more than 5,000, but less than 10. Probably somewhere between 5 and 10,000. I don't know. That seems like a lot. I don't know if I have that many. I really don't know. Paul Brothers, you were the only bidder on the classical lot. That sold to you for $15. And let's move on. So, no one bought the last bundle. I don't know what to show now. No one bought the last bundle for, does anybody want to see it again? If so, I'll do another discount crate, but we got to stick firm. Nobody bought the last bundle, so the half-off crates come to a creeping stop. I probably have 2 feet of shelf space for Yes albums on my, probably between Yes solo artist, duplicates of different Yes albums. I'll tell you one artist I don't have enough of, probably Rush. You would think I have a ton, but Yes is so much easier to obtain than Rush, especially all the foreign and different kind of pressings. I've just ran across so much more Rush in my life as a dealer than Rush albums. So, and we already discussed earlier tonight, like Metallica and a lot of that 80s metal that I like. I don't really have a lot of that in my collection yet. The last bundle, if we can get this sold, I'll tell the price one more time. We'll do another half-off crate. We have Sagittarius, The King Bees, Harry James, Stevie Wonder, Spike Jones, Bonnie Hayes, Stonewall Jackson, Emmett Kelly, Lauren Green, Young Colton Limited, James Taylor, Yardbird, Sonny Boy Williamson, Country and Eastern compilation with Steve Earle, Lyle Lovett, Chris Willie, Dolly and Brenda, Prism, 633 Squadron, and the Rolling Stones Metamorphosis. And that was a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 records for $85. And original price on this was $30. And the original price on, let's see, what else was, so $85 bundle. There was another one in here, I think. Yeah, the Stones. So $85. The sticker price on these two are $65. So just to give you an idea. And I think if we go through that, we still got over 200 people watching. If we can get somebody bought in on those, I think one more half-off bin. And I still got Japanese auctions. And I think that will probably get us ready for the last half hour or hour of maybe miscellaneous and cassettes. And I think everybody might be tapped out on vinyl. I hope not, but we'll find out. If not, I'll try to figure out what to do next. Let's still put up some auctions, though. Chad's going to put on some chapstick. And my next auction over here in the Japanese bin, I hope this is in good condition. It should be. Let's do Cream and let's do Elton John. I've spent some time listening to them. So I like Live Cream Volume 2. Pretty solid track listing on this. Let's check the vinyl out right quick. And the vinyl is Near Mint Minus and pristine. Yes, it is. Near Mint Minus and pristine. This is Live Cream Volume 2. There's the insert. There's the cover with some humidity spots. $85 on that. And then Elton John, Madman Across the Water. So this is a Japanese pressing. Oh yes, it's beautiful. I was hoping it would be. One of my favorite albums of all time right here. Elton John, Madman Across the Water. Blue Jean Baby, L.A. Lady, Seamstress for the Band, Pretty Eyed, Pirate Smile, Levon, Wears His War Wound Like a Crown. Boy, so many great songs here. Indian Sunset, Boston at Last, Goodbye, I Love Rotten Peaches and All the Nasties. First time I heard this album, I was shocked. I was shocked. I had never heard all these B-sides and deep cuts. I was in shock. I was like, where has this music been? All these deep cuts from Elton, Holiday Inn, and Rotten Peaches. I was like, where has this music been? This is a $35 start, and so is Cream. Incredible stuff there. And Mark Kaser saves the night. He gets the 17 LP bundle for $85. Thank you, Mark Kaser. And now let's put up more classical. Let's put up more Japanese. And now let's put up another half-off crate. Thank you, Mark Kaser. Let's blow the air horn, make sure everybody's watching. We all owe Mark a thank you. We owe Mark, especially me, a thank you because we have another half-off crate coming because we just sold everything in there. Amazing. A whole nother crate emptied. We're chipping away at this warehouse back here, one crate at a time. It takes all of us to price them, clean them, sort them, organize them, tag them, ship them, bag them. One crate at a time. Elton has a bid for $35. Cream, Live Cream Volume 2, looking for a $35 start. I love Elton John, Madman Across the Water. I might even have it tattooed on my neck. I'm not going to show it to you, but I might have it tattooed on my neck, that logo. I mean, plus you get Tiny Dancer. Come on. Come on. Ballerina. You must have seen her. Now she's with me. Always with me. Well, I have found possibly a Laura half-off crate to do. But for us to do a Laura crate half-off, Jim B would have to buy all the leftovers. But I have found another crazy, probably the best vintage crate I could find. I mean, I'm not looking for the junk. I'm looking for the why is Chad doing these half-off? Like, everybody's kind of confused. Like, is there a reason he's doing these half-off without even trying to take offers on them first? Like, what is he doing? He's lost his mind. He's got all excited thinking about Elton John, Madman Across the Water. And now he's bringing out really good stuff and for some reason discounting it at ridiculous prices. What is he doing? And so that is why we're here, though. I think if we can sell this entire crate after doing them individually at half off and then possibly a bundle deal, then maybe we can move on to a sealed Laura crate. We do have to blow the air horn for Mark Kaser. I'm going to do that also to wake everybody up and get their attention. This crate has like Hendrix and Alice Cooper and Aerosmith. This is a pretty sick crate to be doing half off. So I hope everybody's paying attention and watching. And here comes the air horn. Hope everybody's ready. And we need a big thank you to Mark Kaser. Thank you, Mark Kaser. This is for you and appreciate it. Now, the way this is going to work is this is a first come, first serve. No more, no less. You can't offer more and you can't offer less. You can't offer more and you can't offer less. This may be the last vintage crate of the night. Who knows? We're about to find out. Nobody bid on Cream. Let's make that a buy now for $35. Brent Alverson, I have not heard back from you on Elton John. I'm about to sell it for $40 to George Scher. Have not heard back from him. But right now, we need to sell Cream for $35 to the first come, first serve claimer. Who's going to be the claimer? Brent Alverson. He's back. Also, Brent, do you want back in on Elton John? Let's also go over here and put up another classical lot. Let's see, we've almost emptied out a whole tub. Let's do what's left in the tub. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think there's a little bit more in this lot, but we've emptied a whole tub already of classical records from Fred Goodwin's collection. I don't know if all these are classical. James Galway, but there's James Galway playing his flute. We have La Fiesta Mexicana, Cati Persine, La Racine Suites, Eric Friedman, Frank Symphony in D minor, The Art of Emanuel Fuhrmann, that looks like a good one. Mendelssohn, Beethoven, Frederick Fournel, Carousel Waltz, Opera of the Month presents Faust, Rachmaninoff Litz, and Nocturne. The Hollywood Bowl Symphony Orchestra. Classical lot, a $15 start. Some interesting looking ones in there. Elton John is sold to George Scher for $40. And we're about to put up one more Japanese or another Japanese pressing before I read the first half-off title in this crate. Hope you're all ready. Here we go. Classical lot 15. Then I'm going to crack the lid on another tub. Let's not leave these behind because I'm about to crack the lid on another tub. Let's do, I got an Obelus Abbey Road, but I mean, it's Abbey Road. So let's hope that it's in really high grade. Mark Kaser in on the classical. Let's hope it's not. Sometimes these that don't have Obies can be low grade when I get them from. But, oh no. This is a beautiful copy. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Abbey Road. There's the insert. There's the inner sleeve. Come together. Maxwell Silver Hammer. Here comes the sun. You never give me your money. I like that one. She came in through the bathroom window. Golden slumbers. Fill your eyes. $35 start. Half off. Here we go. Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton was here. $17.50. So that's half off of $34.99. No more, no less. We're in a half off crate. Also, Singing to My Baby, Eddie Cochran. That's a wax time, direct metal mastering, 180 gram reissue. Now just $10 on Eddie Cochran. Jethro Tull, Living in the Past with the original hardback cover. 2LP, has a book attached in the gatefold, $17.50. Climax Blues Band, Shine On. Climax Blues Band is $10, and Jethro Tull is $17.50. That's called Bursting Out. Jethro Tull, $17.50. Steve Miller Band, Sailor. Steve Miller Band is $10, and the Best of Jay Giles Band is $10. I told y'all this was a good crate. What a great start there. Lots of great classic rock and pop essentials. We have a final call on the classical lot for $15. Abbey Road opened early with Mike Torrey's at $35, going once, going twice. Brent Alverson gets to Eddie Cochran. That's so to Brent. Gary Wellman was second. Steve Biddlecombe third. But Mark Kaser first on the Climax Blues Band with that promo stamp. Mark Kaser also getting Steve Miller Band. We also have Genesis Wind and Weathering. Genesis is $10, and Philip Bailey, Chinese Wall, with the hit song Easy Lover with Phil Collins, $7.50. Mark Kaser gets Steve Miller Band. I think I've already pulled that. I did. I pulled it so fast I don't even remember. George Scherer got JH, and JH was for, I bet that was for either Jay Giles or Jethro Tull, and he got auto-corrected. Abbey Road has a new bid for $40. It was for JG. He was wanting Jay Giles. Thank you, George. George gets Jay Giles. Abbey Road has a new bid for $40. The Boomtown Rats, a tonic for the troops. That's $10. Gabe Baez commented G. G's for Genesis. That's so to Gabe Baez. G for Genesis. And Aretha, Who's Zooming Who? Aretha Franklin is $10. Joe Cocker, Unchain My Heart. Joe Cocker's $12.50. And this album is called Frampton by Peter Frampton, and it's only $5. No condition notes on any of these. And another Genesis Trick of the Tail. What a very nice copy. It's a 2016 Holland, $17.50. This classical lot is sold to Mark Kaser for $15. Thank you, Mark Kaser. The classical lot, everything from Rachmaninoff to James Galloway was sold to him. Next is Brent Alverson on Aretha Franklin, Who's Zooming Who? That's sold to Brent. Next is Mark Kaser on Frampton. That's sold. Mike Strauss put G. I'm assuming that's for Genesis. Mark Kaser second, then Michael Rudolph next on Frampton, B Smoker third, Gabe Baez next on Genesis, and now Abbey Road's at $45. Jafria, there is cover damage on the bottom. It's called Silk Steel. No condition notes on the vinyl, $7.50 on that. And another Climax Blues Band, same thing, $10. No condition notes on that. I'm going to go crack the lid over here on the next tub of Japanese or classical stuff, see how much is left in here. How much is left in here? Oh my gosh, it's a completely full tub. Well, this will keep us busy for a couple weeks. Let me grab a handful just right out of the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was about a third of a crate we just knocked out. Here's a full tub. So a tub is equivalent of about 3 full crates of classical stuff here. $15 start. Leonard Bernstein conducts Mendelssohn Italian Symphony. Leonard Bernstein, West Side Story. Lazar Berman, Claudio Abbado, Rachmaninoff Piano Concert. Berlioz, Romeo and Juliet, Pierre Montreux. Berlioz, Requiem, Munich, Boston Symphony. That's a wild-looking cover. That's the same person who did the Gabor Szabo cover we had the other night. Wow, look at this one. Symphony Fantastica. That is pretty cool looking. And Berlioz Symphony Fantastica and Berlioz Symphony Fantastica. Sounds like Fantasia, but in, Italian or something. And the next comment we have is Melissa Bailey on GUI. That's for Jafria. And Gary Wellman got Climax, then Jason Short, and also got Joe Cocker. And that means we can go ahead and sell the Abbey Road to Mike Torres for $45. And now we're ready for another Japanese pressing, but let me go ahead and show some more half-off records. So all of those classical records, just a $15 start. We've been calling that classical bundle $15 start. Next is Phil Collins. Hello, I must be going. Just $10 on Phil. The Commodores, Midnight Magic, that's $7.50. And Climax Blues Band, this is another one called the Stamp Album. It's $10. Glenn Frey, the All Nighter, it's $10. And Bob Dylan, Empire Burlesque, he is $12.50, half off of $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Wake Me Up Before You Go. Round-a-down. That's Careless Whisper. And that is Wham! George Michael with hop sticker, Obi, inner sleeve, and insert. Nice. Wham! Is a $35 start. Now, the half-off bin. We sold Joe Cocker, Classical 15, and Lonnie Jolly on the Commodores. Commodores is sold to Lonnie Jolly. Next is Gary Wellman on GF, Glenn Frey, that's sold. Mark Kaser next on the Commodores. Jason Short first on Climax. Mark Kaser second, Classical 17. Derek and the Dominoes in concert. That's with Eric Clapton, 1750. Man, he's doing Let It Rain, Presence of the Lord. Why Does Love Got to Be So Bad? Got to Get Better in a Little While. That whole side LP there is really good. 1750 on Derek or Clapton. I'll take either one. The Yardbirds Great Hits, For Your Love. The Yardbirds, that is $10. Somebody finally getting the Living in the Past. I can't believe it took that long. Thank you, Flat Bubba. That's so to you. The classical lots at 20. What is the name of the Bob Dylan? It's called Empire Burlesque, $12.50. Berlioz wrote Symphonie Fantiste for a soprano singer he was stalking. Wow. Mark Kaser on Yardbirds. George Sarah second. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Stories of Sherlock Holmes, narrated by Basil Rathbone. That's now $10. Miss America, Vonda Van Dyke in Teenage Diary. That's now $10. And we have Steam in the High Country. I actually enjoy listening to these train records. It is pretty cool. It's sounds of locomotives. Look at that. $12.50. Incredible. One more, then we're going to pause. Jane Powell sings with David Rose and his orchestra. That's $10. Let's pause there with Miss Jane. Gary Wellman, you were third on Yardbirds. Classicals at 22. Sherry Darnell on D&D, and that's Derek and the Dominoes. And then Jerry Ferguson does want the Bob Dylan Empire Burlesque. Nobody bid on Wham. Wham is a $35 buy now. Wake Me Up before you buy that, because it's only a $35 buy now. I've probably sold 500 Japanese pressings of Wham! This exact album, no joke. I don't know how many I've sold. There couldn't be, at this point, many people that's been watching for a long time that I hadn't convinced to buy one of those. The U.S. originals, this doesn't come through too often. I don't know what's up with it, but there it is. And then Mark Kaser gets Steam. Mark Kaser gets Steam. Next is Bill Keenum on Sherlock Holmes. That's something I would also enjoy listening to. I like listening to oddities. Me, I would have like all these great, incredible albums in front of me. I'd be more likely to put on a train sound and a Sherlock Holmes record. That'd be more my listening style. Bill Keenum's gets Sherlock Holmes. Classical 24, Classical 25. Wham! Is so to George Scherer. If you missed out on that, don't worry, because there will be more. There will be more. I promise. I will have more of these in the future. So if you watch often, I always sell them for $35. I've had some get bid up to $60. It depends if somebody wants one right then and two people decide they want them both right then. But George got that one. Lonnie Jolly second. Brandon third. Justin fourth. And Jethro Tull is live, and it is just $17.50. No condition notes. This one, the cover always is pretty worn. This is actually a really nice copy. And let's go ahead and show two more. Bert Henry at the Hungry Thigh. That's $10. That's bizarre. And Alice Cooper, Pretty's for You, a 1971, half off of $39.99. It's on a green label, not the OG label, but still, a 71, now just $20. That's going to be one of the deals of the crate for sure. Like, wow, did Chad really just sell that for $20? The next auction going to go up right now. is Deep Purple. Here's another one we get quite often. It's the only one I have tonight, though. This is a great Deep Purple compilation. Speed King, Smoke on the Water, Child in Time. This is called 24 Karat Purple, My Woman from Tokyo, Fireball, Strange Kind of Woman, Never Before, and Black Knight. Those are great Deep Purple tracks. It includes a solicitation insert. It includes a poster booklet insert, cover, and Obi, $35 start. I think this is a little bit of fading on the Obi, but other than that, it's a perfect copy. Now, we have next, classical lot. Mark Kaser, $27. Flat Bubba said he will take the Jethro Tull. Mark Kaser first on Alice Cooper, then Rebecca, then George Scherer, then Bob Panasniak, then Susie, then Flat Bubba, then Chris Bachek, Rebecca Howard wants Miss America. Greg next on Alice Cooper, Classical 30, Classical 30. So Paul has it. Everybody else is out. He came in first. Joe Perry from Aerosmith, Let the Music Do the Talking. Joe Perry is $10. And Procol Harum, A Salty Dog, $12.50 on Procol Harum. And Long John Blues, Long John Baldry, 12-track compilation, $10. That was another good run of records. Deep Purple's a Japanese pressing, $35 start. Looking for a starting bid. Amazing compilation. And the classical lot is with Paul Brothers at $30. Brent's out and Mark Kaser's out. Here's another one. Did Chad really just sell that for half off? Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland. Now $22.50, a 2LP. And Eric Clapton, by Eric Clapton. It's an RSO 70s, mid-late 70s pressing, but super nice. What was the thigh one? That's another interesting one here. This is Torrid Tidbits of Sacks of Pathetic Humor by America's Boldest Comic. It includes his famous horse race broadcast and soap commercial. Britt Henry at the Hungry Thigh. I think it's some sort of a comedy record. Sexopathic humor, maybe borderline dirty. Some of these records, these fax recordings, some of that was like adult type stuff. Wild Party songs, yeah, Adam Stagg, adults only. A lot of raunchy type for the time sexual humor. Erotica series, Erotic Delights. Right here, these Adam Stagg parties were known for having nude covers. So yeah, that's what's going on that. That's Bert Henry. That's like adult humor. Rebecca asked, and then Mark Kaser says he'll take it. Deep Purple has a bid for $35. Bill Keenum gets Long John Baldry, and Which Pressings Jimi Hendrix. I don't have details. It's this label with that Warner Brothers symbol. It is on reprise. This is going to be mid to late 70s. Pressing plant is unidentified by me glancing at it. It has a G, it has a big capital G, but it's not barcoded. By that Warner Brothers logo, that is a late 70s press. Mid to late 70s press. Extremely high grade. The classical lot just got a new bid for $32. So Paul had it for the longest at $30. Brent tied him. Now Brent's at $32. Paul's out, and Mark Kaser's out on the classical records. War, Love Is All Around. War is $12.50. And War is not priced. How about we do it for $10? The big capital G is Gloversville. There you go. Gloversville. And based on that W Warner Brothers deal logo, that should be late 70s. Okay, Aerosmith, Permanent Vacation. Just $17.50. Dude looks like a lady. $17.50. Living Time, Bill Evans, George Russell Orchestra. That is $17.50. And King Curtis, Sweet Soul. Wow. King Curtis is just $15. That's on this two-tone Atco, and it's beautiful. $15 on that. The next comment is Clapton, Price, and Condition. Clapton is called Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton by Eric Clapton. Look at that guitar right there. Wow. What if he walked up to you and said, here, you can have this. This is $17.50. Eric Clapton, $17.50. No condition notes. Mark Kaser on War. Now, Mark, you can have this one for $12.50, this one for $10, or you can have both of them. Mark's first. Maybe he'll take both. Eric Squindo next. Gary Wellman third. Mark Kaser first on Aerosmith. Wow. Chris Ridling's next. And Justin Garrett third. Gary Wellman on KC. And that was for King Curtis. Mark Kaser second. Mark Kaser said he will take Clapton and both Wars. So Clapton 1750, War 1250, and make sure this one goes in for $10. All right, and then the last thing I'm going to put in this crate over here before I swap is Deep Purple is at $35 with Anthony Correa, and that's sold to him. All right, and I think we're done on the classical lot. Brent Alverson has it, I believe. Brent Alverson has it, I believe, for $32, and we're about to sell it to him because Paul went out. Now, this is an incredible crate. This is probably one of those crates that night when I went through it, or maybe even best offer, I was like, dang, why isn't anybody buying anything in here? Probably everybody already went to bed. Everybody was snoring. Oreos all over their face. Grease, KFC chicken grease all over their neck. They fell asleep on the recliner. And all these were just left behind. And so now they're being Saturday night deal, a strike of midnight, and we're blowing them out. And I am swapping out crates. Can you believe this? This is tonight's 11th crate of sold vinyl. We have filled up 11 crates of sold LPs tonight. 11 crates of sold LPs tonight, and 12 is going to come fast because we're about to sell this classical bundle. We still got a half-off crate. We're about to do a half-off sealed Laura crate. I repeat, a half-off sealed Laura crate. And then there's no telling what else. I don't know at this point. Okay, and then so these are sold. These are sold. I'm out of breath, honestly. These are sold to Brent Alverson for $32. Wow, that's a lot of vinyl. I hadn't sold this much quantity in a long 12 crates. Here we go. 2 more half off and then 2 more auctions. Country Joe and the Fish, here we are again. Country Joe is $10, and J.J. Cale, okay. There is some damage right here to the cover. It's just $17.50. Here we go. Next Japanese auction, and then we're going to bring out cassettes so Brandon Lack doesn't go to bed. The next thing I have is a Japanese pressing of I have another Abbey Road here without an Obi. Maybe it's nice too, because there was 2-3 other bidders on the last one. This is Abbey Road. Oh yeah, another very nice Japanese pressing, just no Obi, with insert, I Want You, She's So Heavy, Oh Darling. Flashback, because we're about to put up classical too. First though, Country Joe is sold to Gary Wellman, so don't go anywhere because I'm about to grab 8 more classical records for a 15 straight out of this Fred Goodwin tub. Let's pull out 8 classical records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Boy, I'm seeing the name Beethoven a lot. I know that's always good. Beethoven, y'all remember him? He was kind of popular. Here we go. We have Beethoven. What a cool cover, too. Apasatona and Patik. Arthur Rubinstein. That's an RCA Red Seal. This is in shrink wrap. Wow, Beethoven in shrink wrap. Symphony number 7. Da-da-da-da. I forgot what all those sound like, but some of them are pretty incredible. Beethoven Quartet in C sharp. Wow. Beethoven Symphony number 5. Beethoven Emperor Concerto, Boston Symphony. Audrey Clunton's doing Beethoven number 9. I think that's a good one too. What's all the good ones called? We have Pierre Faneur, Arthur Chenabal. I don't know what I just read, but he's doing Beethoven 5 cello sonatas. Beethoven sonatas, Moonlight Petit, Ghiseline King. I don't know what I just read there either. And then here, ooh, I like this cover. That's Napoleon. That's the whatever of Napoleon there. Beethoven Emperor Concerto. There we have it. We have Beethoven, an 8 LP classical lot. I think Beethoven was mentioned one way or another on every one of those. $15 start. The Rockstar, and that's a great one. That might be the best classical lot we've had tonight. Yeah, this painting here, where is that at? I'd like to go see that one day. It's like gigantic, that actual painting of Napoleon there. Is it at the Louvre? The Louvre? Sorry, I'm not French. I'm Tennessean. Next thing we have was we sold Country Joe. Beetles is a $35 start. And Classical already has a bid for $15. Next thing we have is Barry Goldberg, 2 Jews Blues. Now $17.50. Barry Goldberg, King Cobras. This is Chicago's Kings of the Harmonica, King Cobras. Some kind of compilation there, $10 on that. Mountain Live with Leslie West and Felix Paparotti. That is $10. We have Moby Grape, 20 Granite Creek. Moby Grape is $12.50. The Beginnings, the supergroups. Wow, that sounds pretty cool. It's a Bellaphon official Atco subsidiary compilation here. And you get the Yardbirds and Eric Burden and Steam Packet. That's $10. And the Yardbirds featured Eric Clapton. So super groups, and then the Yardbirds, $13.50, and then Cream, speaking of Clapton, Jack Bruce at his best. That's a 2 LP compilation, $17.50. The Classical lots at $51. Rebecca, you've been outbid. Final call to get a bid on the Japanese Abbey Road for $35. Steve Biddlecombe gets KC, and that was for King Cobras. That was that's $10. Mark was second. Gary Wellman first on Mountain. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Ron Burns next on MG. And MG was for Moby Grape. That's sold to Ron Burns. Gary Wellman on YB. That's for the Yardbirds. Bill Keenum third on Cobras. The Classical lots at $75. Spirit, the family that plays together. Spirit is $10. Steve Winwood is $10. Self-titled. The Very Best of Poco. 2 LP compilation, $10. All-time great hits of Paul Revere and the Raiders, $10. And Humble Pie Thunderbox with that original cover, that is $12.50. All right, so the Classical, $75. Now $76. Gary Wellman on JB. Jack Bruce. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Gary Wellman on SW. Steve Winwood. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Nobody bid on Japanese Abbey Road. I am very sad, but I'm sure somebody's about to grab it for what? The buy it now price of just how much? $35. One sweet dream came true. She came in through the bathroom window. Mark Kaser gets Abbey Road for $35. Can't go wrong there. Next is Mark Kaser on Humble Pie. And then Adam next on Abbey Road. Adam, I was hoping you're still watching, so you would have bid on that one since you lost the other one. Now the Classical lot's at $80. And before we recap this half-off bin and then offer it as a bundle, because we definitely need to recap, there's still a Jimi Hendrix record in here, like a very important album in rock history, still available in this crate. Unbelievable. It's not OG. Of course, if it was, it probably wouldn't be in the half-off crate. You never know, though. I've had some stuff insanely in the half-off crate. Here's another Near Mint Minus and Pristine Japanese pressing, another Deep Purple compilation. This is called When We Rock, and When We Roll, We Roll. Very cool cover, spaceship cover. This has Space Truckin', Kentucky Woman, Hush, Hush, Smoke on the Water, and others. Deep Purple, a $35 start. It is pristine. Let's read through these one more time. These are half off, no more, no less, and then I'm going to try to bundle everything that's left. The Classical lot. Rebecca and Guy are throwing punches for Beethoven. That's going to be the name of my new punk group that I'm forming. Punches for Beethoven. That would be an awesome name for a punk group. Punches for Beethoven. Next is Eric Clapton was here. $17.50. No condition notes. We have Philip Bailey, Chinese Wall, with Phil Collins, Easy Lover. Chuck Haley gets Paul Revere. That's sold to Chuck for $10. Deep Purple has a bid with Gary Wellman for $35. The Boomtown Rats, a tonic for the troops. Boomtown Rats is $10. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going. That is $10. Jane Powell sings with David Rose and his orchestra. $10 on Jane Powell. And Joe Perry, Let the Music Do the Talking. $10 on Joe Perry. And Procol Harum, A Salty Dog. $12.50. Procol Harum. Rebecca's out on the Classical lot. This is sold to Guy Shard for $81. Let's grab some more. Deep Purple already has a bid for $35. Gary Wellman gets Philip Bailey, Chinese Wall. I have accidentally called it Chinese Eyes before. I have apologized after I've done so. Jimi Hendrix is $22.50. Gary Wellman on Joe Perry. That's sold to Gary Wellman. And Living Time, Bill Evans, George Russell Orchestra. Wow, Bill Evans, as in the jazz pianist, $17.50. Kind of surprised I didn't get grabbed. Let's go grab 8 random classical records from this tub, and maybe we'll find more Beethovens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I think every one of these are Beethoven. That would be great. So let's see what we got here. Let's read these off. I know what the bid's already going to be. It's going to be a $15 start. First thing I have is Alfred Brendel, Klavierstanten Piano Sonatas, Opus 7 and Opus 10/1. Beethoven, imported from Europe. Beethoven, Piano Sonatas, B-flat major, G minor, G major. Sviatoslav Richter, Philips label. Beethoven, Piano Concerto No. 4, Claude Arua, Concertgebouw Orchestra, Amsterdam, Bernard Haitink. Beethoven, Symphony No. 5, Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra. Beethoven, Symphony No. 3 in E-flat major. Beethoven, Symphony No. 5, look at that cover. That's a pretty cool painting there, too. Symphony No. 8, Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra. Beethoven, Erotica. Montreux, Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra. RCA Victrola. Wow, what's that label look like? I'm curious what this label here looks like. Wow, look at that. RCA Victrola. I don't know if I've seen a label like that before. I've seen RCA Victor. I don't know if I've seen RCA Victrola before. It's probably something classical only. Very interesting there. All right. 1963. Beethoven Hungerford. 8 classical records, $15 start. Procol Harum is sold to Jason Short. J.J. Cale O'Key, $17.50. Barry Goldberg, $17.50. The Beginning of Supergroups, $10. Spirit, $10. The Best of Poco, $10. Deep Purple. Deep Purple is sold to Gary Wellman for $35. There is a bid on the classical lot. Neil Reigler's in at $15. For Beethoven, Neil Reigler's in. Beethoven. All right. Now, final call. If you want to grab something in here. John Griffin, you just missed out on Deep Purple. The classical lot has a bid for $15 and now $15. J.J. Cale is sold to Justin Hodges. Gary Wellman on Spirit. And I'm going to try to sell Hendrix by reading some track listings on here. Don't forget, this is a gatefold. Incredibly nice. Crosstown Traffic. Voodoo Child, as in Voodoo Child, the extended version. And then Slight Return, as in I step up to a mountain, I chop it down with the edge of my hand. All along the watchtowers on here. Long Hot Summer Night's a good one. Burning of the Midnight Lamp, Gypsy Eyes, classic. Too bad he didn't actually sign it. Look at a beautiful signature. Look at his signature. On my grail list to obtain a Hendrix signature one way or another. It is half off of $44.99, so $22.50. Buddy Miles. Of course, a true OG pressing with the Naked Ladies covers is like $1,000. So the true first pressing of this album is on a label called Trax UK from the UK. And it has naked women on the cover. And a real deal OG is way up there, like more than $1,000. First pressing, high grade first pressing. If I had one, I don't know if I would take $1,000 for it. Of course, this is the more common U.S. cover. There isn't really a U.S. edition with the Naked Ladies. That's only on the foreign copies. I've had German reissues. I've had German second presses. I've had UK. I've never had one of the real deal first press of those. That's so too Mark Kaser. Okay. So if you're holding out for like, oh, I want a true OG first press one ever made, they get it very expensive. So we sold J.J. Cale, we sold Spirit, Classical 15, Classical 16, Classical 17, 18. We sold Hendrix, Classical 19, Classical 20, 21, 22, Classical 22, Classical 23. All right. they're bidding on that. It sounds like we're going to be busy for a while bidding on that. Final call on this crate. If not, you know what I'm about to do? I'm about to bundle them. Let's see if we can do that. And I'm going to go ahead and be getting this lower crate on deck. Chad needs a drink of water. Bad. I was going to pull up an electric Ladyland. I'm curious if there's... They're really hard to find in high grade too. I've seen some like more affordable, but they're pretty beat up. I want to see. There's 264 different versions on vinyl. And there's some variants. It makes it confusing because there's some variants too. 68 UK alternate labels, ghost track. Yeah, there's some alternate variants there. Yeah, like this one's never sold. That mispress is never sold, none for sale. Alternate labels. I still don't think that's the true first pressing. White text, that might be it there. Possibly. White text, I don't think that's still the first one. It's got all this nudity off the screen. It's got to be one of these right here. Gatefold white text, Hendrix photo reversed. But as you see, I mean, they're in the hundreds of dollars. But there's a bunch of versions. If you can find the one where it says true, I think it says first press on Discogs. It's way up there. Michael Rudolph on Eric Clapton for $17.50. Mason gets Poco for $10. And Classical is at $28. Wow, there's not much left in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 records. $30 buy it now. $30 buy it now. 6 records. $5 a piece. Supergroups, Barry Goldberg, Bill Evans, Jane Powell, Phil Collins, and Boomtown Rats. So just we're going to reduce those all the way down to $5 each if you're buying them all. And those are going to be sold to Mark Kaser. And we have another air horn, and it's time to bring over this half-off sealed crate for Laura. And Jim B has to buy all the leftovers. He told me he would buy everything that nobody else bought. So I hope Jim B's ready to open his wallet. This is sold. And now the classical lot bundle's also at $30. Let's put up another Japanese pressing right quick. I still got Emerson, Lake and Palmer, The Hollies, Cyndi Lauper, Asia, Beatles, Phil Collins, Loverboy, Night Ranger, Eagles, Paul McCartney, and Debbie Harry. Let's do Night Ranger. I'll do this one for a little bit cheaper bid, but it does have Sister Christian on it, and it has the book with it. So this may get some multiple bids. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It does have the Night Ranger special issue book with it. Sister Christian. This is called Midnight Madness by Night Ranger. It's going to go up for a $25 start. Oh, I didn't know it had the Obi. My bad. This needs to be... I thought it was missing the Obi. It does have the Obi. $35 start on Night Ranger. My bad. This is I didn't know it had the Obi. I thought it was missing. It was just loose. This is what they call an Obi cap. You can put it on the side too. I've seen people put them like that, but it needs to go on top. It's supposed to go on top. It's an Obi cap. $35 start on Night Ranger. All right. Classicals at $32. And let's go through a sealed crate. This is going to really expedite sales tonight. Holy moly. We're talking about a sealed crate, and it's going to be half off. All stuff Laura put out just probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, but I think they've been shown by Now Best Offer. They were, and now they're going to be half off. Hope everybody's ready. Now, this is a good one because there could be multiples. So if I have 5, everybody's going to get one. If I have 3, everybody's going to get one. Classicals at $33. Night Rangers, a $35 start. Okay. I got to blow the air horn. We emptied a whole crate. Air horns are for $500 or more, or when we sell an entire crate of albums, which is probably the equivalent of $500, definitely the equivalent of $500 or more. So let me put on my headset. Thank you, John, or Mark Kaser, and everybody else that bought records out of there. It was a group effort. Let's send out the fireworks, and thank you. We're done. We're done with that crate. All going to new homes across the world tonight. The world. Obi. I'm actually saying O-B-I. It's a Japanese term meaning sash or strip, which is this right here. OBI. It's a Japanese word. Obi. Obi. Japanese word obi. That's this thing right here. It's actually, well, you see how I valued it. That's disappointing when it's on there. Take that away, it's a completely different record. I've seen difference of this being on there or not on some early Japanese pressings. This little piece of paper can mean the difference of $100 or $200 on like early Doors Japanese pressings, early Led Zeppelin Japanese pressings. First presses, some of them can be very valuable obies. Okay? Classicals at 33 with Guy Shard. Neil Reigler, you're out. Everybody else is out. Now Neil's back in at 35. Here we go. First half off record. The price is $12.50. Freddie Gibbs sold separately. This is sealed on blue or yellow vinyl. That is $12.50. 1, 2, 3. 3 copies of Freddie Gibbs sold separately. Now just $12.50. These are brand new records, sealed. The classical lot has a bid for $35 and now another $35 bid. Oso's in on Night Ranger at $35. Final call. Mark Kaser wants soul. That's sold to Mark for $12.50. Thank you, Mark Kaser. The next sealed record is $10. Idols Crawler. Wow. Idols Crawler. Just $10. We got one. We got 2 copies of Idols for $10. The classical lot's now at $36. I'm about to drop the hammer on Night Ranger, so hopefully by the end of the night we can have gone through all the Japanese pressings I have over here. Okay? Next is Soul, and then I've got 2 copies of Hound's Mouth, Little Neon Limelight. Those are sealed for $10. Hound's Mouth. Dustin Hodges wants an Idols. That's sold to Dustin for $10. Next is $10, and this is Gotham Instrumentals. Talib Kweli and Diamond D. That's an instrumental hip-hop album, sealed for $10. Also, we have Lonnie Smith, Turning Point. Lonnie Smith, Blue Note, Classic Vinyl Series, audiophile vinyl reissues from Blue Note, remastered by Kevin Gray at Coherent, now just $12.50. Mark Kaser gets a Hound's Mouth, sold. Ken Foster gets the last Idols. Phil Ott on Hound's Mouth. Brand new sealed vinyl here. Oso, you get Night Ranger, Sister Christian. Oso is officially motoring, and that is sold, and the classical lot just got a new bid for $39. In case you don't know, that means $39, and that's with Guy Shard. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the sleeve. Now, the reason I popped the obi off, because when I put it in the sleeve, it makes it a lot easier, and then I'm going to put the obi down in here so I don't bend any corners. And thank you, Oso Adventure. Let's grab another Japanese pressing after I show this. This has a very popular song on it. Glass Animals Dreamland is $10. Just $10 on Glass Animals. And I could check it right quick on Apple Music, but it has a really popular song on there. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is going to be a Beatles with obi. And let's do that. This is a collection of Beatles oldies, a Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a, let me check it right quick. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It does have the original inner sleeve. It does have the lyric insert. The lyric insert has some of that humidity spots, paperback writer, Dear Sir or Madam, will you read my book? Really interesting Beatles compilation here. Cool cover. It does have some humidity spots on the back. $35 start on that. Lonnie Smith, the half off price on that mark was $12.50. Next is Ice Age, Plowing into the Field of Love. Ice Age is a post-punk album, now $12.50. The classical lot is at $41 with Guy Shard. They're still bidding on that quietly over there to the side. Chad's going to take a drink of water right quick. Let me do that right now. I desperately needed that. You know what else I desperately need? Whataburger. Whataburger probably tonight Holy moly. Jim B wants Gibbs time 2. Sold and sold to Jim B and sold to Jim B. Mark Kaser on Lonnie Liston Smith. That is sold to Mark Kaser. Lonnie Liston Smith. Classical has a new bid for 42. Jim B also gets Ice Age. Beatles is a $35 start. Going once, going twice. And then I have Hot Jam. These are now just $10. It's a blues rock album. A blues rock album. 2 LP sealed. Hot Jam. $10. Classical lot. I said 41. Now 42. Now 43. Mark Kaser did get the Lonnie Liston Smith. Jim B got Ice Age. I've got 1 copy of God is an Astronaut. Ghost Tapes number 10. It's now just $12.50. I got 1 copy of Hot Water Music by Vowels. It's on orange vinyl for $10. And I've got 1 copy of R&R Now Live, Reflect and Respond, Now Live, a sealed contemporary jazz. It's $10. Mark Kaser's in on the Beatles for $35. Going once, going twice. Now the Classical lot, $43. Now the Classical lot, $45. Don't forget, $7 in limited shipping. We're within probably the last hour of tonight's sale and of the entire week. This is your last chance to buy records out of this crate, to bid on something, whatever new vinyl you want. If you saw something earlier this week, like, Chad, do you still got a new Sleep Token? Chad, do you still have that Rage Against the Machine? Chad, do you still have that Thin Lizzy Vinyl Me Please? Chad, do you still have the Doors Analog Productions? Anything like that, we're in the last hour. There'll be one more call for vinyl in the group. I'll post a video like I do every morning. There'll be one more video. I usually go through a bunch of older crates, kind of a recap. Probably going to be a 7-10 minute video, and you can claim stuff out of there. Chairman Lynch and Henry Land is Polydor with Naked Ladies cover. That is a later UK copy. That's probably a later UK copy pressed in Germany. Darren Johnson on Hot Water Music. Bill Keenum on Hot Jam. And Mark Kaser on God is an Astronaut. The Classical lot's at 46, so it's between Neil Rigler and Guy Shard. Neil says he's out, and so that's at 46. Next in the bin is, this was Conan Gray, Found Heaven. It's on black and red vinyl, $10 on that. We have 2 of them. And then John Schofield and Pat Metheny. Wow, this is now just $20, half off of that. Also, we have Wax Bodega, Hot Mulligan. It's called Hot Mulligan. Laura had to correct me. I was calling it Wax Bodega. The name of the band is Hot Mulligan. Why Would I Watch? And that's sealed for $15. Jim B wants a Conan Gray. That's sold to Jim B. And then we have Jason Short. Jason Short on Hot Jam. He gets a Hot Jam. Dale Sanders on the John Schofield. Great price on that. Jim B on Wax Bodega. And now Mark Kaser gets the oldies for $35. Let's go ahead and put that away. And the Justice. That was last night. Those are crated and put away. But if you give me a second, I probably can pull it up on my distributor's website and get you an image. If you give me a second, I'm searching it right now. Those are last night and put away. And, oh no, yeah, there's low stock too. They're probably, some of them's going to come in back ordered. Let's see here. Can I just save this? Let me save this image. And saving photos here, here. Download, please. Here's what the cover looks like. Metallica Market Square Heroes, Volume 1 and Volume 2. $44.99 each. $44.99 each. And that's live 1988. We're taking waiting lists for Volume 1 and Volume 2. And this is the Beatles. And this is sold to Mark Kaser for $35. And we got the Beethoven lot here. I think I can fill up another crate by going ahead and selling these to Guy Shard for $46. Yep, this crate's pretty much full now. Is there any other questions? Or we got John Schofield, Pat Metheny. Adam was second, Bill Keenum third. And Woody said he wants to do 25 on that last copy of Dave Matthews Band. Okay, I'll go ahead and do it. I think he's been interested in that all night. So let's go ahead and sell it. I hope it's going to a good home. And sell that to Woody Bishop. LJ just bid 47. Dang, I didn't think anybody else was interested. LJ, I've already sold them. However, I have an announcement. We just filled up our 12th crate of sold vinyl tonight. Holy moly. I'm walking backwards to crab walk through here. Oh my gosh. So I've got 4 stacked, or 4 high, 3 wide, full of sold records tonight. That's incredible. This is definitely a Hall of Fame night just on quantity. That is, I don't even know a count on that, and we're not done. I'm starting another one right now. Holy moly. All right, put down Danny for 1 of each. Now, right now, it's showing 5 in stock of Volume 1 and 1 in stock of Volume 2. So, Danny, I'll go ahead and foreshadow. Those are going to come in little increments here and there, but eventually I'll get everybody what they want. So they'll start coming in next week. We might get 2 of one, 1 of one, 3 of the other, but eventually we'll get them all. Okay? Jim B, Conan's $10. And if you don't want it, Stephen Riley does. Now, the next thing we have, we sold that. Chad, you still have Beach Boys in the Summer for last night for $10. I'd have to find it, but give me a second. And then wow, Herbie Nichols, just $15. A Blue Note Tone Poet for $15. And then Stephen Riley. So, Stephen, who asked first? The Jim B. Jim B did ask first, then Stephen. $10 on that. And then, here we go. Okay? Anybody else on anything in here? Let's read through these one more time. We need another classical lot. We need another Japanese auction. Let's read through these again and see what we can do next. I have no idea. I'm kind of excited. What's going to happen? Next auction is a Japanese pressing of Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. I always thought this one's pretty cool. This is Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, Brain Salad Surgery. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It does have a Japanese booklet poster with it. It's got a Japanese booklet poster. It has the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer with Obi, $35 start. Herbie Nichols sold to Jim B. Herbie Nichols sold to Mark Kaser. Oh, wait a minute. No, I've got another one. I've got Blue Mitchell Quintet. Blue Mitchell Quintet is $15. And no, hold on a second. I've only got 1 Herbie Nichols. So that's sold to Jim B. And I got 2 copies of Blue Mitchell. Those are different albums. So I only had 1 Herbie Nichols. I've got 2 Blue Mitchells. And they're also $15. And Eric Squindo gets 1. And now there's 1 left. Okay? I'm going to love it, kiss it, and hug it. Okay? Maybe a little bit too much information, but I hope you enjoy it. And the other Blue Mitchell is sold to Dale Sanders. Okay, now, more classical. LJ, Michael, Neil, everybody. Here's another one. I'm counting out classical records right now from Fred's collection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And these are going to go up for a $15 start. And whatever we don't get through tonight, you probably want to be watching Monday when I go live. Don't forget, I'll be here again tomorrow selling all kinds of different stuff. Please tune in. There's no telling what I'm going to be showing tomorrow. You might see the most interesting thing in your life tomorrow. Bruno Leonardo Gelber, Beethoven Concerto No. 3 in C minor. This guy looks way too young to be playing Beethoven. That's for adults only, buddy. We have Wellington's Victory. Wellington's Victory, Beethoven. A lot of stuff written on there, but there it is. Beethoven Symphony No. 7 in A major. Symphony No. 1 in C major. F major, Symphony No. 8. These look pretty good. Beethoven Sonatas. Wilhelm Furtwängler. Beethoven Ninth Symphony. Wow. A 5th of Beethoven. And then Glenn Gould, Beethoven Sonatas, Moonlight, something, something. And an early Decca here, 1951 Decca. Wow, 1951 Decca gold label, Beethoven Serenade in D major, Opus 25 for flute, violin, and viola. There we have it. All right, so next thing was, so we sold Blue Mitchell to Eric and Dale. Jim was next, and then Mark Kaser, Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, $35. and those are a $15 start. So here's what's left in here. There's not much. Plus, Jim B's supposed to watch them. We have Gotham Instrumentals. That's sealed for $10. Gotham Instrumentals is sealed. Talib Kweli and Diamond D. That's sealed for $10. Glass Animals, Dreamland. Glass Animals, we have 5 copies left for $10. And we have R&R, Now Live, Reflect and Respond, $10. Final call on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Okay. All right. What is the crowd voting we do next? What is the crowd voting we do next? We have some very important decisions to make. Very important decisions to make. Final call on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Beethoven lot has a bid for $15. Mark Kasem is going to try the Gotham Instrumentals. All right. I don't know of another sealed half-off crate, but I know of about 3,000 other half-off crates we could do to try to fill up one more sold crate tonight, which would be lucky number 13. I just need to make sure everybody's still awake. Let's go through the no bids and try to get those sold. Let's go through the no bids and try to get those sold right quick, okay? Anybody else? Jim, you're supposed to buy the rest of these. I can't believe no one got a glass. That's the only one we didn't even sell at least one of, except for R&R Glass Animals. All right, I'm going to put these here behind me. Very disappointed we didn't empty that one. No air horn. Unbelievable. Okay. Let's show the no bids right quick. Let's try to get some of these sold. First, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That is sold for $35 to Ron Burns. Ron Burns, $35 sold to Ron Burns. All right, Ron, that's sold to you. The classical lot's at $18. The classical lot's at $18. Here's tonight's no bids. Let's get these sold. Buy it now or best offer. Duran Duran, 7 to Ragged Tiger, Japanese, $35. No Nukes, Triple LP, complete, $35. And then from the Fred Goodwin bundles, 6 Frank Ifield albums, $10. 5 Johnny Gimbel albums, $10. So 6 Frank Ifields for $10, 5 Johnny Gimbels for $10. That's the only 2 bundles from Fred's collection that didn't sold. Frank Ifield, $10, Johnny Gimbel, $10. Classicals at $19. And that's it, actually. That's it. Just those 2 Japanese and those 2 bundles. Let's do some kind of deal to get all that sold and crated up over here. Some people may be watching that hadn't even seen those yet tonight that will probably just go ahead and buy them. That would be ideal. Let me move some empty tubs around over here. We have sold enough classical records to probably, we've sold a lot. All right, and Frank Ifield is sold to Mark Kaser, those 6 albums for $10. Mark Kaser also gets the Johnny Gimbels for $10. Duran Duran is sold to Hiram for $28. That's exactly the price I was hoping somebody would offer. So that just leaves No Nukes. And then here are some from last night. Let's try to sell these. Wings, London Town, $35. Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer is $35. And Hall & Oates is $35. Let's go ahead and do these. So Hall & Oates is $35. London Town, $35 with poster. The best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. And there's No Nukes. Japanese with Obi. And Mark Kaser gets No Nukes for $28. There's 3 more, and that was the leftover from last night. By the way, the classical bundle is with Guy Shard for $20, which means, Leslie, you've been outbid. And there's 3 no bids there. Let's try to find one more great, quick, and fast, beautiful, amazing, half-off vintage crate. And then we'll see what we can slip in the last few minutes, whatever's next over here. Wow, uh-oh. This might be a sealed crate. Hold the phone. Is this sealed record? Or is this stuff I've already shown? Ah, those are the leftover sealed records. False alarm. Those are the leftover sealed records from the last time. Here's a short-looking vintage crate. What's in here? Looks good to me. Let's do it. Looks good to me. Let's do it. Okay. So, Hall & Oates, 23, 25, 22. 45 minutes. Oh, my gosh. We could fill up 5 more crates. Let me just start showing you stuff for $1. If our only goal was to fill up crates, let me bring out the dollar records. Okay, so first thing was Hall & Oates 25. Sold to Adam Bernardi, $25. So I'm looking for an offer on the best, not the worst. This is the best of Emerson, Lake & Palmer. And then Wings London Town with poster. That's available, okay? I'm going to put those over there. Let's get a new Japanese pressing that has not been offered tonight. And I'm going to condense these unclaimed sealed records here with these other unclaimed sealed records. That way I've just emptied another crate. And I've literally took a chunk out of our inventory over here. It's pretty honest. It's honestly pretty crazy looking how much I've sold this week out of this back stock. And our next Japanese pressing is Loverboy. And I'm going to put them up for just a $25 start. This is Loverboy, loving every minute of it. Loverboy is a $25 start. There's the insert, and there's the cover and obi, and that is a $25 start on Loverboy. $25 start on Loverboy. Classical 25, Classical 24, Classical 26, Classical 29, ELP 20, both ELP in London for 50. So Avery, here's what I'm going to do. If you want this, Avery, it's $28. If not, I'm going to sell both of these to Mark for 50. So you had first dibs, but it's going to be $28 individually. If not, I'm going to sell those to Mark for 50. Loverboy's a $25 start. Here's more vintage records, half off. Maybe an 8-track auction. What do I have over here in 8-tracks? Jimi Hendrix smash hits. Surely somebody needs an 8-track tonight. Jimi Hendrix smash hits and a crisp, clean, beautiful, iconic, amazing yellow cartridge. $7 start for smash hits. That's up for bid. Classical 30. Classical 30. Next, half off. Rough Diamond. Rough Diamond is $10. Rough Diamond is $10. I thought I had something to tell you about this, but I forgot. Jeff Britton. Jeff Britton is the drummer for Wings. Maybe that's it. Jeff Britton. He's the drummer on Wings. Anyway, Rough Diamond is $10. We have Lo Major D, Eddie Palmieri. Boy, his name, that's a Latin salsa album. Latin salsa album. VG Condition, $5. Hey World, Roadmaster. VG Plus, $6.50. Status Quo, rocking all over the world. Status Quo, EX Condition, $9. Meatloaf, Dead Ringer, no condition note, $17.50. And Frank Zappa and Captain Beefheart, Bongo Fury, $17.50. And Baker Groovitz Army, Elysian Encounter, EX, $9. So, Mark, you do get both of these Japanese pressings for $50. Jimi Hendrix is a $7, final call. No bid on Loverboy, looking for a $25 start. The classical lot is with Guy Shard at $31. Frank Zappa, Zoot Allures. Zappa is EX Edition, $14. Steve Earle and the Dukes, Exit O, Steve Earle, $22.50. Nantucket. Nantucket 5 is $7.50. And we have Elvis Costello. Boy, somebody just asked the other night, where is your Elvis Costello? There's one of them. Trust is $10. Lloyd Cole in the Commotions, mainstream. Lloyd Cole is in Shrink It Hot. $20 start on that. Now, George, you're first on Zappa, so you can have Zoot, or you can have the one with Beefheart, Bongo, or you can have both. It's your pick. Classicals at $34 of Guy Shard. Next is Michael Martin Murphy, River of Time. That is now $7.50. Also, England Dan and John Ford Coley, Dr. Heckle and Mr. Jive. That is $5. Mark Kaser on Elvis Costello. That's so to Mark Kaser. And Peter and Gordon, Woman. Peter and Gordon is $5. And Steve Loin, the doctor, There's No Place Like Mars, gold stamp promo, $5. Anthony second on Elvis Costello. Mark Kaser on Michael Martin Murphy. And we have the Mighty Clouds of Joy kicking, sealed, $10. Jimi Hendrix is sold for $7 to John Durden. That is sold. George wants H. Art, and he wants the one with Captain Beefheart. So Bongo Fury is sold to George for $17.50. That means the other Zappa is still available. Jimmy Caravan and his Jazz Blues organ, that's a 69 pressing, sealed for $10. Nobody bid on Loverboy. They are a $25 buy now, a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. The next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. And Cindy's going to go up as well for a $25 start. This is near mint minus and pristine. This is Cyndi Lauper, beautiful vinyl. It also includes the Cyndi Lauper True Colors poster. That is also included, and the insert covers and shrink with Obi. Cyndi, a $25 star. The classical lots at $36. Next is the English Congregation, Jezahel. That's $10. Jesahel. And guy says, how about my request? And his request was, oh, I missed some stuff. Mark Kaser got Meatloaf. I missed some stuff. Mark Kaser got Meatloaf. Guy Shard got Status Quo. I missed some stuff there. I missed both of those. I missed two claims there. I'm glad you said something. All right, moving right along. We have Dave Edmonds. This is a picture disc for $10. Melissa Bailey on Roadmaster. Let's find that. Roadmaster. Sold. Classicals at $37. I'm going to go ahead and put Loverboy in a sleeve. They are a $25 buy it now. Loving every minute of it. And then I've added a new one, Cyndi Lauper, Japanese pressing. She's a $25 start, just saying. Dave Edmonds is available. He's a picture disc, and he is sold to Susie Breedlove for $10. Thank you, Susie. We have yoga instructions. Nice. This record comes through quite often. This must have been a popular deal, whoever originally sold those, because we get those in often. So that means a lot of people at some point had them in their collection. There's one right there for $7.50. Next is Too Hot to Handle, Jay Miller Sessions Volume 2. But who exactly is it? It's the Dukes of Rhythm, Good Time Brothers, Little Bob, Joe Carl and the Dukes of Rhythm. That is sealed for $15. The classical lot's now at $39. We also have Bob Dylan Infidels. Bob is now just $12.50. And Marvin Gaye, Dream of a Lifetime. That's a gold stamp promo, $17.50 on Marvin Gaye. $17.50 on Marvin Gaye. Leslie's going to go home and do some yoga whenever she gets this record from us. That's $7.50. Steve Biddlecombe on JM. Jay Miller Sessions. That's sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Lonnie Jolly. Cyndi Lauper's a $25 start. Mark Kaser next on Too Hot. Cindy's in at $25. The classical lot's at $39. Guy Shard, you've been outbid by Mark Kaser. Neil Young, a soundtrack he did, Journey Through the Past. That's a 72 original Terre Haute, now $22.50. Now the classical lot's at $40. Smokey Robinson, One Heartbeat. Smokey Robinson is $7.50. Sierra, Running for Nothing. Sierra's a 1980 country rock album. $5 on Sierra. It's My Turn, Ichabod Stowe. What a name, Ichabod, sealed for $5. And Dire Straits, there is some pretty significant water damage to the cover. Sultans of Swing in shrink, VG Plus $12.50. Cyndi Lauper is sold to Lonnie Jolly for $25. If anybody wants Loverboy, they're still available, but we're going to go ahead and sell this to Lonnie Jolly for $25. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. All right, then the classical lot, still getting bids, 40, 42. I think I have another cassette or 8-track, 8-track to put up. Sierra sold to Mark Kaser. Thank you, Mark. That's sold to you for $5. I'm also amazed that it's 2 a.m. on Eastern Time, and we got 216 people watching on both platforms. That's pretty amazing. 216 people watching on both platforms, and it is a current time of 12:56, and that is Central Time, Eastern Time, going on 2 a.m. Here's our next 8-track, one of the biggest selling ones of all time, still in the original sleeve. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf 8-track, a $7 start. Hurricane Smith, VG Plus, $6.50. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, $10. Me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Jack Scott is a Bear Family compilation. That's Bear Family. Jack Scott, $7.50. Classical 43, Classical 45. John Martin, Sapphire. John Martin's $10. I think that's on the ECM Jazz label. John Martin. Next Japanese pressing is the Hollies. What goes around? This Hollies lineup included Graham Nash, Alan Clark, Bobby Elliott, and Tony Hicks. This is going to go up for a $25 start. The Hollies. What goes around? Japanese pressing, near mint minus, and pristine. Does have the insert. There's Meatloaf. And Steve Biddlecombe gets Jack Scott. That's sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Mark Kaser second. Eric Squindo on John Martin. Classical has a new bid for $46. Horselips, the man who built America, sealed for $9. And Diamond Joe White, High Rider. That's an 81 Canadian import, $5 on that. Meatloaf, 8-track is a $7 star. Going once, going twice. Now, before I bundle these, I got to read through these one more time, and then we're going to offer them as a bundle. And Vegas odds, I just got a phone call. Vegas odds are saying the bundle will sell. That's what they're calling in. The bookies, the odds makers, they have said the bundle will sell. So if that's true, then on this final call, you better grab what you want unless you're a player for the bundle deal. Classical is a final call to Guy Shard for $46. Hollies is a $25 start. Here's what's left. Rough Diamond for $10. Also vocalist from Uriah Heep. Eddie Pa-Ma-Ir-E. Something like that. VG for $5. Also, Baker Groove It's Army. EX $9. Patty's in on Meatloaf at $7. Final call. Melissa Bailey got Rough Diamond. Sold to Melissa Bailey. Zappa, Zoodalores. EX condition, $14 on Zappa. Steve Earle, Exit O, $22.50 on Steve Earle. Nantucket 5, or V, $7.50. Lloyd Cole and the Commotions, Mainstream, Shrink and Hype, $20. England Dan is $5. And Peter and Gordon, Woman, an original Capitol record, color band label, no condition notes, $5. Steve Loyne, The Doctor, $5. There's no place like Mars. The Joys, The Mighty Clouds of Joy Kickin', that's sealed for $10. And Hey Jude, Jimmy Caravan, sealed for $10. Meatloaf sold to Patty for $7. The Classical Lot is sold to Guy Shard for $46. And the Hollies is a no bid. It's a buy now for $25 if anybody wants that. The Hollies with Graham Nash and Alan Clark. What goes around comes around. $25. There's the Hollies. That's now a buy it now. Over here, we have the English Congregation with promo sticker, $10 on that. And Bob Dylan Infidels is $12.50. Eric Squindo wants to put back the John Martin, no problem there. If anybody wants John Martin, it's still available for $10. John Martin, $10. Marvin Gaye in the half-off bin still available, $17.50. Also, Journey Through the Past, Neil Young, $22.50. Bill Keenum wants Peter and Gordon. That's sold to Bill Keenum, and that was for a buy it now of $5. And new auctions coming up right now as soon as I show you old Smokey there. Let's do another classical lot. Let's do it. And guess what? I think there are going to be a bunch of Beethovens. Let's count them out from Fred. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Uh-oh, we're getting into Bach. That's just as good. And one of these is a box set. So another classical bundle here. We have Beethoven, Serenade in D major for flute, violin, and viola, Opus 25. That's a Decca Gold label. Beethoven, this is, I know they look similar, but they're different. Beethoven, Moonlight, Patek, and something, violin concerto, Stern, Bernstein, New York. Exactly, sorry. Some of these are a mouthful, and it would just be funny to hear me even say them. Beethoven Quartet in number 4 in C minor, Opus 18, number 4, Haydn, Budapest String Quartet. Beethoven Piano Concerto number 5, Leon Flischer, pianist. We have Bruno Walter, New York Philharmonic, doing Brahms, Tragic, something. Walter doing Beethoven Symphony number 5. We have Sons of Bach, and we have Bach, the complete Brandenburg Concert, and that's a box set on the Angel label. Classical lot there, $15 start. Classical lot, $15 start. Next is was, what did we have? We have Marvin Gaye. Susie, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less, $17.50. All those are a $15 star. It's My Turn, Ichabod Stowe, sealed for $5. Smokey Robinson, Melissa was $7.50. Dire Straits with cover damage. Sultans of Swing, VG Plus, $12.50. And we have Hurricane Smith, VG Plus, $6.50. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits is $10. We have Horse Lips, sealed for $9. Diamond Joe White for $5. And then Mark Kaser on Classical, $15. Guy for $15. And Melissa Bailey said she'll take it. Chad, I will pay you $5 to $7 for that Beethoven that says George Sewell Cleveland Orchestra. Is that in this lot here? You'd have to negotiate possibly me removing that from the lot. I've already kind of put these up for a lot. All the classical stuff is sold. Bach, the complete Brandenburg, Sons of Bach, Beethoven number 5, this. I'm not for sure where you've seen that. Is it in this pile? This here, Cleveland. I didn't see anything Cleveland in here. Nothing Cleveland in here. Unless you can identify it a little bit better for me. Classical 15, Classical 15, Classical 18. Avery gets the Dire Straits. It does have water damage on the cover. VG Plus, $12.50. Classical 16, Classical 20. And we have Bill Keenum on Pails. He meant Paul for Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, Classical 19. It's in that pile. Mark Chesler says, Chad, I'll pay you $5 to $7 for Beethoven that says George Swell, Cleveland Orchestra. This one right here. George Swell and the Cleveland Orchestra. Well, here's kind of the problem. It's up for bid in this classical lot. Now, if I pull a record out of there, somebody else may be bidding because they want that record in the lot. Now, the best thing I can tell you at this point is whoever wins the auction, if they're okay with me removing that, whoever wins the auction, it will be up to the winner. Or, because I really can't alter it right now, it's up for bid. I've promised everything in that lot. So at this point, we're going to have to see what happens with the auction and who wins it. The next auction is going to be what else do I have over here? Oh, wow. Elvis Presley TV special. And this is a $7 start. Guy says, I will not be okay. So, Mark, at this point, if you want that record, you probably need to be the high bidder on this auction. Guy says he wants that one. There may be somebody else buying it just for that reason. Here is Elvis original soundtrack recording, a $7 start on that. Elvis, NBC TV special 8-track, $7. Okay, there's that. All righty. Guy says if I pull that out, he will absolutely freak out on me. Depends on who wins the auction. They might be bidding on this for a while. All right, let's price. One second. All right, so let's price out this bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's 19 records in there. $95 bundle. $95 bundle deal. We've emptied a crate. I'll blow the air horn and I'll blow the fireworks on the screen. I'll shoot the fireworks on the screen. Now, Mark, I've only got about 10,000 other classical records. I wonder if my cousin Brad Faust, Brad, are you still watching? Brad is one of the few people I'll come here to the store and dig through the classical records in the back. So we have, I'm talking about the Fred collection of 3,000, where we have tub after tub after tub. In the very back room of this store, so we're in this big warehouse part, then there's an auxiliary room in the back with like our AC units, and we store supplies and stuff back there. There is, I don't know, 10,000 classical records back there. We've got them in these black tubs stacked about 7 foot tall. They go all across the back room and they wrap around. And then we've got them in crates as well stacked up. And he come one day and he spent, what, a whole day here digging through. He's a music instructor and he just wanted some for his students and stuff. He wasn't really like hunting just like grails or anything. He was just picking stuff out for music. And I have an unbelievable classical collection. Now, the reason I've hoarded so many is because of the same thing with like 45s. One of them could be $5 or $1, and then the next one could be worth 500 or 1,000. It's a very bizarre thing with like classicals. So I've kind of just always hoarded them and just kept them in the back because I didn't want to let something slip through the gaps. I've come to the realization is I'll never have time to go through all these. So we're probably going to do them like we do 45s and just sell them in lots. I've probably already sold in the last 2 years a couple thousand that way, just from Fred's collection. And hopefully if people know what these are, and there is a great one in there, they'll probably bid it up. There could be one in there worth $100 or $150. Most of them are 5, 10, 15, 20, just depends on the grade. But we have so many, we'll never have time for them. So we have enough time just getting everything out. All right, here's our next auction quickly because we're running out of time. Asia Alpha, a pristine Japanese pressing with shrink, obi, insert, and hop sticker, a $35 star. And guess what? Mark Kaser bought this lot. And then this Elvis 8-track is sold to Chuck Haley for $7. And now these are sold. And these are gone. And we're selling them, and we're blowing the air horn, and we're shooting the fireworks. These are sold to Mark Kaser for $95. He's buying everything that's left in here. Holy moly, that's going to about fill up another crate. There we go. They're gone. We have emptied a whole nother crate. Those are sold. Susie says we have 20 minutes left before the Facebook feed ends, so we better get a lot of bidding in. By the way, my mic is about to end, so let me swap out mics right quick. Eight-track. This one's in a plastic sleeve. The Doors, weird scenes inside the gold mine. And it has part of a fabrics, a dryer sheet in it. That's interesting. Probably to help it smell better or, I don't know, dry it, keep it dry. $7 start on The Doors. And Mark Kaser, here comes your air horn. Everybody let your goldfish know what's about to happen. This is about to be very loud and obnoxious. But this is for unobtrusive. This is about to be for Mark Kaser. And the first thing we need to do is let's go ahead and shoot the fireworks. There we go. Whole crate emptied. That's what we like to see. And here it comes. That literally just shake the camera. I'm sure y'all seen that. All right, classical 48, classical 49, classical 50. I'll be on the lookout for Cleveland Orchestra records. For a one-time fee, entry fee of $250, I'll let people come and dig through the classical stuff. No. There'd be some people like, okay, I'll be there tomorrow. Okay. Man, I don't know what to do. Between this classical lot, let's poll the crowd again. We don't have much time. We've emptied crates. Let me show the rest of the Japanese stuff. Let me show Let me move these. I've told Paul to bring out these classical lots. I said, man, these classical lots, Paul, are like great during his shows. All right. So Guy has them for $51. The Doors is a buy it now for $7. Asia's a buy it now for $35. And I'm going to do some buy it now Japanese pressings that we didn't get to tonight. And Guy, I think you're about to get the classical lot for $51. Band merch pins. Let's see. Dale on Doors for $7. Let's see. There's Asia. $35. Here's some other no bids. So Asia, $35. Holly's $25. Loverboy, $25. And then here's some I have not shown tonight. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going, $35. Eagles, Greatest Hits, $35. Wings, we've already sold one for $25. There's another one. And we have Debbie Harry. Debbie Harry is $35. Where else can I watch after you leave Facebook? We'll be done after Facebook ends. You're watching right now on YouTube. YouTube has unlimited streaming, a time limit on unlimited streaming. They're still bidding on the classical lot, $52.55. Dale gets the Doors for $5. And anybody, let's sell all these Japanese. That's everything that's left tonight. Let's do some kind of bundle at something, and all those are going to be sold. Okay? Maybe some quick 8-track buy it nows. What are these in these sleeves? Van Halen 2, $7. Thin Lizzy, $7. Blondie, $7. John Prine, $7. $7 buy it now. LJ, you're out on the classical lot. I would bid fast if you can. Hopefully you have a wicked fast connection, because whenever it ends, I've got to go ahead and drop the hammer, whoever has the high bid. Here's another empty crate. I mean, YouTube. Well, when YouTube ends the show's over, or whenever I say good night tonight, it's over for tonight. Stacy gets Thin Lizzy for $7. John Durden gets Van Halen 2 for $7. Dale was next on Thin Lizzy. That leaves John Prine and Blondie. Japanese pressings back here. Anybody want to make an offer? Bundle deal. And I guess no one else is going to get any of the classical. Final call to Guy Shard for $53. And then next here we have, let's see here. These I'll do for $7 and $7. And then I got some $5 ones. All right, I got Phil Collins. Phil Collins for $7. I got Jay Giles freeze frame for $7. And I've got some $5 ones here. Here's the $5 ones. $5 ones. We got Kenny Rogers, Love Is What We Make It, $5. Barry Manilow, $5. Kenny Roger Duets, $5. Anne Murray, $5. And That Christmas Feeling, $5. And now the classical is sold to Guy Shard for $53. Thank you, Guy. Those are all sold to you. And now all the Japanese is sold to Mark Kaser for $125. I didn't even add that up. I'm just going to say sold. I think that's a great price, though. Sold to you for $125. And now we have, I don't even have room to put these in here. Let me just lay them on top of the crate. I doubt we get another crate started. But let me just put these right over here. And those are sold to Mark Kaser. And that's the 13th crate sold for tonight. The 13th crate, plus the Japanese stuff laying on top, and all the miscellaneous stuff we've sold tonight. Mark, thank you. Those are all gone to you. There's some 8-tracks, and I got another Christmas Feeling here. And this is also $5. Phil Collins, sold to Dale Sanders for $5. You got it. Anybody else on those? Band pins. Let's see what I've got over here. The most quick, fast action stuff I can show y'all. Most quick, fast action stuff I can show y'all. Quick, fast action stuff I can show y'all. Being in the UK, leaving for work at 5:30 every morning, I get very little time on Coleco, but this week has been my most successful ever. Thank you so much, Chad and Coleco. Thank you, Steve. Steve's watching over on the UK right now. I think Tanner tuned in the other morning. He was watching over in Greece. He's almost done with his vacation. They're over there in Greece. They're on like this place. It looks like the moon. It's all gray and odd looking. It's very interesting, though. I said, maybe next time you'll take me with you. I couldn't imagine being gone for 14 days. Could y'all imagine me being gone away from here for 14 days? I'm gone for 2 days, and I feel like I'm 3 months behind. I'd feel like I was a year behind after doing that. Let's see here. What are these backstage passes here? Let's see what we got here. What do we have here? Are these some kind of picks? Get backstage pass. Anything in here I'll sell for $5. And the most recent, as fast as I can show them. Let me start right here with a few passes. $5 on these. We got WWF. Yes, the World Wide Wrestling Federation. I have another one from 2002. I have WWF Local Crew, 1993. Another one, 1999. Another one from 1997, a WWF Fan Festival from 1995. We have Boys to Men Backstage Pass, $5. We have, what is this? Foxwoods Resort and Casino, Julio Iglesias, International Dance Sensation, Spirit of the Dance, Moody Blues Backstage Pass, John Denver Backstage Pass, Tom Jones Backstage Pass, Kenny Rogers Backstage Pass, and Anger Management Backstage Pass. Wow. And then Bill Keenum said no. What was no to? I'm not for sure. Or maybe he got auto-corrected on stuff. There's some cool backstage passes. What else do we have in here? We have Puff Daddy Backstage Pass, the Ultimate Arena Rock Show, XXX. We have Tip-Off Classic, UMass versus UAB, Big and Rich, the Great American Musical Fest, Phil Y. Vassar, All Access, Bare Naked Ladies, Mass Mutual, that is Arizona and Florida, John Cafferty, Gretchen Wilson. These are all backstage passes. We got a bunch of them in here. I have, who is this? Black and W, or WY, Ann Murray. Halloween on Ice, Alan Jackson, Massachusetts Republican State Convention, Enshrinement Weekend, Buddy Valstaro. No takers so far. We have Chicago. We have Ladies Night, something. The America Tour, Reba McEntire, Randy Travis, Brooks and Dunn, Brian Adams, Martina McBride, Stevie B Tour, Tanya Tucker, Julio Iglesias, Robert Palmer. These are all backstage passes for $5. Randy Travis, Tom Jones, Great American Music Fest, Tim McGraw, Faith Hill, vintage-looking NCAA purple and orange. What was that? Clemson? Blizzard Media. 97 Tour of the World Figure Skating. Justin Moore, Figure Skating. Tom Jones, Ann Murray, Champions on Ice, Figure Skating. Tim McGraw, Tom Jones, Clint Black. All right, so Randy Travis is Soda Patty. I actually had two. There's one Soda Patty for $5. The Diddy. Steven says he'll take the Diddy for $5. Let me find that. Puff Daddy. That one, right? No Way Out. And we have the Basketball Hall of Fame. Well, let me figure out where that is. At this point, I've gone through so many, I'm going to have to hunt them now. Anybody have any final requests? Want to add anything to your invoice? What is this? I've skipped some stuff here. I hadn't shown that stuff yet. Let me find that. Basketball Hall of Fame. Brian Adams. I need to put these out in the store where people can look through them. Basketball Hall of Fame. This here. Right? Okay, that's so to Jim B. All right, what else is in here? Let's try to show some of the picks. Let me get this stuff out
because I can't. This stuff's so slippery. Gosh, this stuff's slippery. It's like, it's slippery. Here is 2 stamps. JFK and the Eternal Flame and an Andrew Jackson stamp. $5 on that. $5 on those 2 stamps. These aren't going to stay up. Look how slippery this stuff is. Okay. All right, let me show handfuls of these. Hard Rock Cafe. Guitar picks, $5. Hard Rock Cafe. Sammy Kershaw. Buddy. That one just says Buddy. I'm not for sure who that is. That one's not marked. It could be Janet, like Janet Jackson. I can't really tell, though. It looks like Janet. The stamps. Mark Kaser gets the 2 stamps. Bare Naked Ladies, B&L. Bare Naked Ladies. Sammy Kershaw. Tommy Burns. Billy Joel Band. Billy Joel Band, Tommy Burns. Kix Brooks from Brooks and Dunn. We got 2 of his. Leroy Parnell. That's unmarked. Unmarked. NS was here. Ticket Stub, Buddy Valstero Live. American Music Fest. Discover, Stars on Ice. Jennifer Hansen. Fajah, F-A-P-H-A-J-J-A. Leroy Parnell. NS was here. Anybody can identify that? It's a Dean Markley pick. I don't know whose signature that is. Lori Morgan Backstage Pass. Lori Morgan Backstage Pass. Republican Backstage Pass. Republican. Figure Skating. Diana Krall. TNT. That might be the band. The Temptations. I'm not for sure what that is. Paulo Garbazano. That's a pretty cool vintage NCAA patch. I don't know what that is. Sugarland. Don't know what that is. Tanglewood. And Westwood. The best little whorehouse in Texas. National tour. Bill Keenum on Buddy pick. Buddy. I remember that one. Down here, Buddy. 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 Buddy Guy. Buddy. Who's Buddy? Sold to Bill. Buddy sold to Bill for $5. And there's another handful of stuff here. John Durden wants the NCAA patch. That was pretty cool, actually. Definitely 70s or prior. $5 on that. Let's see. Figure Skating. Tim McGraw. Tom Jones. Clint Black. Kirk Franklin. And yeah, these are all, everything in here. Here's a Marillion postcard, $5. These are everything in here, $5. I still got that NCAA patch or whatever that is. Have I shown this already? Martina McBride. There's another. I knew I had 2 Randy Travis. I may have shown these. And then there's that. Here is a Prince wallet. A Prince wallet for $5. All right, let me pause there. So, Buddy Guy, Diana Krall. Let me find that. Diana Krall. Little Horror House. The Urban League, TNT. Diana Krall. That is sold to Patrick for $5. And then Buddy Guy, both Kenny Rogers and Murray. And Stacy gets the Prince wallet for $20. Okay, and then here's some new poor picks. We got NS was here. Still don't know who that is. That's unmarked. And Pirates of the Mississippi. Phil Rich Owls. So both Kenny Rogers and Murray, 2. Okay, so let's see if I can find those right quick. Those are back here, wasn't they? Can't believe no one's bought the the WWF stuff. Set of 5. Yeah, everything in here is $5. Everything in here is $5. I don't know what I just said, Stacy, but it's supposed to be $5. Okay. It's not 20. It's $5. What did I say? I didn't mean to say that. Maybe I said something else. Both Kenny Rogers and Murray and Aaron Murray passes for 20. Ah, okay. So I see what you're saying now. So he's getting both Kenny Rogers and Ann Murray and both Kenny Rogers and Ann Murray plus Rogers and Murray passes for 20. Gotcha. All right. I will do that. Okay. I'll pull those because I've got, what, less than 5 minutes left? I've got about 3 minutes left on Facebook. And John Durden wants the, you said Stacey's principal for 20, hence the confusion. Oh, my bad. No, that's supposed to be 5. It's supposed to be 5. All right. And then John Durden wants the NS picks. And then I will sell you the unmarked ones for $8, all of them. Yes, Leslie, $8. There's 1. There's 2. Okay. 3. Let's do these. So I got to go back and pull some stuff. 1 for Mark Kaser. And that's 3 8-tracks and 2 passes for $20. Yes. There's another NS was here. There was 2 of those, right? 2 NS was here. Does anybody want to make an offer on anything unsold? Maybe anything that's left? Make sure that was all the picks. Is that a pick? Nope. There's a couple more. There's another NS. So, yeah, there's 3 NS was here. John, I thought there was 3. 5, 5, and 5. So 15 for those. And then let me make sure that was all the unmarked. So I have found 3 unmarked. Does that sound right, Leslie? Have I shown these passes? Yeah, I've shown those passes. There's Ann Murray. 8 tracks. All right, so let me read through these again. So let me start this way. You got WWF, 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 Boys to Men, Slot Machine, Moody Blues, John Denver, Kenny Rogers, Tom Jones, Anger Management, John Cafferty, Gretchen Wilson, Basketball, Bare Naked Ladies, Phil Vassar, Music Fest, Big and Rich, Basketball, XXX, Buddy Valastaro, Republican, Alan Jackson, Halloween on Ice, Black in New York, Robert Palmer, Julio Iglesias, Tanya Tucker, Stevie B, Martina McBride, Brian Adams, Reba, Brooks and Dunn, The America Tour, Ladies Night, Chicago, Spirit of the Dance, Julio, Alan Jackson. There is another unmarked pick. Yep, that's another one. I think there was 4. If I find another one, I'll put it in her stack. But those 4 picks so far to Leslie Holt for $8. There's 4 so far. 4 so far. There's that Lori Morgan, Local Crew, Republican, Figure Skating, Ticket Stub, Figure Skating, Tom Jones, Figure Skating, Justin Moore, Basketball, and then what's over here? We had Tom Jones, Music Fest, Randy Travis, Martina. This is John Denver, Marillion, Franklin, Clint Back, Tom Jones, Tim McGraw, Figure Skating, Texas, Backstage, this, that, the other, this, that, this. And then these last few was the Beach Boys. I don't think I showed that. The Beach Boys, Brooke and Dunn, Mohegan Sun, Mark Chestnut. Showing some stuff here I hadn't shown. Sisters of the Spirit, George Dawson, Great American Music Fest, National Tour. The Cars, unfortunately, it's folded in half, but the Cars, that's pretty cool. It's folded in half, though. Martina McBride, 311. Wow, 311. I didn't show that one yet. 311. Whatever that is. David Lee Roth, unfortunately, it's folded in half. And Lori Morgan and the NCAA. All right. And so Mark Kaser got 3 8-tracks, and I'm actually going to give him 3 passes. So 3 8-tracks and 3 passes. The 3 Ann Murrays. Let's see here. We've got 3 8-tracks and 3 backstage passes for $20 to Mark Kaser. Facebook has ended. All right. Does anybody want everything left in there for $100? All the picks, all the passes, and all these 8-tracks for $100. Bill Keenum says he'll take the Cars. Let's find that one. You might can separate it. It's sticky, so you know it's like been folded and stuck together. And there's it. That's $5. And then David Lee Roth for $4. And that's John Durden. Now, does everybody want everything? And now everything left for $90. That whole tub for $90. That's a lot of passes and picks still, and 8-tracks. Where's Mark Kaser at? He's probably not on YouTube. He would have been like, sold. Any other big bundlers out there? $90, because we just sold $9. I was at 100. I just sold $9 more out of there. What an incredible night and week. So that was a total. Tonight's total count was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 full crates, and we still had 6 crates of new arrivals to go through from John. There was 6 more crates over here of new arrivals that John marked. Any resellers? I don't know how. I bet some of those WWFs are decent, maybe on eBay. I need to check them. Maybe not. I'm not for sure. The picks belong to Hendricks, Page, Clapton, Rhodes, Ace, Zappa, Beck, and Robert Johnson. Wow. That would have been something. You probably, if you replaced, throw George Harrison and John Lennon in there. Throw George Harrison, John Lennon, and Paul McCartney in there. Most valuable guitar picks would probably be from that list. Hendrix, any of the Beatles, Page. I'm sure Robert Johnson never had a guitar pick. He may have. I doubt it. Eddie Van Halen. Something Taylor Swift. I've got Japanese CDs. I know where those are at. Of course, I got vinyl, but it's all brand new stuff, sticker price, because we keep it in stock here at the store. I've got some Japanese CDs. I have some very expensive Record Store Day singles on Discogs. I've got the ones that are about $500 a piece. Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking of is I got the Taylor Swift 45s. They're on Discogs. They're very pricey, though. And it's not like I've had trouble selling them. We've actually sold 2 whole sets already. Let me see if I can find them. No Elvis Sun records at the moment. I have had them before. So Taylor, can I search? I've got to do on my lap. Let me bring up my laptop right quick. Bring up my laptop. It's up front. All right, give me 1 second. 1 second. We found this today, Clockwork Orange, Do Me Right, and Your Golden Touch. That's a good one. Low battery, of course. I didn't bring my whole backpack either back here, did I? No. All right. The Taylor Swift singles I have. All right, so my computer's about to die, though. I've got Taylor Swift, Picture to Burn, $4.99.99. Taylor Swift Should Have Said No, $3.99.99. Taylor Swift Teardrops on My Guitar, $5.99.99. And Taylor Swift Tim McGraw, $549.99. So they are $500, $400, $600, and $550. And that's her record store day singles. And I've already sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them for pretty much those exact same prices. But if you're interested, obviously I would have to pay fees on Discogs, so we could do a deal, or if you're interested in one of them. But those are the record store day singles. The Japanese CDs, we can find that. I can get those. I know where those are at too. Give me 1 second. All right, so Taylor Swift Red, Japanese CD, $39.99. Deluxe, Japanese Red, Taylor Swift CD single, $34.99. Taylor Swift 1989 Deluxe, $44.99. Taylor Swift Guitar Pick Coaster, a promotional item from Reputation, that's $49.99. Taylor Swift Mine, promotional CD, single, $99.99. Taylor Swift self-titled CD DVD Deluxe Edition, sealed, $99.99. Taylor Swift Red Original CD, $24.99. Taylor Swift 1989 sealed, $24.99 original CD release. I've got 2, 3, 4 of those. And then I have another red Japanese pressing CD, 34, another, and then 2 more deluxe editions. So I've got 3 total Japanese single, 3 Japanese deluxe, an 89 deluxe. I got a couple rare CDs back here, a single from her first album, the sealed deluxe lenticular, the standard US edition, and then I've got 1989 sealed. Okay. Do you have any GNR Linkin Park Metallica? Let's see. GNR, we had an unofficial GNR the other night, or tonight. It's Obscurities, Rare Tracks. We sold out of that. The only thing Linkin Park I have is Numb and Hybrid Theory. Those are new pressings. And Metallica, the Metallica stuff is all, I have every album in stock except for maybe Lulu, and maybe, I don't have S&M or S&M 2 right now, but they're all brand new sealed pressings. Anything OG original Metallica we would sell on Thursday night. Let me move some stuff in here in the operations room before I have a crash, because Guy's about to buy some stuff and I have a stack of wobbly 8-tracks over here. Give me 1 second. Let me take these 45s in here we sold. All right, and then Guy did make some claims. So he wants mine, which is $99.99, and the pick. And he wants a Japanese Deluxe Red. I'll give you this one right here. Thank you. Those are all sealed. And then Led Zeppelin 2 RL. Duke, I'm going to blow your mind and tell you that I have 7 of them. 9 of them. I've got 9 of them. We sell one every couple of weeks. We sold one last week, and then before that, we sold one about 3 weeks before that. I have a guy promised I'm going to auction one. I told him either Monday or Tuesday next week. It's a RLSS VG Plus, VG Plus. Now, Duke, I also will go ahead and tell you, we braggingly have the world record for a standard. I couldn't find where anyone had sold for more. We sold a RLSS VG Plus copy, maybe EX, about a month ago for almost $4,000. And to all of my research, I think we hold the world record on that. So they do fetch big money here. The one we had the other night sold for $575. It was about a VG, maybe VG minus. But in all my research, I went to PopSpsych, I went to eBay, and for, I think, just a standard, not promo, and not the Robert Ludwig test pressing. Of course, as y'all know, the Robert Ludwig test pressing just sold for like $50,000, $30,000. What did it sell for? But I have them stashed away. We sell one a month or maybe every couple months. But I think, to my knowledge, we have the world record here for the most ones ever sold for. We auctioned it one night for almost it was like $3,500 or $3,700, and it was nice. And I test played it, and I said it was one of the better sounding ones I'd ever heard. And then T-Bone. T-Bone, remind me of your name again. He wants a Japanese Deluxe CD. And Guy, invoices will be sent out on Monday. Now, I have been told by my staff has told me we are struggling to get everything keyed in because we've sold so much this week. At worst, invoices will go out Tuesday morning. So I hope that's not the case. That hadn't happened in a long time, but we've been missing 2 people this week. Tanner's on vacation, and we found out, I think, Rebecca, she's been out a couple days, and so I think that's put us behind. Tom Harris. So Tom Harris gets a Taylor Swift Red as well. Anybody else? Any more Swifties out there, or at least Swifties of on that, or somebody who knows a Swiftie is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I'm a Led Zeppelin fan, and I'm kind of a dealer in RL copies. I consider myself a dealer in Led Zeppelin RL copies, and I actually bid on this copy on Heritage, and then it took off. It ended up bringing a lot more than I thought it would. So, what did it sell for? This is a pretty incredible item to show you kind of the way the market is going for Led Zeppelin RL copies. So this sold, I think it was November, December. Yeah, I was watching this auction. So Bob Ludwig's test pressing sold for $35,000. That's incredible. So, Blu-ray audio. No, I don't have anything Blu-ray audio in stock, to my knowledge. Now, here's my toughest decision of the night. What am I going to go eat? Taco Bell, Whataburger, Waffle House, or stop by the gas station and get a salad with grilled chicken. All right. Anybody have any other requests? You can ask me if I have anything in stock. I kind of have it all stored up in my head. What an incredible night. Whew, y'all wore me out. I'm exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. Something healthy. Is Whataburger healthy? Is Whataburger healthy? French fries, spicy ketchup. Man, I'm pretty exhausted. It's hit me all of a sudden. We was on a hot streak there for about 4 hours. This second part of the show after I drunk that V8. I think I got everybody woke up. We cleaned out some crates, and it's just kind of hit me, and I'm exhausted. I guess I've been live for almost 8.5 hours. I don't have a Status Quo box set. No Status Quo box set here. I'm not for sure is that something new, recent? I'm not too familiar with that, unfortunately. I have a lot of this week's new releases on new vinyl available. And it's about time to put a tie. Time to wrap this up. Put a tie on it. Tie the knot, whatever. Incredible week. And guess what? I'll be back tomorrow doing miscellaneous items. I really need everybody watching because I could get into some pretty wild stuff tomorrow. Honestly, I have no telling. There's no telling what could possibly pop up. So I'm going to try to be mobile and walking around the store and see how that happens. I actually might experiment, see if I can connect my camera. Jake was telling me about that. But, okay. If that's it, Good night, everybody. Thank you. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know when. We got obviously Mother's Day duties. If your mom's still out there and you still have an opportunity, if you want to, hopefully you do, see her. I've got my mom left. My dad passed away about 6 years ago. And I'm going to take, hopefully, her out to eat. I got to figure out when, though. I was texting her earlier. I've got to figure out when. I don't know if I want to do it later, right before the show starts, or maybe we can do it earlier and then I can get back and do this. She already told me don't worry about it. She said, don't worry about it. We'll do it another time, which it actually would be best if I did it next Sunday. I don't have anything to do because I told Paul, I was like, I'm going to do about 20 straight shows and then I need a day off on a Sunday and then for AC/DC, which is coming very soon. But thanks, everybody. Let's hit the fireworks one last time. And if y'all don't know by now, we live stream every night. I'm here a minimum of 8 hours every night, every day, every night. I get started around 5:30, and we go at least till 1 or 1:30. And I missed 2 days last week for a concert, and I had live streamed Monday through Saturday. I think I was on a streak for almost about a month. I do try to take some Sundays off live streaming, but I'm still here working. On Sundays, if you hear Paul talking and selling, I'm probably still in the building or I'm at my house probably like getting ready to come here. So that's kind of like my only down day. But obviously I enjoy doing this. If I didn't enjoy doing this, y'all would probably pick up on it by now. So here I am. And I'll be here for a while. I got a lot of people who depend on me. We have 14 employees here. So if y'all are relatively new, you probably don't know that. We got 14 employees here. If I started taking a lot of time off, they'd about be like, is Chad okay? So it takes every one of them, too, to get everything done. Every single one of them. When somebody's gone sick or vacation, we know something's wrong. Last week I went to Metallica, Nashville, both nights. And I think at the end of this month is AC/DC. I skipped Pearl Jam. So 14 people here at Coletco to make all this work. It's honestly a pretty big operation. Even a couple people that, Steve mentioned it the other day. Steve that works here, Steve said most people would have no idea everything that goes on here. He said until they see it. He's like, I talked to some local people at a couple record shows and they had no idea everything that goes on here, which we don't really put a lot of stuff out there publicly behind the scenes, but it is incredible, the logistics. I mean, we just sold, I don't know how many hundreds, if not just thousands of LPs tonight in these bundles. So it's pretty amazing to get all this stuff sorted, tagged, and put out every week. So, all right. And I think we're done there. Thank you, Paul, for saying I'm amazing. Paul's amazing too. Paul's amazing too. So is everybody here. Laura, John, Steve, Julie, Jack, Jill, Rebecca, G, Seth, even Seth, Tanner. How old am I? I am 29 years old. I'll be 30 in December. Unfortunately. This is my last 6 months in my 20s. I've got 6 months left in my 20s. I am 29. I'm counting down from 10 seconds and the week is over. There'll be a video posted in our private group on Facebook. The name of that group is Whole Lotta Records. It'll be the last call for vinyl before we send out invoices on Monday. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The show is over. Thanks, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow, and we got a whole nother night in store. There's no telling what's going to come up tomorrow. See y'all then.